Party animal. Morris Hershman. Seth's mother phoned just after he got done with an overdue crime scene report. She was cheerful as always, ready to be obliging if necessary, a grade 1 mother in nearly every way. "We're all okay," she said after the exchange of greetings, sparing him a rundown on any late-breaking family news. "I just want to be sure you know we'll be having a Hanukkah dinner on the 18th, so you can't say you're not getting enough notice." Seth hadn't known the date of the holiday's start, not having been properly observant since just after his bar mitzvah. "I'll be there if the work doesn't interfere." "Let someone else solve one homicide." Mom always said homicide, as if her son earned a living at some kind of social work. "I'll call Andrea and make the invitation twice as official." It crossed his mind, not for the first time, that he had been luckier than most in drawing civilized parents. They hadn't wanted him going into the force, for instance, but didn't criticize his choice. They had been polite, at least 5 months ago, back when Seth took his second wife, a girl of Italian ancestry. Unhappiness was kept to themselves in the time-honored Gordon family tradition. Show nothing because your feelings aren't anyone else's business. He broke the connection after a few added polite interchanges, then looked up at the opening door of his closet of an office. His partner had come striding in. "We've got some business," Harry Drawhill boomed, offering a memo in one outsized hand. "Let's jump for it." "Fine. It's sure to take my mind off something else for a while." He left the 12th Precinct station house in an unmarked car, Harry next to him, and set to ride shotgun if necessary. They found a coven of spectators in front of the right address, a store on Perry Street in Lower Greenwich Village. A flushed policeman stood before the scene, saying mechanically, "There's nothing to be seen. Move along now." Drawhill had passed a card to the uniformed man by the time Seth was parked and out on the chill December sidewalk, but minutes rolled by before they could get through the nervous bystanders. A bright-looking younger uniform, who gave his last name as Napier, had been expecting help. Holding his stick adventurously by 3 fingers and a thumb, a sure sign of not much experience on the job, Napier told them happily how efficient he and his partner had been. "We were in the car when the Korean kid whose father owned this place came running out to call us. My partner stayed in the street to keep civilians off. I went in, saw what had happened, and phoned right away." Drawhill asked crudely, "Where's the merchandise?" The middle-aged victim lay on the narrow strip behind the counter, bloody spots flecking his gray wool shirt and well-worn gray pants. Near his chest lay a knife with a rough-textured handle, its blade reddened almost to the haft. A black cat, a male short-hair, had been standing at the dead man's feet, but moved tentatively and sociably in the direction of whichever newcomer was talking. Seth, having eased the animal away before looking more closely at the knife, heard a gasp behind him. Drawhill asked the young man crisply, "Did you make all over yourself, sonny, or what?" Seth, well aware that Napier's features suddenly looked like raw dough, said, "First body, I suppose." "That's right, and I couldn't help—" He brushed the cat away and became quiet. "What did you touch, fella?" Seth was gentle. "The knife?" Napier shuddered while shaking his head. "I wanted to be sure if there was any breath, so maybe I could give CPU. I bent over him. On account of the space being so small, I lost my balance." "Did you touch the knife?" "There was no blood on my fingers, that's all I know. My left hand touched the floor, and I think my right hand came up against, well, the body." Seth spoke quietly over Drawhill's curses. "We'll try and cover your ass later on, if we have to." The young patrolman's complexion slowly went back to normal. By 4:30 of that cloudy afternoon, Seth had told the head of the tech squad that a verbal report on fingerprints was to be transmitted to him first, and he'd explain the reasons higher up if he had to. The weapon had been identified by flecks of cardboard clinging to it, as a knife used to open cardboard cartons in the store. He had taken it on himself to tell Homicide downtown that it didn't look like they could help right now, and to suggest politely that an assistant DA go back into his cage, because there had been no movement in the case so far. Drawhill had been nosing around in the meantime, and was able to offer some information. The victim was 53 years old and Korean, named Ro Tae-dai. His only son is 16 and calls himself Johnny. A daughter, 14, insists on being called Stacy, and one result of the name changes is that there have been family arguments you could probably hear in Korea. Did the parents do much to keep their Americanized kids loyal to old traditions, besides arguing with them? They couldn't supervise the kids 24 hours a day. One time the mother told a neighbor that when she and her husband saved enough money, they'd be going back to Pyongyang in North Korea and live like royalty. And of course the kids would come with them. In other words, the kids were supposed to be foreigners transplanted to America for a short time and hanging on with teeth and fingernails to a rose-tinged past they never knew. If Seth's parents hadn't come out of Russia with its ample history of anti-Semitism, he might have been in the same bag himself until clambering to independence at 21. Have you talked to the mother and kids? The mother just came back from Crown Heights, a neighbor says. She'd been in Brooklyn visiting relatives. She and the kids are in their apartment upstairs and mourning. They haven't talked to anybody yet except to relatives on the phone, I guess. We'll have to bust in on them. We might not need to talk to them right away. If the killer is under lock and key first, Drawhill said surprisingly, and rubbed his heavy hands in pleasure. A witness who was passing by at just about the time of the killing saw somebody he knows hurrying out of the store and gave us the name and address. If we hustle now, we might crack this one in the next 20 minutes. Nick Paris was taller and rangier than kids in Seth's day. He took up every inch of stiff chair in the living room of this small apartment at the northeast end of Barrow Street in the village. Seth began, evenly as usual. There's a witness who saw you leaving the Ro Tae-dai fruit and vegetable store on Perry Street just a little while after 3 today, when Mr. Dai was killed. Victor Paris, the kid's father, shot out of the easy chair in which he'd insisted on hearing what might be said. Nick was speaking now. I knew the old man, sure. I used to go in there on weekdays around 3 if I was on the block. And more quickly, I came to see Johnny. He's right. Drawhill snapped, Right enough to help you sell or buy stolen guns to resell? Action like that? Nick spoke before his father could protest. I haven't done nothing like that in a while. Mostly over the last months me and Johnny used to hang around and look for girls. You know what I'm saying? Gently but firmly, Seth pulled the boy's thoughts back to his and Drawhill's priorities. What happened when you came in today? I didn't see Johnny, so I cut out. I never wanted old Di to keep staring at me like I had just liberated a mango or something. You know what I'm saying? That sounds fine, Nick, but since you admit you were on the scene, we've got to ask you to come downtown and give us a statement for our records. As Drawhill pushed Nick Paris out the door, the father murmured over and over, I'll do something to help you this time, Nicky. I swear I will. The father sent some grease-tongued lawyer to smooth Nick Paris's way, so we had to let him go eventually, Seth told his wife over the nightly scotch at their Brooklyn Heights apartment. It all took longer than anybody expected, so I'm late. I only got home from work 20 minutes ago myself. Andrea was tired, though self-possessed. Time enough to get a call from your mother about a Jewish holiday dinner on the 18th. We ought to go. I also got a call from Vinny inviting us to Christmas dinner on the 25th. We ought to go there, too. It's always fun to see your brother again. He grinned at the prospect. The phone clattered just as he was emerging from the nightly back-home shower. Harry Drawhill was on the line, his acrid tones practically dissolving the wire. We agreed to meet in the village tomorrow morning and question the Dye family. Remember, Seth? Well, now you can forget it. The Lieutenant wants to see us first thing. English translation. The lieutenant wanted to talk about some fresh complication in the case. 8:30 at the precinct. He hung up. Andy, not quite fully dressed, was looking thoughtfully into the freezer compartment of the refrigerator. Seth impulsively approached, smiling, and she turned happily to put her arms around his neck. "There could be another angle to this," Lieutenant Sean Goodwin said after hearing Seth's preliminary report. "Plenty of Korean store owners, along with Chinese and Vietnamese, are being bilked by a protection racket. The same old racket of the 1920s and 30s, but with new immigrants and a fresh angle." "What's the connection to Dye's murder?" Seth asked carefully. "The collectors are people the store owners already know to start with. They could be friends or customers, from what I've been told. They can threaten to notify other countrymen that the particular store owner isn't giving money to help new immigrants and is a disgrace to their close-knit community. The victim doesn't want to be ostracized, so he pays up." Seth asked, "But you think Dye wouldn't kick in, so he was killed as a warning to others?" "It's possible." The brittle-tempered Goodwin refrained from pouring scorn on Seth's caution. "I want you both to look into it. If we make any dent in the closed circle, if we put away a few collectors, enough arrests could follow to give us a chance of stamping out the whole rat's nest." "We'll work on it," Seth promised. On the way to the anteroom, from which Seth was going to clock out for both of them while Drawhill requisitioned an unmarked car, Drawhill said, "If you ask me, it's a straight case. Nick Paris fought with his buddy's father and killed him." "I can't prove you're wrong," Seth smiled pacifically. There wasn't any trade at the Dye store when they arrived for the delayed questioning. The daughter, Stacy, stood behind the register to take money that wasn't offered, and put in her time reading Bride's magazine. Most of the fruit crates open to the public were untouched. The mother, unpacking greenish pears, straightened with no difficulty. A small woman, Mrs. Dye was in firm control of herself. Tears had been halted, sobs pushed back from her scrawny throat. As an exhibition of hiding feelings, it was worthy of Seth's mother, or Seth himself. The black cat moved toward them, friendly as before, and meowing a welcome while he rubbed up against Seth's pants legs. Drawhill didn't particularly like cats, and dismissed this one irritably when he rubbed his metal-studded vinyl collar against Seth's partner. The cat, called Lucky by Stacy Dye, portentously tail up, followed behind Drawhill into the back room. This was a small area with only one window, and it out of reach. The smell of fruit was overpowering. Local roaches most likely got together pretty often to celebrate, and ended by offering good hunting to the black cat called Lucky. Settled firmly on an upturned crate, the mother spoke in a serviceable English. "The American boy killed," she insisted, hard hands folded tautly. "Mr. Dye hated the boy always coming here same time, going out with my son on Friday, Saturday nights, wanting him become Yankee criminal." Maybe so, but older people were famous for not understanding different groups. When Seth's father had heard that his son's helpful superior was named Goodwin, for instance, he had said thoughtfully, "Maybe it's really Goodman," taking it for granted that no Gentile would help a Jew, which couldn't have been so even when Pop himself was in his 20s. The questioning proceeded easily. Asked about her alibi, although not so plainly, Mrs. Dye gave the address and phone number of relatives she had visited at the murder time. Stacy Dye, clutching her copy of Brides as if for dear life, said vehemently that Nick Paris may have done bad things a long while ago, but now he was everything a man should be, plus which he was innocent of hurting her father. At the time of the killing, yesterday afternoon at 3 o'clock or so, she had been walking home from school with a girlfriend. Lucky, that most affable of beasts, had jumped onto Seth's lap and circled 3 times before sitting down when Johnny Dye hurried in. Before the sturdy youngster could get out 6 words in defense of his friend Nick, he was being asked about his whereabouts at the time of the murder. He had to think before saying he had gone across the street to the Vietnamese restaurant for a pack of cigarettes, a habit of which his father strongly disapproved. Coming back, he had found— "You know what I found." Did Johnny have any information about countrymen who demanded protection money from storekeepers like his father? Johnny swore he didn't, but promised to get in touch if he heard anything. By the time Seth was ready to stand up, he had petted the cat a little too briskly and scratched a finger on a stud of the cat's collar. He wasn't surprised. He wouldn't have been surprised if blood poisoning set in. It was that kind of case. "The damned case is still wide open," Seth was saying as he drove himself and Andy from the well-lighted Brooklyn Bridge into lower Manhattan. "I can pass the store if you're in the mood to see it. Not too far out of the way." This was late afternoon of the 18th, and the Gordons were heading happily for the Hanukkah dinner at the home of Seth's parents. For once he was sorry he hadn't been able to go to synagogue with Pop for the reading of the Haftorah on the Sabbath. "Not by might nor by power," said the Lord of hosts. The memory of that quote, so appropriate to Gordons young and old, embittered him when he remembered it. Spirit alone was wrong for his job. Power and might solved a lot more cases. Perry Street was quiet. Residents, intimidated by threats of mugging and stray bullets, tended to stay home after work. The dye store was already closed, since distant family members who were laboring alongside the widow and children had refused, as Drawhill told Seth, to put in hours without end. A young man stood pensively in front of the store and looked up towards one particular bedroom light that had suddenly been flicked on in the dye apartment overhead. Seth could see the outlines of the female behind the shade as she moved, her posture erect and vital with the coltish energy of youth. Seth pulled up, gesturing Andy to be quiet, and hurried out of the car. He gripped Nick Parris by an arm before the boy could dart away, and held him lightly. "You have the hots for Stacy Dye? You and Stacy Dye?" Nick Parris became more agitated. "Look, don't talk about this. Stacy never did anything to deserve having a cop on her tracks." Seth kept from nodding amusedly at the melodramatic speechifying of this Romeo, just as he couldn't help remembering Juliet poring over a magazine for brides. "You were coming into the store every weekday afternoon at about the same time, not to talk with Johnny, but to see Stacy coming back from school. Maybe even say a few words to her." Nick's reddening face made the admission for him. "You'd start out with Johnny Dye on weekend nights, but I suppose Johnny cut away so you could be with Stacy when her folks wouldn't suspect you two were together." He didn't wait for the boy's nod. "Do you intend to marry Stacy Dye?" "Yes. God, yes." Seth looked Nick Parris in the eyes, and only then gave the matter some thought. "You have to handle it indirectly." "What do you mean?" "First thing tomorrow morning, as a start, you root around for the best job you can get. Then you go to see Mrs. Dye and tell her in Stacy's presence that you're saving to learn a trade so you can support Stacy and a family after the two of you are married." "Mrs. Dye never liked me. She won't go along with it." "I think that with Mr. Dye gone, she'll see the good points to having a daughter settled with a husband she's crazy about, and a hard-working husband who feels the same about her. She won't want Stacy marrying somebody who isn't Korean. She'd prefer a Korean husband for Stacy, but she's old enough to know that two people who love each other most of the time can work out their differences and make a good life together." "What about my father?" "Oh, he'll probably want what I want, long as it's honest." He gazed up at his love's window and whispered, "You're worth my best, Stace." And she'd get his best if Seth and Harry Drawhill could put the real killer under lock and key. The major suspect in the Dye murder had just about been eliminated, not by might or by power, but by spirit, like the Lord of Hosts had dictated. The comparison was enough to make a cat laugh, but it wasn't funny at all. "I heard some of your talk about happiness being possible even for people who marry outside their ethnic group," Andy said, when Seth got behind the wheel of the car once again. "Sickeningly sentimental, aren't you?" "Cruelly accurate is more like it, baby." They were still grinning at each other when his beeper went off. Seth promptly punched the emergency number on his car phone and was patched through to Reggie Cray, a black man whose job called for examining and evaluating evidence. "Sorry it took so long to get back to you about the material in the dye business," Reg began. "All the news is rotten. No prints on the blade. There are prints on the handle, but they belong to Rote Dye, the dead man." "Any prints on the clothes he was wearing?" "Nothing besides his that I could identify. On the shirt and just above the belt line there's a smear that might have been made by the back of a hand. Useless for us." Good news for young Patrolman Napier, first name Ray, as Seth had typically taken the trouble to find out. Napier had been luckier than he deserved when it came to clothes he had touched without meaning to. "Okay, Reg, at least I know the story. Thanks." His parents' co-op apartment on East River Drive was brightly lit when Seth, blinking rapidly, came in with Andy at his side. Marvin, his older brother, stopped playing with little Brandon long enough to smile broadly at Andy and come over to greet them. Naomi, his sister, waved hello but didn't stop talking, about clothing prices if he knew nay. Mom had been chatting with Norma, Marvin's wife. At the sight of Seth with Andy, she hurried over, asking interestedly about Andy's brother and his family. Andy's initial apprehensiveness was fading rapidly. Pop, having come back from synagogue after Marvin, appeared and pecked Andy on the cheek before turning to his younger son. "What's the matter, Shimmy?" Pop asked, using Seth's family name. "Any trouble on the job that you can't handle?" "I'm not sure yet," Seth answered, grateful that a family night didn't force him in turn into becoming a television critic who had to hand down judgments on cop shows on the tube. That was when 3-year-old Brandon set up a howl. Norma hurried over with motherly solicitude. "He scratched a finger on the dreidel," she said, referring to the 4-sided spinning top with a Hebrew letter on each side. "At his age, of course, he could scratch himself on a marshmallow." Seth's offer of $50 for Hanukkah money didn't quiet any son of Marvin's. While Brandon's thumb was being vigorously rubbed, Seth said, "A few days ago I scratched myself on a cat's collar." Brandon kept crying, not at all impressed. "You don't care? You don't believe me? Why, I've hardly told a lie since the rededication of the temple, which we're celebrating, and I give you my word." He snapped his fingers. That cat collar. That particular special cat collar. I should have known. He forced himself to become quiet, well aware that respect and good manners must cause him to wait before breaking away. He was tight-lipped during the seating and the benediction, at which Pop lit the 8 candles on the gleaming menorah with the help of Marvin's older son. The Festival of Lights was proceeding when Seth quietly excused himself and practically ran into Pop's study. The phone was at a right angle to the new computer table and on the familiar apple pie order desk. "Harry?" He had reached his partner at home. "I've got the answer to the Dye killing. Nick Paris isn't the perp. I can tell you who is and how we're going to get proof." "What have you got and how'd you find it?" Seth was tempted to answer with a phrase in Hebrew, Nes Gadol Hayoshom, although it may not have been true in this instance that a great miracle had happened there, but the notion was worth treasuring, if only for a few moments. "I started remembering the angle that Goodwin brought up, The protection scam where some friend or relative or customer comes to a store to collect, and the store owner had better pay or be ostracized by his countrymen. Rote Dai and his wife wanted to save money and go back to Korea, where they could live very well among their own people. Dai wouldn't come across, so a special collector had to be brought in to rattle or shock or beat him into paying. And this special got tough. Very tough is more like it. From the dining room, Seth could hear most family members' voices raised collectively in the Mao's Tsur, which Andy would later tell him ingenuously sounded a lot like Rock of Ages. This perp punched the stubborn man in the stomach. Dai grabbed a knife to defend himself. The perp put his own stronger hand on Dai's, turning it around and stabbing him to death, which is when his own trouble started. His own trouble? The Dais have a black cat who seems to think that if strangers walk into the store it must be party time, so he comes over. Lucky he was near when the argument turned bad, probably very quickly. He started to get away, like any cat would, brushing against the perp and causing him to lose his balance after the stabbing and cut himself on a metal stud on the cat's collar. "You yourself scratched a finger on the collar when we were questioning the family," Drawhill mused. "What would it prove, that bit about the perp?" "We're not talking about a scratch, but a cut that drew blood. There's a discoloration on one of the collar studs, and the lab can tell us if it's blood and about how long it's been there, and with an identification from us whose it is." "All right, Seth, whose is it? Do you know the name of this special collector you talked about?" Who would be more impressive to hire for that job than a uniformed cop? "One of ours." "Bastard." Drawhill considered. He'd want to make the strongest impression by wearing his uniform and wouldn't want to be seen out of his own beat. 2 cops were working the neighborhood when this happened. "Which one do we tag?" "I figured that out pretty quick. When we first got to the crime scene, the policeman inside the store was holding his stick with a thumb and 3 fingers. I thought he was relieving his boredom with carrying the damned thing, but he was actually hiding the finger he had cut. His blood type is a matter of record, and details can distinguish it from dyes on the scene, but we need supplementary evidence. Tomorrow morning we start finding out if he's living beyond his means, which is probable if he's done jobs for the protection mob. And we can ask storekeepers, who'll talk if they see an end to what's been happening, Harry. We'll probably hit pay dirt on a not very experienced guy like Napier before we bring him in for questioning. Ray Napier, you told me his full name is. Son of a bitch." Outside the study door, Seth found Andy waiting to keep any intruder at a distance. She smiled contentedly. "Your mother just solved a big problem for me. You know that I've been having trouble selling 1-bedroom units in a co-op building on West End Avenue here in Manhattan. Well, your mother has a friend who has recently been widowed and belongs to a support group with other recent widows. One or more is sure to be interested in smaller living quarters." "Great." He'd tell her afterwards that the Dye case was history. When I thanked your mother for being so helpful, she said, "After all, you're in the family now. Who does a person try to help if not family?" "Right she is." He took her arm. "And now we can go back into the dining room for a high old time with the family, mine and yours. I suppose this makes me Sancho." Gary A. Braunbeck. Now I know that there's folks around this town who think that I'm just a couple of fries short of a Happy Meal, on account I let Quixote ride around inside my leg sometimes. That's right, I said inside my leg, not on it. Quixote's my cat. He ain't no dog, and I'm not partial to making off-color jokes about over-friendly hounds, so I'll thank you to get that smutty smirk off your face. Quixote's nothing special, breed-wise. Just a crotchety old Tom who kept coming round my back door every night a few summers ago, howling for a little food. I'm not the type who usually takes to animals, but that particular summer had been a not great one for me, what with breaking up with my girlfriend and having to go in for an operation to have the pins replaced in my remaining leg. And I guess I was feeling a bit lonely and blue, and Quixote's coming around every night gave me some company to look forward to. But don't you go feeling sorry for me. I've got plenty of friends here in town, and don't never have to be alone if I don't want to be. But there are times when a soul gets to feeling a little on the outside of things, if you know what I mean. None of which really has anything to do with what happened. But I figured since you asked for all the details, I might as well give you a little personal information, what with this being what do you call it again? A human interest piece? Stop me if I start to go south while I'm talking. I've never been interviewed by a reporter before. Now, where was I? Oh, yeah, how I came to adopt Quixote. When it became apparent to me that he was a stray that tended to get in a lot of fights, evidenced by the nightly new scratch or fresh cut, I realized that I just couldn't let him go on by himself much longer. The night following this little epiphany of mine, he shows up at my back door with a serious gash on his side that I knew was going to shorten his life expectancy something considerable. So I coaxed him into the house with a can of salmon, found an old box to put him in, took him to the 24-hour emergency animal clinic out past Cherry Valley Road, got him all fixed up with stitches and medicine and shots and such. Didn't get him declawed, though. Didn't like the idea of having him go through the rest of his life unarmed. Then brought him back home with me, where he immediately set out making himself right at home. He don't take well to strangers most of the time, which comes in handy when I'm sizing up a person. If Quixote don't warm up to them after about, say, a half hour or thereabouts, they're probably not the type of person likely to win any humanitarian awards. You're probably wondering why I named him Quixote. Well, part of it's because he saw, and still sees, enemies hidden everywhere. I can't ponder much his opinion of windmills, since there ain't any in these parts, but he's a bit on the paranoid side. The TV he hates on account of all the faces and voices that come out of it. He once actually hissed and jumped at the screen, claws at the ready, when he got a load of that big-ass dumb dog they use on that one Kibbles and something or other commercial. I'm convinced he thinks the coffee pot is some kind of mad robot out to get him, and I don't even want to discuss the ongoing battle between him and the vacuum cleaner. The upshot is Quixote's got himself a suspicious and defensive nature. I can't hold that against him, not when I think about what his life was like on the street before I took him in. And for a while I was afraid things wasn't going to work out between us. Then, just this past Veterans Day, something happened that made me not only thankful for his suspicious nature, but also made me realize that maybe it's a good thing that not all cats are the warm and fuzzy friendly types you see like in them cat food commercials. Okay, here's what happened. Every Veterans Day, I participate in the annual parade downtown. I usually ride on the Vietnam Vets float with the other guys who was over there, all of us wearing either our dress uniforms or field outfits, depending on which we can still fit our expanding waistlines into. And on account I don't drive, Jimmy Henderson down at the VA office always arranges for somebody to come and pick me up a couple hours ahead of time, so's him and me can have ourselves a nice lunch with the other vets that the ladies' auxiliary fixes up every year. They lay out quite a buffet for us, the ladies do, and they're more than happy to wait on those vets who can't get around easily on their own. It's damn nice of them, and a fellow always comes away feeling appreciated. Okay, so I get myself all ready and have my dress uniform on. I'd gone on a diet a few months before and lost 3 inches around the waist, just so's I could fit into it. I cut, if I do say so myself, a somewhat dashing figure in that uniform. And there was a young lady named Beth at the ladies' auxiliary who I suspected was waiting for me to ask her out on a date, so I wanted to look as handsome as possible, an area in which I need all the help I can get. Because the arthritis in my good leg was flaring up that day, I was rolling around the house in my wheelchair, looking for my Ken doll prosthetic. I call it that because it always reminded me of the leg on one of them Ken dolls. You know, Barbie's boyfriend. I'm talking the older Ken doll, the one they was making back in the late 60s, early 70s. It was this big, heavy plastic job, with a wider-than-average circumference, where I had to fit it around the stump below my right knee. As you can tell by looking at me, I'm a big guy, 6'6", 265 pounds, most of which is still fairly solid muscle. I made 'em crazy at the Veterans Hospital when they was trying to fit a prosthetic on me because my legs were so big. I suppose on the day in question I could have gone for that sleek new alloy job they gave me last year. I mean, sure, it is a lot stronger and lighter than my old one, but something about the alloy leg makes me feel like I'm slowly being transformed into Arnold, the way he got to looking in the last reel of The Terminator, and it sort of gives me the willies. I prefer my Ken doll leg. Guess I'm just sentimental about it. Anyway, I finally find the darned thing buried under a pile of laundry in the back room, and I slide down out of the chair and get on my side and roll up my right pant leg and start slipping the leg into place when I notice that it seems to have a bit more heft to it than usual. I figure it's just on account this is one of my aching arthritis days, and I'm in kind of a hurry because I'm all excited about seeing Beth at the buffet and asking her to meet me after the parade and all that. I reach into my pockets and slip my hands through the special flaps I made so I can snap the straps into place without having to actually take my pants off, and if you make any pocket pool jokes, son, this interview is over. And I almost got it all snug and secure when the phone rings. I figured the answering machine would just pick up after 3, but it didn't. You see, the answering machine is another enemy of Quixote's. He don't like all the buzzing, all the clicking and whirring. He'll have none of it. Some time ago he had figured out that the red indicator light meant that the monster was awake, so if he just jumped up onto the table and pressed his paw against the button beside the indicator light, that put the monster to sleep. Well, the monster had been put out cold today, so the phone keeps ringing and ringing. I get into my chair, my Ken doll leg still not entirely attached, and do a Mario Andretti over to the phone stand. I snatch up the receiver and put it to my ear, and hear Jimmy Henderson on the other end, already chatting away like I'd answered and we was having ourselves a hearty conversation. Know that you always get hit up this time of year by door-to-door donation seekers, but I just wanted to let you know that the Supporters of American Veterans is a fine organization and has my wholehearted endorsement, so I urge you to give them a little something when they drop by. Jimmy, what the hell are you talking about? You know full well that I'd donate part of my monthly VA check to vets' charity funds. You helped me arrange it when we set up the direct deposit with the bank. How come Representative will be stopping by in a few minutes to see you and ask for your financial support? Something in his voice wasn't right. At all. Someone who didn't know Jimmy wouldn't have noticed it. Would probably have thought he sounded just fine, real smooth and calm, collected-like. But I'd known Jimmy for quite a few years, and could tell when he was nervous, because he got this little twang in his voice, mostly at the end of certain words. Financial, for instance, came out sounding like financial. Not quite that exaggerated, but you get the idea. I first noticed this when him and me started playing poker with a bunch of other guys every other Thursday. If Jimmy had himself a good hand, he got all nervous and excited inside, but looked as composed as you please outwardly, and would almost always give himself away to me on account of that twang. Jimmy loses a lot at poker. But this time the twang was a bit different. Jimmy wasn't just nervous. He was scared. Seriously scared. Jimmy, is everything all right? Of course it is, Daniel. He never calls me Daniel. Everybody calls me Dan or Danny. Then why are you letting these folks hit me up for a donation? She's fine, and the kids are great. Said to tell you hi, and they're looking forward to seeing you in the parade today. Now it was getting not only scary, but weird. Jimmy's a bachelor. I felt my back go rigid in the chair. What's going on, Jimmy? Sure, I'll be glad to let them know you'll bring your cheesecake recipe. Listen, Daniel, I've got a lot of other guys to call here in the next half hour or so. An SAV representative will be over in a few minutes. Give generously. Oh, yeah, and make sure you tie that dog of yours up outside, okay? Can't be too safe about tying up the dog. Then he hung up. I checked the caller ID screen on the phone. Jimmy had called me from the main office of the VA downtown. I sat stock still for several moments, trying to figure out what was wrong and how I was going to let the police know that there was some kind of an emergency at the VA office. What tipped me off? Jimmy saying tying up the dog right before he hung up. That was a code phrase my unit used over in Vietnam. I'd told Jimmy about it several times. It was a distress call. Translation, we're in deep sewage. Send help now. I was picking up the phone to call the police when someone knocked at the door, then turned the knob and just came on in. The kid must have been in his early 20s, but the meanness in his features made him look at least a decade older. He was well dressed. Suit must have put someone back a few hundred, and he was carrying a big donation can with an SAV label on it. "Mr. Gentry?" he said. "I don't recall saying you could come in." He smiled a lizard grin and pushed the door closed, then reached inside his jacket and pulled out the biggest and ugliest semi-automatic pistol I'd ever seen. "I knew the door would be unlocked. Mr. Henderson said you always left it unlocked on Veterans Day, so the person giving you a ride to the parade could just come on in case you were still getting ready. Please hang up the phone." I did. I found it's best not to argue with a semi-aught. "What the hell do you want, son?" "I'm not your son, and what I want is the second half of the combination of the safe at the VA office." I glared at him. "You must have done some serious convincing to get Jimmy to tell you that. You'll need a couple of stitches and maybe a bone or two reset, but nothing major." The local VA office has a policy, not widely known, of cashing checks for certain veterans who don't have direct deposit, or don't live in a mailbox-safe neighborhood, or simply prefer to avoid banks. There's usually anywhere between $2,000 and $10,000 in that safe during the early part of the month. A lot of vets, and this town's got a bunch, have their checks delivered right to the office, so they can go straight to the source and not have to bother with a lot of middlemen. The checks had been late this month. Mine still hadn't arrived, so the money was just sitting there in the safe. Jimmy gets nervous about that, so he always has me change the combination every month. The lock is computerized, and every month instructs me to not tell him what the secondary sequence is. For some reason I don't quite understand, the initial series of codes has to stay the same, some kind of manufacturer safeguard, I guess, but the secondary sequence can be changed as often as you please. I do volunteer work at the office 5 days a month, right after the checks come, so I'm always the one who gets to open the safe. Makes me feel important, and it's kind of neat to watch this big electronic lockbox go through its circuit dance when it swings open. Jimmy insists that we do it this way every month, so that in case something like this were to ever happen, he can honestly tell any robbers that he doesn't know the rest of the combination. It's all kind of overcomplicated, and a bit laughable, because you'd think in a mid-sized town like this nobody would be stupid enough to try and rob the VA office. I shook my head at the kid and said, "Well, you at least picked the right day. I imagine Jimmy is the only one down at the office." Bingo. Everyone else is either at the luncheon or the parade site. "How do I know you ain't going to kill Jimmy and me once you got what you want?" He jacked back the slide, chambered around, and pressed the business end of the pistol against my forehead. "You don't." I took a deep breath, said a quick prayer, and told him what he wanted to know. Placing his foot against one of the arms, he pushed my wheelchair back about 5 feet, the gun still aimed directly at my head, then picked up the phone and punched in the number of the office. "Yeah, I got it." He gave them the secondary sequence. I cleared my throat to get his attention. "Tell him that it's going to take about 2 minutes for the safe to finish the whole activation sequence before it opens." "What?" I sighed. "Once the sequence is punched in, the safe has all these other built-in security programs it has to shut off before it opens. It takes about 2 minutes. I don't want your buddies thinking Jimmy and me are trying to pull a fast one." He passed the information along, then hung up the phone and stood there staring at me. What I knew that he didn't, what no one but me and Jimmy knew, in fact, was that the sequence I'd given to him would open the safe, sure, but this particular sequence would also trigger a silent alarm at the police station. "How many of you are there?" I asked. He was feeling cocky, I'm sure, having proved his superior intelligence and manhood by holding a wheelchair-bound man at gunpoint. Me and the 2 guys at the office, plus the dozen or so folks we've got down at the parade site, going through the crowd and soliciting donations. Nice scam. Kind of like what they did in Cleveland a couple of years ago. That's how we got the idea. Those folks got caught. We won't. How do you know? He yanked the phone cord from the wall, then stormed over and pressed the gun against my head, looking down at the plastic foot of my prosthesis. 'Cause a one-legged man can't give chase, and since most of your neighbors are gone, it'll take you at least 10 or 15 minutes to get any help. That is, if you can get out of these. He pulled a set of handcuffs from his back pocket, slapped one end around my wrist, then pulled me over next to the radiator and attached the other end to the main gas pipe. Out of the chair. It was a little difficult, but I managed to slide down onto the floor and get myself in a half-comfortable sitting position. The kid knelt down and tugged on my Ken doll leg. It budged a little, then stopped. That's when I felt something uncurl just a tad next to my stump and realized where Quixote was hiding. "Can you unbutton or unhook this thing?" "Sure." I reached in with my free hand, my left one, so you can imagine it was quite a reach, and managed to get the harness unsnapped. "It's loose," I said, hoisting it up so the foot was almost level with the kid's face. I could feel Quixote's body tense, could feel him give one of those mean, quiet little growls that he always gave before attacking some evil household appliance, and I definitely felt the claws dig in as he readied to spring. The pain must have shown on my face because the kid said, "Are you all right?" He actually sounded concerned, so I decided to play the sympathy card for all I could. It hurts to put this on and take it off. I stepped on a damned mine when I was on patrol one night. Ouch. Sorry, said the kid, putting on the pistol's safety and shoving it in behind his belt. Just pull it off real quick, will you? Yeah. He started to tug, then stopped and said, "Look, we didn't hurt your friend too much, really. We aren't going to kill anybody. My dad, he was over in Vietnam, too. I wouldn't be part of this if I thought we'd kill any vets. I got too much respect for them. Mighty patriotic of you. Will you please pull it off quick? The pain's killing me." I suppose I was doing some powerful overacting at this point, but this kid didn't strike me as a closet theater critic, so I figured I was safe. On his knees, the kid pulled himself straight up, the prosthetic came straight off, and as soon as the leg had cleared away, 11 pounds of paranoid feline fury threw itself straight into his face. His hands flew up to grab Quixote, and I expected him to fall backward, but he didn't. He fell to the side, and I was able to roll half over and grab the pistol from his pants, release the safety, and fire 3 shots into the ceiling. This would have sent most cats heading for the hills, but it only served to irritate Quixote, who pressed his claws against the kid's throat and sank his teeth into the kid's nose. "Oh, God, get it off me!" "I really wouldn't move too much if I was you. He don't seem to have taken a shining to you, and I ain't had them claws of his trimmed for a long time." "Uh-huh. By the way, son. Uh-huh. Happy Veterans Day." When the kid didn't say anything, Quixote growled and scratched him a bit. Happy Veterans Day," squeaked the kid. I felt proud to be a feline-loving American at that moment, I don't mind saying. Well, you pretty much know the rest. The cops showed up at my house about 2 minutes later. The guys down at the VA office panicked and gave themselves up. Not one of them was older than 22. And they hadn't planned it out as well as they'd thought, and the rest of them were picked up at various spots along the parade route as they tried to solicit donations for their bogus charity. Quixote rode on the float with me that day, and I even draped one of my medals around his neck to show my appreciation. He sat up at the front of the float, head high, chest out, looking pretty proud of himself. As for me and Beth, Well, I suppose you figured out from your call earlier and from her answering the door that her and me had ourselves that date, and about 100 others, and we got married a while back, and I ain't had a lonely moment since. The VA decided that maybe keeping all that money in the safe wasn't such a good idea, so now they've arranged it so that the cash is on hand for only 3 days every month, and there are armed police officers at the office during those 3 days. And if there's any vet who can't make it to the office during that time, Beth and me are more than happy to go and give them a ride into town. Those punks split Jimmy's lip and busted his nose, but since he's healed up, everyone agrees that it has improved his looks considerably. As for Quixote and my leg, I took an ice pick and hammer and made several air holes in the plastic so he can breathe while he's in there. And once a week I strap on the Ken doll leg — Beth makes me wear my Terminator leg the rest of the time — and take him out for a stroll. He's real comfortable in there. I added a patch of carpeting for him to snuggle up on, and it's quite an odd sensation to feel the inside of your leg purring as you walk around. Sometimes when he gets real happy, that purring gets a bit loud, and the little kids get a real kick out of it. Quixote's just this week been named the official mascot of our Veterans Day parade. And yeah, I suppose this makes me Sancho Panza, but I don't care. My cat's as good a soldier as ever I served with. You'll have to excuse me now. I believe my leg needs to visit the litter box. It was real nice of you to stop by. Boxing Day. Nick Hassam. 1. Frankie on the telephone. So, how was the trip? Fine, just fine. The voice on the other end of the line sounds like it could be in the next room, Frankie's outer office. It's a grand title for what is in reality only a threadbare carpeted room containing nothing but boxes. Boxes of Sony Walkmans, Gucci shoes, and Armani sweaters, all the brand names carefully misspelled. He can see them from where he's sitting, lined up like whorls on the cross-sections of a tree trunk, denoting all the deals and scams that are his life. Frankie is a small-time crook, a con man, but now he's made a move into the big time, and he's nervous about it. Frankie reaches for the pack of Marlboro Lights and shakes one free. He feels like his old dog Vegas, been dead now most of 20 years, rummaging around in the dead garden soil of the old house in Queens looking for treasures. Nodding to the old Vargas calendar he keeps up on the wall simply because he likes the pictures, he grunts and says, "And how's Marcy? She enjoy the flight?" "Fine," the voice says. "Marcy's fine. She liked the flight." "Good," says Frankie. "I'm pleased." Actually, Frankie couldn't give a damn about what Marcy thought about the flight, but he's making conversation. People tell him all the time he should make more conversation, so he's making it. He considers asking if they had nice seats on the plane, and how was the food, and did they manage to get the John to flush, but he figures, hey, enough making with the conversation already. Time for business. He grunts again and says, "So, no problems." He makes it sound like a statement. Positive thinking. Frankie doesn't want problems. There's a slight pause on the other end of the line, slight but noticeable. Then the voice says, "Well," stretching it out into a long word. Frankie decides to light the cigarette. He's been thinking about quitting these past few weeks, but the closest he's got is sitting chewing on the unlit cigarette until the filter gets to look like second-hand gum. He draws the smoke in deep and feels the tension ease. "So, what? Are you telling me there were problems? Huh? What are you telling me here?" "There's a problem, yeah. One problem. You want to tell me what it is, this problem?" "It's Boston." Frankie draws in more smoke and watches the fire run down the cigarette. He imagines Boston wandering around London, high as a kite, walking down the street, clicking his little claw fingers to some unheard, by everyone else, melody, maybe wearing a beret and shades like a real cool cat, maybe? like he just soaked up $250,000 of prime nose candy. The bag's burst and the cat's stoned out of his gourd. Is that it? If that's it, then I don't want to know. He waits, listening to the silence. Okay, tell me. I want to know. Has the bag burst? Not as far as I know. How far is that? A long way? A little way? Frankie shakes his head, and smoke envelops him, wafting around like a shroud. Will you talk to me, for Christ's sakes, Mel? What's the problem here? Boston's in what they call it, Frankie? What do they call what, Mel? Speak to me. Give me a clue. You know, you can't visit him. You can't Look, Mel, think about this. It suddenly makes sense. Like those old comic books when there's a lamp clicks on over the character's head. Quarantine. The cat's in quarantine. That's it. That's where he's at, Mel says, sounding relieved. That means he's sick. God. Is he sick? Not as far as I know. Mel, we did that one already. If he's in quarantine, then he's sick. Silence. Frankie stubs out his cigarette and shakes another out of the pack. You still there, Mel? He asks. Still here. Okay. He lights up and pulls it in deep. Okay, why's he in quarantine if he's not sick? Mel says, they took him from Marcy at the airport. Said they have to keep him a while, you know, like locked up. Being locked up suddenly seems like a luxury vacation to Frankie. There were worse things to consider. They say anything else? The silence indicates that Mel is either nodding or shaking his head. Frankie waits for some kind of verbal sign which. They going to keep him away from other animals until they're sure he's okay, they said, says Mel. How long? Boxing Day. Frankie frowns and pulls on the cigarette. Boxing Day? What the hell's Boxing Day? That's what I said. Mel lets out a throaty chuckle. I said to this guy, and what did he say, Mel? Day after Christmas. Then we can get him back. Frankie could feel his eyeballs pushing out of his sockets. Day after Christmas? God, Mel, that's 3 months is what it is, Frankie. 3 months. If they have to wait until then, Frankie realizes, he'll have been feeding fishes in the East River since Halloween. We have to get the bag back. We have to get it out of the cat, Mel. Guy said we could visit. Yeah? Yeah, we can visit him any time. But he's in a cage, Frankie. Okay. You leave it with me and I'll call you back. Frankie makes to put down the telephone and has a second thought. He lifts it back to his ear and shouts, Mel, you still there? Still here. I'm coming over. You're coming over? To England? Right. When? Now? Frankie sighs. Not this minute, Mel. There's a couple things I need to do first, you know? Like I have to book a flight, pack a bag, little things like that. But I'm coming over. Do nothing until I get there. Okay. Can we go out, Frankie? Me and Marcy? Sure, go out. Have a good time. I'll call you from the hotel lobby when I get in. From our hotel, Frankie? Frankie smiles like he just had a bad attack of heartburn. Something like that, Mel. Something like that. He hangs up and looks at his cigarette. It's burned down to the filter. He reaches for the pack as the door buzzer sounds. Yeah? Frankie says into the voice box. Francis, it is I. We need the parlay. Beam me up. Frankie can hardly get the words out, but eventually he manages it. Sure. Push on the door, Ed, he says. Then he lights the cigarette. 2. Frankie in conference. So, how you doing, Ed? To what do I owe this honor? Frankie looks at the big man slumping into the chair right in front of his desk, casts a glance at the 2 neatly dressed thugs who enter the room behind him and stand with their backs against the door. Edward Crowenhour shakes his head. I think I need to see a doctor, Francis. he says, folding his gloves neatly on his crossed legs. "What is it? You sick?" "Not so much sick as confused, Francis." Frankie frowns, looks up at the other guys, but their heads are somewhere else, faces blank. But he knows better. He knows that it may look like the lights are on and nobody's home, but one wrong move and there'll be a whole heap of action behind the curtains. He looks back at Ed, tries a half-smile, and raises his eyebrows questioningly. "I am confused because I am hearing voices, Francis." Ed settles back in the chair and straightens the crease on his pants leg. "Voices on the telephone. They call me from London, England. They tell me my delivery has not arrived. They tell me, too, that your man, Milton? Melvin, Frankie says. They tell me he said something about a cat. I am wondering if perhaps, though I know you are not a doctor, Francis, I am wondering if perhaps you are able to explain why I hear these voices telling me things I do not want to hear?" Frankie laughs, a short, nervous, braying noise. "It's a mix-up, Ed. A little well, hey, not even a problem. You know what I'm saying?" He raises his shoulders and, elbows close to his sides, holds his hands out, palms up. Ed Crowther's face breaks into a smile. "Tell me about the mix-up." Frankie leans back in his chair. "We put the bag into a cat's belly." Clouds appear on Ed's face, storm clouds gathering out on the ocean of his forehead and sweeping quickly towards the beachhead that are his eyes, little piggy eyes set close together, little piggy eyes that show no compassion. "Hey, no, the cat felt nothing, not a thing. It was all done under a full anesthetic. The bag was placed into the outer lining of the stomach where it could come to no harm, and then he was stitched up good as new. Boston didn't feel a thing." "Boston? This is the cat in question?" Frankie nods enthusiastically. "This is the cat." He leans forward. "Surely, my wife, she called him Boston on account of he has little reddy brown markings just above his feet. You know, like he has red socks." He looks around at the two guys standing by the door. "And I didn't even know she knew anything about the game." He laughs. "And the mix-up?" "Well, the mix-up came about because we forgot about the quarantine laws. You know, where you have to put animals into quarantine for a time until they're satisfied they aren't bringing something in." "Bringing something in?" The clouds, which seemed to have dispersed, returned. There was lightning in them. "No, no," Frankie says, shaking his head. "Not bringing in something like dope. Bringing in something like AIDS or beriberi. Leprosy, maybe. What the hell do I know? Like you said, I'm not a doctor, right?" "Correct," says Ed, pointing a finger. Frankie sits back. "So how long is Boston being detained?" "Until Boxing Day." "When is that, Francis?" Frankie frowns. "Day after Christmas." Ed laughs. The laugh subsides a little as Ed watches Frankie's face, and then it starts again, loud and raucous. Frankie starts chuckling, too. "Is that Christmas this year, Frankie, or next?" Frankie laughs harder now until he notices that Ed has stopped. "Hey, no, it's Christmas this year, Ed." Ed Crowther lifts his gloves and gets to his feet. He turns to the man standing immediately behind him and nods once. Then he says to Frankie, "Well, look on the bright side, Francis. At least this year you will not have to worry about buying any presents." The man by the door takes something from inside his jacket. It's long and black and metallic-looking, and it has a thick nozzle on the end of it. Frankie jumps to his feet. "No, Ed, you don't understand. I've got it all sorted. I'm going over to England, and I'm going to visit the cat and get the bag out. As God's my judge, Ed, you have to trust me on this." Crowther slaps his gloves against his side, considering. The man with the gun lets it hang by his side, waiting for further instructions. "Very well, Francis. You have until Tuesday, which is the 1st of October. If I do not hear voices telling me everything is well, we shall need to talk again. Frankie nods. Sure, Ed, he says. The big man turns around. That will not be necessary on this visit, he tells the man with the gun. But our friend should be made to appreciate that diversions such as this are costly and tiresome, he says. However, I do not feel it would be helpful to the current situation for others to be made aware of this lesson and understanding. Both men nod. I'll wait downstairs, Ed says. I will see you again, Francis. As the door closes, the two men step into the center of the office. The boss says for us not to leave marks, one of the men says with a smile. Frankie steps out from behind his desk. Oh, is that what he said? 3. Frankie flying high. You okay, honey? I'm fine, Shirley, really fine, Frankie says, coming back from the John and pouring himself into the seat like his ass is full of buckshot. Will you quit asking me how I am every 5 seconds? He lets out a sigh as he tries to make himself comfortable. Shirley turns away from him and looks out of the window, where she sees only more clouds. You don't seem like you're fine, she says softly, her breath misting the glass for a moment and then disappearing. Well, no, I'm not fine now you come to mention it, Frankie says. I'm still pissing blood, and I just dropped a turd that had more kinks in it than a corkscrew. He groans and rubs his stomach. I think those goons mangled my bowel or my large intestine. Well, at least they didn't leave any marks, honey. Frankie lets out a sharp laugh. Hey, and don't think I'm not grateful, okay? I'll remember them in my will. Could be I'll need to write one. Shirley turns around, her face a mask of concern, and says, Haven't you made one out already? I was kidding you. I was joking, for Christ's sakes. Oh. Frankie shakes his head and flips through the London guidebook he bought at LaGuardia. What the hell is Boxing Day, anyway? He says to nobody in particular. Frankie. Yeah? How big is this cat? How big is it? You saw how big it was. You gave the goddamn cat its name. So we're talking about Boston, the same Boston I saw already. Yes. If she had twice the brain, she'd still be only a half-wit, he thinks. So how did you manage to get $250,000 of coke into Boston's stomach? He must look like an airship. Frankie closes the guidebook and lays it on his lap. Surely, this is a new strain of coke, not a goddamn shipment. It contains some new ingredient. I don't know what it is. Bunch of numbers. But it means you can spread it wider. You can get more dime bags per deal. You follow me? A prototype. A what? A prototype. The specimen that they'll use to mass-produce it. Frankie stares at his wife like he's seeing her for the first time. You been keeping anything from me here, Shirley? Now, why would I do that, honey? 4. Frankie comes home. Frankie says to Shirley, It's like coming home, you know. Shirley is turning around in the cab to get a look at a big store with a whole load of flags hanging outside. Coming home? Yeah. My old man, his grandfather, came over from England. Did I ever tell you that? I don't think you did, honey, no. The 3,000 miles he's just put between himself and Ed Crowenauer have made him feel easier. Even the pain in his gut feels better, and the last time he took a pee, it was clear. A little painful, but clear. Frankie settles back in the seat and looks out at the rain-washed streets, looks at the mass of bulbous black London cabs going every which way up and down the little streets, and he feels safe. You know what? What? I could live here. We haven't even been outside yet, honey. How do you know you could live here? Frankie shrugs. Just feels quieter. More civilized. It feels like it has more depth. Am I making any sense here? Shirley pats him on the knee. "I think I know what you're trying to say, honey," she says. "It has more character, more breeding." Frankie nods, thinking on that for a second. Then he turns to her and he asks, "You sure you're not keeping anything from me?" "Like what, honey?" Frankie shrugs. "Seems like you suddenly know a whole lot of things." Shirley turns to him and she gives a smile, kind of a sad smile. "I guess I read a lot." "You read a lot? Since when? I don't think I ever saw you reading anything other than the Enquirer." "You're never home to see me doing anything, Frankie. How could you say that? I haven't read an Enquirer for years. Only reason we still get it delivered is for you. It's you who reads the Enquirer." Frankie takes that in. It's true, he does read the Enquirer, and truth to tell, he's been getting annoyed with it just recently. Like every article has quotes from pals or close sources. He doesn't believe in it anymore. It's then, with the rainy streets of London speeding by the cab window, that he realizes he doesn't believe in a lot of things anymore. "You think I'm changing, Shirley?" "Changing in what way, honey?" He gives another little shrug. Jesus, he thinks, where would my conversation be if I didn't have my shoulders? "Changing like getting more intense. You know what I mean?" "You're getting older, Frankie." She looks out of the window. "We're all getting older. Gets to a time when the old things and the old ways, the things and ways that seemed so important once, they no longer seem to matter." Frankie frowns, gives it some thought. "Is this Piccadilly Circus?" Shirley shouts through the partly open window, which separates them from the driver, breaking the words up to make Piccadilly. The man shouts back over his shoulder that it is. He points to some kind of statue right in the middle of the road and says, "And that's—" "Eros," Shirley says, staring at the statue, making the words sound mystical and wonderful at the same time. Frankie watches her face from the side and wonders where the years have all gone. 5. Frankie and Melvin go shopping. "Yes, gentlemen. How may I help you?" "We'd like to purchase a cat," Frankie tells the man behind the counter. "Purchase?" Mel whispers. Frankie ignores him. "A kitten?" the man asks. Frankie shakes his head. "We were looking for a full-grown cat. One with, little orange socks around the feet." The man looks surprised. "You want to buy a cat wearing socks?" "Sock markings," Frankie explains. My wife's sister, she used to have a cat with orange markings around the feet. We're over here to see her, the sister, not the cat." The man nods patiently. "Actually, the cat died." "I'm sorry to hear that, sir." "Yeah, so is she. The sister, not the cat, yes. I think I get the picture." "No, the cat's dead," Mel adds helpfully. The man nods some more, and all three of them stand looking at each other. Next to them, a cockatoo squawks something unintelligible, and the man says, "Quite." Frankie isn't sure whether he's referring to the bird or them. "We only keep kittens here, sir," the man says then, "and not too many at that, and I'm sure we don't have one with those markings." "Oh. Might I suggest you visit the Cat Protection League? They have a shelter over in Clapham. You can get the address from the yellow pages. I'm sure you'll be able to find what you want there." Frankie nods. "Thank you kindly," he says. Outside the pet store, Mel says, "What's with this purchase and thank you kindly stuff?" "Breeding," Frankie says. "Character and breeding." Mel nods and doesn't ask what Frankie means exactly. Frankie is pleased for such small mercies. Later that same day, Frankie and Mel are in a cab heading away from the Cat Protection League's shelter in Clapham, south of the Thames. They have a cat that looks like a dead ringer for Boston. They are heading for the quarantine section of the Immigration and Passport Control buildings at Heathrow Airport. Mel is practicing appearing normal with the cat stuffed down his shirt. It moves around a lot, but doesn't hurt. "How do I look?" "Fat," Frankie says. "How's it feel?" Mel considers before answering. "Okay," he says. "It feels okay." He rubs the lump under his shirt. "It feels good." Frankie frowns. "Marcy kind of fell for Boston, you know. I think I'm going to have to get her a cat." "Sounds like—" Frankie was going to say a pretty crazy idea, but suddenly it seems to make a whole lot of sense. "A great idea," he says instead. "Sounds like a great idea." 6. Frankie and Melvin make a fair exchange. Sometimes the bear eats you, sometimes you eat the bear. Frankie has heard that saying somewhere. He doesn't remember where or when, but he knows what it means. Today, he and Melvin have eaten the bear. Everything has gone incredibly well, timing perfect, with the gods of irony looking the other way at every stage. Maybe it's a sign, Frankie thinks, heading back into town in yet another black cab, this time with Boston, the real Boston, sitting on his lap. They got into the quarantine section at Heathrow without any trouble at all. The new cat stayed still under Mel's shirt. The guy who escorted them in to see Boston was called away for a few minutes, giving them time to make the switch. When the guy returned, he didn't notice the difference in the cat he now had and the one he'd had a few minutes earlier. Boston stayed still under Mel's shirt, and they got out without any further comments. Except one. "You certainly do love your cat," the guy had said. "Yes," Frankie had answered. "I guess I do." The guy in East Cheam, a strange man who called both Frankie and Mel matey, and who possessed a bizarre glass eye that continually watched the opposite wall when he was speaking to them, had performed the simple operation, removing the packet, and Frankie had given him the promised $1,000. Now, stitched up once again, Boston is groggy. Frankie strokes him and looks across at Mel. He smiles and says, "You know, I've been thinking." "Yeah? About what?" "Yeah, I've been thinking about things." "Yeah," Mel says, in an ain't-that-the-truth voice, and Frankie realizes that further comment will not lead anywhere. 7. Frankie delivers the goods. "You want me to make it now?" Frankie nods. He and Melvin are in a small office, 3 flights above a sleazy strip joint in Soho. It's dark outside. Frankie has just asked the man to make a call stateside to say the handover has happened. The man dials the number and speaks. "Yeah, it's me. Sure, everything went fine. I suppose," he says, looking questioningly at Frankie. Frankie nods. "Yeah, no problem. I'll put him on." Frankie takes the receiver. "Ed, it's Frankie." Ed tells Frankie he did well. Frankie says thanks. Then Frankie tells him he isn't coming back to New York, at least not for a while. Ed asks why. Frankie turns away from the man watching him and from Mel, who's right now sitting on the sofa stroking the sleeping Boston. "Personal reasons," he says in a soft voice. 8. Frankie bids farewell to the past. Frankie and Shirley wave through the huge windows at the disappearing plane. The farewells have been tearful, particularly for Shirley and Marcy, although Frankie, too, has experienced some sense of things changing, things that can never be the same again. Frankie has told Mel he can take over the old business. He has been in touch with his bank and with a realtor, and the apartment on Riverside Drive is already up for sale. The realtor told him he thought he could make a quick deal if that was what Frankie wanted. Frankie told him it was. The funds from his checking and savings accounts have been transferred from his bank in New York to an account in Lloyd's Bank. Frankie picked Lloyd's because he felt they needed his support, having gone through all the insurance hoo-ha that Shirley told him about. Frankie has not realized that Lloyd's Bank and Lloyd's of London are 2 completely different companies, and Shirley has seen fit not to tell him. She thinks it's kind of sweet of him to do it. They have bought a small place in Swiss Cottage, because the area sounded European, and Boston has recovered completely. Frankie, now 56, and heading full tilt for 57, considers himself retired. "You know," Shirley tells him, as she thrusts her hand into Frankie's coat pocket and takes hold of his hand, "I feel a little naughty." They are outside the main Heathrow terminal and walking to the car park where their Jaguar is waiting to take them home. It's a typically cold October night in London, and the atmosphere is damp and foggy and mysterious. All possibilities are there for the taking, it seems. "Naughty?" Frankie says. "Is that a character and breeding word?" She laughs. "I feel like I just left my husband and ran away with the man I married. Does that make any sense to you?" Frankie nods. "I'm beginning to see a whole lot of sense in the things you tell me," he says. "There's still one thing I want to know about, though." She says, "What's that?" "Eros," Frankie says. Her laughter echoes in the foggy air. 8. Frankie and Shirley on Boxing Day. The days and weeks and months have sped by in the lives of Frankie and Shirley, the way the days and weeks and months speed by in the lives of us all. The Tower of London, Madame Tussaud's, Big Ben, the Houses of Parliament. So many days filled with discovery and experience and enjoyment, particularly enjoyment. They have been up to Stratford, where Shirley took Frankie to see a production of The Merry Wives of Windsor. "You've never seen Shakespeare until you've seen him in Stratford," Shirley told her husband in the foyer, and Frankie didn't have the heart, or perhaps the nerve, to ask her how she knew that. And they have been across to the southwest coast to see Tintagel Castle, where King Arthur ruled the land from a round table. And they have been across the Thames to Clapham, many times. "You certainly do love your cat," the man tells Shirley and Frankie. "How many times have you been out here to see him?" Frankie fights off the urge to shrug, and instead says, "No more than he deserves." He signs the papers and waits for the man to check through the details. The man looks up and nods, smiling. He hands one copy of the document to Frankie and looks across at Shirley, who is sitting on a chair with Boston on her lap. "You know," the man says, nodding at Boston, "that cat could be a twin for this fellow." He lifts the cage containing the cat from the shelter onto the desk, his eyes glancing from one to the other. "Are they related?" Frankie slips the paper into his jacket pocket. "Who knows?" he says. "Quite," the man says. Shirley stands up with Boston, and Frankie picks up the cage with the other cat. Then he stops and glances across at his wife. "Was there something else?" the man asks. Shirley frowns at Frankie, wondering what he's thinking about. "Well, just one thing," he says, "but it isn't anything to do with cats." The man waves his arms and gives them a big smile. "Well," he says, "if it's anything I can help you with, I'll be happy to do so." "Boxing Day," says Frankie. The man looks puzzled. "Yes?" Frankie says, "Why is it called that?" "What, Boxing Day?" Frankie nods. "Well, it's a traditional day of giving," he says. "The first weekday after Christmas is what it used to be. Now, of course, it's always December 26th. "But why Boxing Day? What's that got to do with giving?" "Oh," comes the answer, "it comes from Christmas box, like a present. That's how people used to pass on their gifts to one another, in a box." Frankie looks across at Shirley, gives her a smile. She smiles back. He lifts the small cage containing the cat and walks across to where Shirley is sitting, puts it on her lap next to Boston. "Happy Boxing Day," he says. "And a happy Boxing Day to you too, honey." Afoot and light-hearted I take to the open road, healthy, free, the world before me, the long brown path before me leading wherever I choose. Walt Whitman, from Song of the Open Road, 1881. Death of a Glamour Cat. Christine Matthews and Robert J. Randisi. 1. She's been your mother for 44 years. If anyone should know what she likes, it would be her darling boy. Come on, you two spend hours together, talking, shopping, gossiping. You know her taste better than I do, he countered over the phone. Remember the beautiful nightgown I got her 2 years ago? She gave it back to me, wrapped up in the same box, as a gift for my last birthday. Said she never cared for it. And the plant we sent her when she moved into her new house? She refused delivery, telling the poor florist that he should be ashamed of himself for sending her something half dead. Besides, if you want to get technical about it, I've only been related to her for 3 years. They could go on like this for hours, thinking about that mile-wide, stubborn streak of his wife's. He knew this standoff might last for days. Someone had to be grown up about the whole thing, and Gil decided to take the plunge. All right, Claire, you win. I'll think of something. He could hear the director shouting in the background, and knew their call would be cut short. You're such a sweetie, she cooed. I love it when you take charge. It makes me hot. Are you going to watch the show tonight? Sorry, can't. I'm finishing up inventory in the break front. The huge break front was filled with first edition mysteries instead of dishes. I'll bring dinner home. How's that? Great. I'll see you later. As if cued by the hanging up of the phone, the handsome man in his late 20s walked into the bookstore. I'm looking for a book on cats, he said when he noticed Gil sitting at his desk. The bookstore had no counter, just a small wooden desk where Gil sat and conducted his business. He had an office in the back with a larger desk, where he did his bookkeeping and other business he could handle after closing, like inventory. Animals, aisle 3. No, the man corrected, laughing. Not the animal, the play. I'm sorry I didn't make myself clear. Gil laughed also. Honest mistake. There's this new book I'm kind of excited about. I think it came out last week. What's so special about it? Now the man's laugh was a nervous one, and he looked embarrassed. I'm supposed to be on pages 26 and 30. You see, I'm an actor, and I'm in the play. My name's Paul Taylor. They shook hands, and Gil introduced himself. We've been touring for 2 years now, Taylor said, and we're at the Fox for the next 2 weeks. You know, I just happen to have that book. Gil knew most of his stock by heart, and he also knew that Cats was coming to the Fox. He had ordered several copies of the book, hoping someone would be moved to look for it after seeing the play. I'll get it for you. That's great. The old Delmar bookstore was housed in a trendy section of St. Louis called University City. Some called it the Loop. It was a stretch of about 6 long blocks of Delmar that boasted indoor and outdoor restaurants, antique shops, bookstores, 2 others besides his own, and small specialty shops. Gil Hunt had owned the shop before the area became trendy, and even before he met and married Claire. The building was one of the oldest on the block. Gil walked to the back of the store, savoring the sound of the creaking floorboards and the scent of paper and leather bindings. He never got tired of the way the store smelled. The young man was more impatient than he had first seemed, and decided to follow Gil to the shelves in the back, under a staircase, the theatrical section. Gil found the oversized book and held it out to his customer. Here you go. Thanks. This is great. Excitedly flipping through the pages, he finally stopped at a black-and-white photo of an actor made up to look like a large cat. This is me, Old Deuteronomy. He held the book out for Gil's inspection. The bookstore owner had trouble recognizing the young actor beneath all the makeup, except perhaps for around the eyes. With all that makeup and fur, it could have been anyone, And so the older man lied. "Looks just like you." "Think so? I'd be in a lot of trouble if I looked like some old mangy cat. But thanks, you've been great. I'll take it." He snapped the book closed. "It's for my mom, for Mother's Day." They walked back to the front of the store, where Gil totaled the purchase. It came to $55.85. When Gil told the man the amount, he looked concerned. "What? Gee, that's a lot. These coffee table books can run pretty high." The young actor pulled out a worn wallet and pulled a Velcro tab. Gil could see two $20 bills in the cash section. "We take MasterCard and Visa." He hoped that would solve the man's problem. "Too bad they wouldn't take me. A struggling actor is not a very good credit risk. I've only got $40, and that has to last me until next Wednesday." Suddenly, the young man's eyes lit up. "Say, have you seen the show?" "Yes, my wife and I saw it in New York." The man looked crestfallen. "But my mother hasn't seen it." The man's face lit up once again. "Would you like 2 tickets? I mean, I know we've just met and all, but I really want this book for Sunday. How about if I leave 2 tickets at the box office for you and your mom? I tell you what, make it 3 for Sunday and you've got a deal." "Done." "Looks like I owe you money now," Gil said. "How about if I gift-wrap the book and you can pick out a card from that wall over there to go with it?" "Thanks, man. You saved my life." Gil's Mother's Day problem had been solved. He thought about Claire's reaction when she found out that he'd handled it so quickly. If she'd been aroused before... He reminded himself to pick up some wine on the way home. 2. Gil checked his appearance in the bedroom mirror, and, satisfied, walked into the living room. The apartment he shared with Claire was in a high-rise building on Brentwood Avenue in Clayton. He and Claire had moved there after they were first married. With the combined incomes from his store and her job as a hostess on the St. Louis-based Home Mall channel, they were able to afford the rent. Prior to that, he'd lived in a more modest part of town, in a small apartment he'd used basically for sleeping. He'd moved there following his separation and ultimate divorce from his first wife, because it had been close enough for him to spend time with his 2 sons. Since that time, his wife had taken the boys and moved to New York, so now he got to see them only 2 or 3 times a year. It was actually a small price to pay not to have his ex living in the same town. Okay, not so small. "I'm almost ready," Claire called from her bathroom. "Take your time. We don't have to pick up my mother for an hour." Claire came out, and he marveled at how it never went away, that little leap in his stomach when he saw her. He loved the way the apartment smelled of her perfume. Her blonde hair seemed to glow, as did her pale skin. She wore very little makeup because she needed so little. She was that pretty. "You look fabulous," he told her, "and you smell great." "You," she said, heading right for him, "look like a hunchback." She reached him and immediately began straightening his sweater, pulling it down so it didn't bunch behind his neck. He thought most husbands would have merely endured her touch in this situation, but he reveled in it. He wondered if it would still be like this in 10 years. He hoped so. He knew so. "How do I look now?" he asked. "Wonderful," she said, touching his arm, his chest, his beard. Gil Hunt was 44, 3 years younger than his wife, Claire, but his hair and beard were peppered with gray, and this, coupled with her youthful looks, convinced people he was actually older than she. They had met at a mystery convention in Omaha, Nebraska. He had been a book dealer there, and she was attending with a girlfriend. Circumstances had thrown them together, fittingly for the event, a murder that they had solved, and a whirlwind long-distance romance had ensued, resulting in her moving to St. Louis to marry him. As a result of the murder, he had become something of a minor celebrity at mystery conventions these days. On the other hand, almost upon her arrival in town, she had secured her television job, which made her a celebrity, especially throughout the Midwest. "We'd better go," she said. "Rose likes us to be early. She's going to complain about having dinner afterward." "We already explained that to her." "I know," Claire said, "but she'll complain." "I'll tell her I had to work." "She'll complain." "Are you saying my mother's a complainer?" She stared at him. "Hello, is anyone home? Read my lips. Your mother complains." He laughed and said, I know," while he slipped his leather jacket on. "But I put up with it," Claire said, putting on her coat, "because her son's so doggone cute." After 2 kisses, they stopped and left the apartment. If they got to a 3rd and 4th, they'd be late, and his mother would have even more to complain about. 3. "My doctor says I'm supposed to eat regularly," Rose Hunterelli complained. "You'll eat, Ma," her son told her. "Believe me, you won't die of hunger. I had a small salad for lunch because I knew my son and daughter-in-law were taking me out to dinner. I didn't know dinner would be at midnight." "Don't exaggerate," Gil said. Claire, sitting in the back seat of the car, maintained a controlled silence and let her husband handle his own mother. "Well," Rose said, and sniffed, "it'll be late." "Not so late." Hunterelli was Gil's family name. When he first opened his bookstore, he realized that with his mail-order business, he'd be on the phone a lot, explaining not only how to pronounce his name, but how to spell it. Shortening it to Hunt for business purposes seemed the thing to do. They were driving down Grand Avenue, and finally the Fox Theater came into view. Parking was easy to find, since the city had put in the lighted signs that looked as if they had been stolen from cheap motels. They'd even had a lighting ceremony to add some class, but Gil still thought the signs looked tacky. He headed for one of the lots, trying to ignore his mother's loud sniff. Glamour Cat checked herself one last time in the mirror. She was known to be fussy about her makeup, in fact fussy about everything, which caused her to be generally disliked by the rest of the cast. The door behind her opened. "I'll be out in a minute." When no one replied, she turned and looked at her uninvited guest. "What do you want?" "Stop!" Her protest was cut off by the first blow to the head. The second blow caught her on the way down, and the 3rd and 4th rained on her while she was prone on the floor. The blows had to be hard to have the desired effect through her makeup and costume. They continued after she had lost consciousness, and because she was lying on the floor and there was no give beneath her head, they were particularly effective. The killer dropped the weapon to the floor, where the torn wrapping paper quickly became stained with blood, and left the dressing room, closing the door gently behind. The curtain went up in half an hour. 4. "Cats." Rose Hunterelli looked horrified as she read the large letters on the marquee. "You know I'm allergic." "No, Ma." Gil held back a laugh. "It's a play, a musical." The old woman's eyes lit up. "Like The Sound of Music?" "What a beautiful story that was." "It's our gift to you," Claire said. Then she hugged the frail woman. "Happy Mother's Day, Rose." "Yeah, Ma." Gil hugged and kissed her when Claire stepped aside. "Happy Mother's Day. Now you stay here while I pick up the tickets." The 2 women watched as Gil walked into the small ticket office adjoining the theater. When he was out of sight, Rose turned to Claire. "You kids shouldn't have gotten me anything. You know I'm happy just spending time with my favorite people." "We know," Claire said, even though she knew it was a lie. Rose Hunterelli loved getting presents. Claire had come to understand and respect her mother-in-law. And she had, after all, given birth to one perfect son. For that reason alone, Claire would be eternally grateful. Gil had come into Claire's life when she had given up hope. That had been 5 years ago, but to her it felt more like 5 months. He was still so new to her. His intelligence, warmth, even his finicky mother. She adored everything about him. "We're all set." Gil held out the tickets for their inspection. "Third row in the center. Orchestra." "I hope it's not too loud." Claire patted her mother-in-law's arm. "It'll be perfect." As they stood in line to enter the lobby, several women whispered, pointing towards Claire. Finally, one of them waved and shouted, "I love your show." "Thank you," Claire mouthed, trying not to draw attention to herself. The status of television star fit uncomfortably. Spending time in front of a camera was to her just a job. She was still overwhelmed by the attention it brought her outside the studio. It brought the shyness she had tried to suppress for so many years to the surface. A young, eager man with thick glasses took their tickets, checked the date, and ripped them in half. "Enjoy the show," he said mechanically, returning the stubs to Gil. The lobby of the Fox Theatre was spectacular. The floor inclined slightly towards the back, where an elaborate staircase led to a private club. Flanking the staircase were two large lions, painted gold with ruby eyes. The ceiling was at least 50 feet high, and a stained-glass window rose above the front doors. On either side of the oblong room, bars manned by tuxedoed bartenders were set up. "Would you care for a glass of wine, Rose?" Claire asked. "That would be nice." "Gil?" Being catered to was something he had never experienced within the parameters of a marriage before. He enjoyed Claire's attention and made great efforts never to take the gesture for granted. "I'd love a beer." She leaned closer and said so only he could hear, "You got it, Gilly." She was the only one who dared to call him Gilly. She winked and left him with his mother. Knowing he would be watching her walk the long lobby, she stood a little taller. The theater seemed to be filled with mostly women. A good number of them wore corsages on their jackets and spring dresses. Gil looked down at his mother. The two of them had been through a lot together, and he was proud of the feisty woman. "I hope you enjoy this, Ma." "I'm sure I will, son. I always enjoy." Before she could finish, a speaker buzzed loudly with feedback. Then a man's voice spoke. "Ladies and gentlemen, due to circumstances beyond our control, the Fox Theatre regretfully must cancel this evening's performance." The crowd started grumbling and complaining, drowning out much of the rest of the announcement. "What about our tickets?" Rose shouted to her son. "The announcer is saying something about that now, but I can't make it out." Claire returned with their drinks. "I wonder what happened." Gil steered them to an alcove off the lobby. "Let's stay here until the crowd clears a little. We'll have our drinks and keep out of the way." "Good idea," Claire said, handing Rose her wine. It was useless trying to make any sort of conversation. The lobby was jammed with one large, disgruntled audience, left now with nothing to watch. As they sipped from their plastic glasses and tried to avoid being trampled or shoved, a door opened behind them. The old theater had many passageways and staircases. This particular door had been concealed by a tapestry curtain. When it opened, they were taken by surprise. "Excuse us. Make way, please." Two police officers stood on either side of a big cat. That is, an actor or actress dressed in full theatrical splendor. Gil guessed it was a man because of the height, and then noticed something familiar. His hands had been handcuffed behind him, and he looked as if his feet were getting tangled. Every so many steps, the officers would have to stand him upright to keep him from slumping over. "The police!" Rose was excited. "Looks like they're going to haul him into the station." Suddenly, Gil realized why the handcuffed cast member looked familiar. He grabbed Claire's arm. "That's the man who got us our tickets." "The one from the bookstore?" "How can you be sure?" "He showed me his picture in the book. He's Deuteronomy." As if he'd heard his name, the big cat turned and looked directly at Gil. He set his legs and pulled the cops to a stop. "Hey, mister!" he shouted as they yanked him away again. "I didn't do it, mister! I swear I didn't kill her!" 5. Before he could respond, Gil saw someone he knew moving through the crowd after the cops. "That's Sam Harper, the writer for the Dispatch who shops in your store?" Claire asked. "He's after the cops," Gil said. "Maybe he knows what happened." Claire knew her husband was nosy and anxious to find out what was going on. "Oh, go on," she said. "But I'll get the car. I'll take Rose to her place and then wait for you at home." "You're wonderful," he said, kissing her and rushing off. "Where's he going?" he heard his mother ask. "Never mind him, Rose. You and I will—" Her voice faded away as he pushed through the crowd, trying to catch up to Harper. "Harper!" he shouted. The man paused, looked around, then continued on. "Sam!" This time he turned and saw Gil. "Come on," he said, beckoning. "I've got to catch up." "What's going on?" Gil asked the reporter. Harper spoke without looking at him, intent on getting through. "There's been a murder. One of the cast members. The cops just hauled off another one and are probably going to arrest him." "Deuteronomy? What?" "That's who they're taking away," Gil said. "An actor named Paul Taylor." Suddenly Harper grabbed Gil's sleeve. "You know him?" "He was in my store the other day. He got us the tickets for today." Harper's grip tightened, and he said, "Stay with me." When they got outside, they saw a police car driving off down the block. "The meat wagon and M.E.'s car are around the side," Harper said. "Come on." "Where to?" Gil asked. "My car," Harper said. "We've got to get to the police station. This is a hell of a story." In the car, he said, "Tell me about this actor. What's his name?" "Paul Taylor. He came into my store and bought a coffee table book about the show. He showed me his picture inside." "And that's how you recognized him? Even with all the makeup?" "Well," Gil said, backing off for a second, "I recognized the character, and Taylor plays the character." "You mean it might not be him?" "No, it's him," Gil said. "He spoke to me in the lobby as they were leading him away." "What did he say to you?" "That he didn't kill her." "It was a woman who was killed, wasn't it?" "Yes," Harper said, "but I don't know who. I managed to talk to one of the detectives for a few minutes, and I got a look at the murder weapon. Real odd." "What is?" "The way she was killed." "How?" "She was beaten to death," Harper said, "with a book. A big, thick— Say, Gil, do you suppose that's the book you sold him?" 6. Claire gave her husband a concerned look as he entered their apartment. "I would have come to get you." "Sam gave me a ride." She embraced him, and he closed his eyes for a moment, breathing her in, enjoying the feel of her. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," he said, as they broke apart. "It's the kid I'm worried about." It was her husband Claire was worried about, ever since he'd called her and told her how the woman was killed. Was it the same book? He sat on the sofa and nodded. "You can't feel guilty." "How would you feel if you'd sold someone a murder weapon?" he asked. A moment later he grabbed her hand. "You didn't," she said, sitting beside him. "It's not your fault she was killed." "I know," he said, squeezing her hand. "I know that. I just feel—" "You don't think he did it, do you?" "If you'd seen how excited he was to get that book," Gil said. "It was for his mother." She smiled and touched his cheek tenderly. "You're such a kind man." Remarks like that embarrassed him, she knew, and she loved that about him, too. "What do you want to do?" she asked. "I want to help him." "How?" He shrugged. "Guess you should start at the theater and ask some questions. Poke around." "That's an idea." "Has he been charged?" she asked. "He hadn't been when I left. They were still questioning him." Did you get a chance to talk to him? Just briefly. He repeated what he said at the theater, that he didn't do it, and asked me to believe him. Why you? He just arrived in town. Maybe he doesn't know anyone else. He's going to need a lawyer. Gil added that last statement as if he'd just realized it. I imagine the people with the play will help. The people with the play, he said. I've got to find out who they are. Wait. She got up, walked to the dining room table, and returned with a program for that day's performance of Cats. Here, I grabbed this on the way out, one for us, one for your mom. I thought she should have a memento of some kind. 7. Getting up at 4 a.m. and making it to the studio by 5:30 was the pits. But the morning show was Claire's baby. The makeup woman applied foundation to Claire's face with a small sponge. She chatted almost as quickly as she dabbed. Wasn't that just too horrible? What happened last night at the Fox? My cousin's husband's sister, Maureen, works over there. They call her when a new production comes to town, and then she gets assigned to one of the stars. She's done 'em all. Hello, Dolly, Phantom of the Opera, you name it, she's been there, done that. Claire hadn't told anyone she'd been at the theater the day before. She knew only too well how one word could start an avalanche of gossip. Being interviewed on hard copy was not her idea of fun. Too many of her colleagues had found themselves discredited and unemployed after talking to the wrong reporter. But yet, anything she could find out to help Gil, to ease the guilt he had struggled with last night. Was Maureen working on any of the Cats cast yesterday? No, and she was pissed off. When the crew got to town about a week ago, the people at the theater gave her a call. God, she was so excited. We went out and celebrated. Why so special? I thought you said she does this all the time. The thin woman in the black jumpsuit started applying eyeliner to Claire. There are shows, and then there are shows. Know what I'm saying? Cats has been on Broadway for 30 years? Something like that. One of the bigwigs told Maureen that one of the Cats was looking for someone to travel with her, and when the tour was over, she needed that someone to stay with her in New York. Someone who could do it all, hair, makeup, nails, maybe even help out with wardrobe. Maureen can do it all? Claire asked, trying not to move. Sure. She's a graduate of the Hollywood Beauty School. It's her dream to make it in the theater or movies. A soap opera, now that's good work. All she needs is to hook up with the right person. So what happened? Women can be so catty, you know. The woman kept speaking, unaware of the pun she had made. Just because Maureen is gorgeous and talented. I guess Madame Diva felt threatened. Before Maureen even got a chance, she was out, axed, fired. That's a shame. A bald man with a black headset clamped over his ears stuck his head into the room. How's it coming? Hold your horses. I'll have her ready in 15 minutes. That's my girl. Pleased with the answer, the man left. So, Claire needed one more bit of information. Did Maureen get a chance to meet the woman who was killed? Meet her? She was the very same bitch who got her fired. It's like I always say, what goes around comes around. Claire hurried out of the makeup room towards the set. There was no time to call Gil with her news. Time was short, and there were so many other things to remember. The director's chair was empty, and as Claire waited for her cue, she couldn't help noticing that morning's copy of the Post-Dispatch folded across the seat. Murder at the Fox, cancel show, read the bold headlines. Claire, you're on in 5, 4, 3, 2, go. 8. Gil entered the lobby of the Fox. It looked quite different during the day when it was completely empty. For one thing, it appeared larger. He heard footsteps and turned his head to watch a man come from one of the foyers. The tours start in the back by the... I'm not here for a tour. Oh, is there something else? I'm meeting someone here. Who? Me, a voice said behind them. Oh, Mr. DeLay. "It's all right," DeLay said. "I'll take care of Mr. Hunt." The man nodded and walked away, leaving Gil with Charles DeLay, the director of cats. Gil turned and looked at DeLay. The man was barrel-chested and in his 40s, with wavy black hair salted with gray. "You are Mr. Hunt, aren't you?" "Yes, I am." They shook hands. It had taken Gil the better part of the morning to track DeLay down on the phone, and then he'd had to convince the man to meet him at the theater. Gil's day had started with a call from Claire after her morning show. She'd told him what her makeup lady had said about her friend Maureen. "All right, Mr. Hunt," DeLay said. "I'm here as you requested. Now, what can I do for you?" "I wanted to talk to you about Paul Taylor." "What is your interest in Taylor?" "I met him a few days ago and sold him a book about this play, Cats." DeLay frowned. "The book he used to kill Brenda Manning?" Gil recalled reading in the newspaper that the victim, who had played Glamour Cat in the show, was named Brenda Manning. "I don't think he killed her." "Really?" "The police seem to think so. They've charged him." That was also in the newspaper. "I realize that, but I'd just like to ask some questions. Are you some sort of a detective?" "Well, no, but then I don't understand. When you said on the phone you were a writer, I thought you wanted an interview. I'm sorry if I gave you that impression." Actually, Gil wasn't sorry. He'd been vague on the phone, and it had been DeLay who'd asked if he was a writer. "I'm sure you said you were a writer." "I'm not," Gil said, "although I am involved with books, as a bookseller." "Look," DeLay said, "this is a very trying time, and you've brought me here under false pretenses. Don't you want to help Paul?" "What do you think? He's put a halt to my production and killed a wonderfully talented girl." Gil had the feeling DeLay had thrown in that last bit as an afterthought. "I don't think he killed her." "You met him a few days ago. What do you know about him?" "When did you meet him?" DeLay sputtered a moment, then said, "That's neither here nor there." Gil was sure DeLay had met Taylor just before he did. Taylor did say he had just arrived in town. "I have very little time for this, Mr. Hunt," DeLay said. "I've got to find replacements for 2 cast members." "I would think the part of Glamour Cat would be difficult to replace at this stage of the play's run." "Very difficult," DeLay said, "and that's why I haven't got time to talk to you." "How well did you know the dead woman?" "I was her director," he said. "She's been with the show the whole time. I knew her." "Wouldn't you like to help Taylor if he didn't kill her?" "I don't know him." "That doesn't necessarily preclude you from helping him," Gil argued. "Take me, for instance. I intend to ask questions until I can prove he's innocent." "That's very admirable, Mr. Hunt." The director's tone was condescending. "Does the rest of the cast think he's guilty?" "I can't speak for the rest of the cast." "Would you mind telling me where the cast is staying?" "They're spread out," the director said. "Some are at the Hilton, some at the Embassy Suites, some are even at the Drury Inn. You'd have to look around for them." "Mr. DeLay—" "That's all, Mr. Hunt," DeLay said. "I have no more time for you. Good day." The director walked away and left Gil alone in the lobby. Since he was already in the theater, he decided he might as well take a look at the dressing rooms. It wasn't hard to find the dressing room that had been Brenda Manning's. There was a tape outline on the floor where her body had been. There wasn't much to see beyond that. When he left, he found a payphone and called home. "It's about time," Claire said. "What did you find out?" "Only that the director, Charles DeLay, is sure Taylor killed Brenda Manning." "What's he like?" "A big, barrel-chested guy in his late 40s, black hair turning gray. He seems real convinced that Taylor killed Manning, and I don't know why." "Did you ask him how well he knew her?" "Sure I did. He said he was her director." "That's all?" Gil knew the tone of Claire's voice. It was her "I know something you don't know" tone. "All right, tell me." He was more than her director. "How do you know that?" "I talked to Maureen." "Your makeup lady's friend, or whatever?" "Right. I got her on the phone, and she was only too willing to talk." "And she says they were having an affair?" "Yep." "And you believed her?" "I think she was telling the truth, Gil." "No sour grapes?" "Maybe some. She's no saint, but her story can be checked out with some of the cast. She says they knew, so why should she lie?" "How did she know they were having an affair?" "She saw them together once," Claire said. "Why would he lie to me?" "Oh, Gil, why not? You're not the police. Besides, did he really lie?" "Well, no, he just sort of skirted the issue." "Why don't you come home and we can figure this out?" "I'll bet you think you already have." "I think it's him," she said. "Charles DeLay. But come home, Gilly." "So we can talk?" "And for other reasons, too." He smiled at the phone. "I'm on my way." Gil hung up and walked to the lot where he'd parked his car. 9. When there was a knock on the door, Claire wondered if Gil had forgotten his key. Even as she opened the door, she realized that if he had his car key, he certainly had his door key, too. Oh! There was a man at the door, a tall, barrel-chested man with gray hair who looked surprised. "I'm sorry. Can I help you?" "I was supposed to meet a man here." "Who?" "Does Gil Hunt live here?" "Yes, he does." "Are you his wife?" "That's right. Can I help you with something?" The man seemed confused. He looked up and down the hall, and then back at Claire. "I'm supposed to meet him here." "What's your name?" "It's kind of personal." "I just talked to him on the phone," she said. "He's on his way home, but he didn't say anything about meeting anyone." I could wait for him in the front of the building." "If you'd tell me your name—" "Really," the man said, "I'd rather wait out front." "Wait a minute," Claire said, suddenly recognizing the man from Gil's description. "You're Mr. DeLay, aren't you? The director of Cats?" "You know me?" "Mr. DeLay, you talked to my husband already today. Why would he ask you to meet him here?" Suddenly they both moved. Claire tried to close the door in the man's face, but he got his shoulder into it and pushed it open, sending her staggering back. He entered and slammed the door behind him. "What do you think you're doing?" she yelled. "Please be quiet, Mrs. Hunt," DeLay said, his tone anguished. "I don't want to hurt you, but your husband, he says he won't stop." "You did it, didn't you?" she asked. "You killed that poor girl. Please. My husband will be here any minute." "I know," DeLay said. "I'm counting on that." When he took out the gun, Claire was surprised at how calm she was. This man had already killed one woman, and he probably wanted to kill Gil and her, but his heart didn't seem to be in it. "Tell me what happened," she asked. "Please, while we wait for Gil." She was surprised at how readily he responded. How many times had she and Gil watched a movie where this happened, where the killer spilled his guts in the end, and they had a hard time believing it? "It was her own fault," DeLay said, almost in tears. The gun he was holding was an automatic, and it looked small but deadly. He wasn't pointing it at her, just waving it around as he talked. "She was going to leave me," he went on, "and leave the show." "And which was the greater sin?" "Both," DeLay said. "I made her, Mrs. Hunt. But she was tremendously popular with the audiences. Without her, the show would flounder, and so would I." She saw a wedding ring on his hand. "You're married, and you were having an affair. A foolish affair, as it turned out." I loved her, but she never loved me. She told me that to my face. She was leaving me and the show, and I couldn't let her do that. But you didn't shoot her. You beat her to death. I couldn't bring myself to shoot her, DeLay said. Isn't that amazing? But you had no problem beating her with that book until she was dead? I didn't mean it, he said. I hit her once, and then I couldn't stop. Claire wondered what would happen when Gil came home. Of course they'd hear his key in the door. Would DeLay shoot her, and then Gil, or the other way around? There was a pewter gargoyle on a table near the sofa, and she started to inch her way over to it. I think you're a liar, Mr. DeLay. He didn't seem to catch what she said right away, then looked at her and said, What? You had to have taken that book from Paul Taylor's dressing room. You meant to kill her with it, and then leave the book behind to frame him. This is not quite the crime of passion you're trying to make it out to be. Now he adopted an indignant pose. His back straightened, and he looked down his nose at her. What did you expect? I couldn't just kill her and take the blame. You don't understand. The show needs me, and he had only just arrived. That's very noble of you, she said. You frame a young man so you can go on directing the show, which you say will flounder without Brenda. I'm finding your logic kind of faulty, Mr. DeLay. Logic? The man laughed, humorlessly. There's perfect logic involved here, woman. Certainly the play will flounder without her, but the publicity her death will bring will make up for that, at least until I can find a suitable replacement. So you're going to kill my husband and me, and then walk out of here and find her replacement? Is killing just an order of business to you, Mr. DeLay? She was still moving sideways, inch by inch. I did not do this lightly, Mrs. Hunt, DeLay said, and I admit I haven't thought this part out. I didn't know your husband was married. I knocked, but I didn't expect anyone to be here. I thought I'd force the door and wait for him here. And shoot him when he got home? He told me he wasn't going to stop until he proved that boy innocent. I couldn't just let him. Mr. DeLay, you can't. The key in the lock froze both of them. She was still several feet from the gargoyle. She watched his eyes carefully, feeling the sweat running down the side of her face and between her breasts, hoping that his eyes would go to the door just for a second or two. And then they did. Just as Charles DeLay took his eyes from her to look at the door, she lunged for the gargoyle, grabbed it, and threw it. Never much of an athlete, she could hardly toss Gil his keys or a glove accurately. The gargoyle was no different. It sailed towards DeLay, easily missing him by 2 feet. But he reflexively raised his arms in front of him to ward off the blow. "Gil! He has a gun!" Next to the door was a counter, and beneath the counter a couple of stools Gil had bought, which were too high to sit on. They'd been useless up to now, until Gil picked one up, charged at Charles DeLay, and hit him over the head with it. The stool shattered, and DeLay fell to the floor, pulling the trigger of the gun once as he did so. Gil and Claire stood stock still as the sound of the shot faded. They studied each other for holes first, and then themselves. "Are you all right?" he asked. "Yes," she said. "You?" "I'm fine." Only then did they fall into each other's arms and hold on tightly. 10. Rose Hunterelli called her son from a payphone near the entrance of the Admiral. It was Tuesday, Senior's Day at the Riverboat Casino. The ride down to the riverfront in the tour bus had been filled with gossip, all of it about the arrest of Charles DeLay the day before. Telling her friend Ava that she'd catch up, Rose waited impatiently for Gil to answer the phone. "Old Delmar Bookstore?" "It's about time. I just heard about that friend of yours, the Cat's kid we saw with the police at the theater." "What did you hear?" "He's innocent. The director killed that poor girl. They were having an affair, you know." Gil didn't want to worry his mother and acted surprised. "Really? I haven't read the paper yet." "You always were a good judge of character, Gil." "Thanks, Ma." "I was wondering what you're doing on Sunday," Rose said. "Sunday? I don't know. Why?" "Well, we never got to see the play, and it was my Mother's Day present." "I'll talk to Claire and get back to you, Ma." "Good. Well, I gotta get going. Ava's holding a machine for me." Gil smiled. "Have fun and win big. You gotta work the machines. That's the trick." Before he could say goodbye, she had hung up. Gil sat a moment, studying the phone. He wondered how he would approach Claire with the subject of buying Rose a Mother's Day present again. To Grandmother's house we go. Barbara Collins. Lydia May Albright, 9 years old, sat in the back seat of her parents' late-model Ford Thunderbird as the car traveled along a snowy 2-lane highway in northern Minnesota, with her father at the wheel and her mother beside him. The little girl was wearing a new red corduroy dress with a white lace collar, white tights, and black patent leather shoes. With her long blonde hair, bright blue eyes, tiny button nose, and pink cherub mouth, she looked like a china doll come to life. Next to her, on the back seat, slept the family cat, Fluffy, a white Persian, curled up on the girl's red woolen coat. For never having made the long car trip before, the feline was doing quite well. Lydia looked out the window of the car at the winter wonderland scenery whizzing by, and couldn't remember ever feeling happier. The snow outside that covered the thick pine tree forests was not the heavy kind good for making snowballs or snowmen. It was the kind of snow that crunched under your shoes when you walked, and it crumbled apart in your hand if you tried to mold it. This snow sparkled, just like the glitter on the front of the Thanksgiving greeting card Lydia held in her hand. She bought the card yesterday with her mother at the Hallmark store in the mall, passing over the more modern and mundane greetings of pumpkins and turkeys for this traditional one. Besides the fake snow, the outside of the card showed a family riding in an old-fashioned sleigh, a father, mother, little boy, and little girl. While she didn't have a brother, the parents looked a lot like hers, and the little girl seemed a mirror image of herself. But she hadn't picked the card because of the glitter, or the family in the sleigh, or even because of a poem that was printed throughout and written by a person with the same first name as hers. She had picked the card because of what was inside. Lydia opened the card and smiled at the picture of an old Victorian farmhouse, just like the house where they were going. And on the front porch stood a plump old woman in an apron and funny cap, her arms outstretched, a look of joy on her grandmotherly face. "Are you still fiddling with that card?" her mother asked, glancing back at her daughter. She sounded cross, but Lydia could see a smile tugging at the corners of her ruby-stained mouth. "It'll be in tatters before we get there," she warned. Lydia thought her mother looked so pretty in her green coat with plaid velvet collar, and shoulder-length brown hair gathered at the neck with a green velvet bow. Her makeup was heavier than Lydia had ever seen her mother wear. She could have been a movie star. And for once, her mother didn't have a bad headache. "What's that, dear?" Lydia's father asked her mother. A middle-aged man with dark hair and a handsome, chiseled face. He was wearing a colorful sweater over a pale polo shirt. "A card she bought for Grandmother," explained Lydia's mother. "Oh, yes," he replied, looking at his daughter in the rear-view mirror. "I saw it on the dining-room table. Very nice, Lydia. It reminds me of Thanksgiving with my grandparents when I was a little kid." And he began to sing the poem which was printed on the card. "Over the river and through the woods, to Grandmother's house we go." Lydia beamed. So the poem was a song, too. She listened, enraptured, to her father's deep voice. After a minute, her mother joined in. She had a nice voice, too. "Oh, how the wind does blow! It stings the toes and bites the nose as over the ground we go." Her parents stopped singing and laughed, her father reaching out with one hand and giving her mother a little hug. And her mother in return leaned toward him, placing a little kiss on his cheek, leaving a faint red mark. They all were so happy, so very, very happy. Even Fluffy, woken from her nap by their singing, appeared to have a smile on her little furry face. What a wonderful Thanksgiving this would be! Not at all like last Thanksgiving. Lydia stared out the car window, which seemed like a long, long time ago. "Hurry along now," Lydia's mother, Brenda, said anxiously. "Make sure you have all of Fluffy's things." Brenda, in a black parka with its hood pulled up and Fluffy in her arms, stood by the front door of their Tudor home on Lake Minnetonka. "Why can't we take her with us?" Lydia asked. She hated leaving the cat behind, even for a short while. "You know your grandmother doesn't like cats." Lydia, her arms laden with Fluffy's bed and food, moved past her mother to the front door. "And a lot of other things," the little girl muttered. Mother and daughter walked across the frozen front lawn toward the big brick Dutch colonial home next door. Behind them, the lake, what Brenda could see of it, seemed forlorn, enveloped by a dense rolling fog. The dreary day fit her dreary mood. Mrs. Jensen, a widow in her early 70s, whose husband had died the year before, answered their knock at her door. She was short and plump, in gray slacks and sweater, a pleasant expression on her fair Scandinavian face. Brenda thought Mrs. Jensen looked like a grandmother, even though the woman didn't have any grandchildren or even children of her own. "Happy Thanksgiving, Mrs. Jensen." Brenda smiled. Come in," the elderly woman greeted them. Brenda and Lydia stepped inside the foyer. The house even smelled like a grandmother's house, like chocolate chip cookies were baking in the oven, not like booze and stale cigarettes. "You're positive taking care of Fluffy won't be any trouble?" Brenda asked. "Not at all," Mrs. Jensen assured her. "We get along just fine. I'm sure she'll feel at home in no time." As if in response to that, Fluffy jumped from Brenda's arms to the floor and scampered down the long hall that led to the back of the house. "She remembers where the kitchen is," Mrs. Jensen laughed. "Here's Fluffy's things," Lydia said to the elderly woman, setting the items down on the floor. "Don't forget, she gets fed in the morning." Mrs. Jensen smiled at the little girl. "I won't forget." "I want to pay you something." Brenda dug in her coat pocket. "Oh, no," Mrs. Jensen protested. "I won't hear of it." "But I insist," Brenda replied firmly and held out a $20 bill. "We'd have to pay to board her, you know, and this is so much better." "Well," the older woman hesitated, looking at the money, which she then took and tucked away in a pants pocket. Brenda and Lydia were about to take leave of the woman when the little girl asked abruptly, "What happened to that lady that was here by the door?" "You mean the statue?" Mrs. Jensen replied. "Uh-huh." "Oh, I got tired of her," Mrs. Jensen said lightly, "so I sold it." That startled Brenda. "But I thought it was an heirloom," she said, amazed. She remembered Mrs. Jensen telling her about that exquisite bronze statue of a young Egyptian girl with arms outstretched, holding a platter for salesmen to leave their calling cards on, and how it had been in the office of the family's wholesale grocery store for generations. "Well, now, my dear," Mrs. Jensen chided, "you can't afford to be sentimental at my age." The word afford resonated in Brenda's head. Looking past Mrs. Jensen, she noticed that the grand hall tree with its beveled mirror and ornate dragon hooks was also gone. Had the woman gotten tired of that, too? Then something occurred to Brenda. The week before, she had seen the van of a real estate firm parked in front of Mrs. Jensen's house. Brenda didn't think much of it at the time, because that company often canvassed their neighborhood in search of leads to potential buyers. "Mrs. Jensen," Brenda said, alarmed, "you're not selling the house?" It came out more a statement than a question. The old woman's pleasant mask slipped, and her eyes turned moist, but her voice continued to be cheerful. "I'm looking for a smaller place, yes. Now that Harold is gone, this house is really too big for me." "But you've lived here so long," Brenda moaned, "and we'd miss you terribly." She fought back the tears that sprang to her eyes. Lydia didn't bother holding back her tears. The little girl fell into the old woman's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Then Mrs. Jensen was crying, and Brenda buckled and joined them, and the three stood hugging each other in the foyer. After a minute, Mrs. Jensen wiped her eyes with a tissue from the pocket of her slacks. "I'm not going very far away," she told them. "Maybe someplace further north where it's not so expensive. We'll still see each other." Brenda smiled bravely for the benefit of Lydia and Mrs. Jensen, but inside she felt sick, like someone close to her had died. "Of course we'll still see each other." "You promise?" Lydia sniffed, looking at Mrs. Jensen. "Promise," the old woman said, and stroked the little girl's head. Then she returned to her cheerfulness. "Now you must hurry along. There's a bad storm coming, and you have quite a drive up north. Oh, wait, there's something I want to give you." The elderly woman left them and walked down the hall, disappearing into the kitchen. Then back she came with a white paper plate of chocolate chip cookies covered with clear wrap. "Maybe these will pass the time in the car," she said, handing the plate to Lydia. "I made them from scratch." Mother and daughter thanked the woman and left, waving goodbye. Trudging back across the lawn to their house, Lydia said glumly to her mother, "I wish we were spending Thanksgiving with Mrs. Jensen." Brenda sighed. "I do too, honey. I do too." The family was quiet on the 3-hour trip north from Minnetonka to Brainerd to visit Brenda's mother, who still lived in the same farmhouse Brenda grew up in. Brenda's father had died from a stroke 7 years ago, when Lydia was only 2. Her husband, Robert, had both of his parents living, but they resided in California, and the families rarely got together. On the other side of St. Cloud, with heavy snow beginning to come down, Brenda said to her husband, "I wish there was something we could do to help Mrs. Jensen." Robert, behind the wheel, nodded. "I do too." Earlier, when they were packing the car, and Lydia was out of earshot, Brenda had told him of her fear that the elderly woman had run out of money. "She should get a nice sum for the house," he had replied. But Brenda reminded him that the Jensens had had to mortgage their home some years ago when the grocery business ran into financial trouble. Now she was sure the woman was selling off her antique furniture, one piece at a time, just to make ends meet. Brenda felt a familiar tightening in her neck, and one hand went there automatically to massage it, though she knew it would do no good. "Migraine?" Robert asked, taking his eyes off the road, giving her a funny look, a combination of, "I'm sorry," and "I knew this would happen." Brenda dug in her purse and pulled out the prescription bottle of sumatriptan tablets. She took one, washing it down with a swig of mineral water she'd brought along. Then she put the pills in the pocket of her cardigan sweater in case she might need another. "When will we get there?" Lydia asked from the back seat. The little girl had been quietly reading a book. She was casually dressed, like her parents, in jeans and a sweatshirt. Brenda didn't feel much like making them all dress up. Trips to see her mother were never very festive. "Too soon," her husband said under his breath. Brenda closed her eyes, resting her head against the car seat. She hated her mother. A humorless, whiny, vile witch of a woman. There was no other way to describe her. But what Brenda hated even more than the woman herself was the control she still had over Brenda after all these years. In seconds, her mother could beat her down with a few choice words, just as she had when Brenda was a child. "Robert, pull over," Brenda cried. He swerved the car off the two-lane highway, onto the snowy shoulder. Brenda flung open her car door, leaned out, and up-chucked the sumatriptan tablet. Her breakfast followed shortly, which she'd had over 4 hours ago. Her stomach, realizing long before she did that a migraine was coming, had shut itself down. "Are you all right?" Robert asked softly. Brenda nodded, involuntary tears sliding down her face. She reached for the bottle of mineral water, rinsed out her mouth, and spat into the snow. "Would you like a cookie, Mommy?" Lydia asked sympathetically. Brenda shook her head no. "Let's turn around and go home," Robert suggested. "We'll stop somewhere and call your mother and tell her you're sick." "No," Brenda said firmly. "I feel better, and we're almost there." She wasn't lying. She did feel better. And besides, she'd never hear the end of it if they missed Thanksgiving with her mother. They, after all, were bringing most of the food. Robert sighed and steered the car back onto the road. They were silent the rest of the way. At the farmhouse, Brenda's mother didn't bother to come out onto the dilapidated front porch to greet them. Brenda could see her, scowling from the picture window as they unloaded the car. As she approached the farmhouse, carrying the picnic basket of food, Robert behind her with a suitcase, Lydia bringing up the rear with her books, Brenda felt her stomach lurch again. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, shutting out childhood memories that floated toward her out of the house like unwelcome ghosts. She looked up at the old Victorian house and told herself that's all it was. A house, a structure of wood and stone, nothing more. She tried to open the wood door with its etched oval window, but the door was locked. It had a special latch that automatically locked whenever the door shut. Robert had installed it for Mother last summer after there were some area break-ins. So where was her mother, Brenda thought. She knocked on the door. She knew her mother had seen them. Just what kind of game was she playing now? Then the door slowly opened, and the smell of turkey greeted her. And suddenly Brenda was filled with hopefulness. Perhaps this visit would be different. But then there stood her mother, thin and bony in a drab cotton dress. Where was the new wool one she'd sent her? A white shawl around her slumped shoulders, coarse gray hair pulled back in a bun, cigarette hanging from puckered lips. "Where the hell have you been?" the old woman said crossly. "The turkey's been done for an hour. Now it's going to be tough as leather." Besides the nicotine, her mother's breath smelled of bourbon. "I'm sorry, Mother," Brenda said apologetically. "The traffic was heavy." Why did she have to lie? Why couldn't she just say that they'd gotten a late start, or that she was sick along the way? But then that would be Brenda's fault, and her mother already found enough fault with Brenda. Her mother grunted. "You've put on some weight?" she said. "No," Brenda responded neutrally. "I don't think so. Maybe it's just the sweater." "Well, you look fat." Robert set the suitcase down. "It's so nice to see you, too," he said warmly to his mother-in-law, which made Brenda smile. Robert's sarcasm always went right over the old woman's head. "Hello, Grandmother," Lydia said, keeping her distance. Her grandmother smiled, a rarity, showing tobacco-stained, stumpy teeth, and reached out to her granddaughter, touching the little girl's head. "Such pretty blonde hair," she said. Then the smile dropped. "Too bad it'll most likely turn mousy, like your mother's." "Thank you," Lydia said politely, having caught on to her father's way of handling the woman. "Are you still writing those books?" Brenda's mother asked Robert, the word "those" coming out disdainfully. She had turned abruptly away from her guests, heading for the rocking chair by the picture window. "That's right," Robert responded, following the woman into the living room, settling into a rickety wicker chair. "I'm still writing suspense novels." He sighed and put some exasperation into his voice. "I wish I could do something more worthwhile, like work in a factory, but the darn things keep selling." "I don't read trash," the grandmother said acerbically, putting her cigarette out in a blackened ashtray. Robert nodded thoughtfully. "I remember. Your taste is more literary. Tabloids, is it?" Brenda smiled and took the picnic basket into the back kitchen. Lydia, wisely, had made herself scarce, having disappeared to an upstairs bedroom with her books. The kitchen was small, with worn linoleum and appliances that had been new when television was young. Several times Brenda and Robert had offered to give her mother a new kitchen, but the old woman declined, saying she liked things just the way they were. If so, she liked them dirty and dingy, Brenda thought. She sighed and placed the picnic basket on a formica table. Sometimes she envisioned the house empty, her mother gone. Oh, the things she would do then. How she would fix the house up. The front porch repaired, lace curtains in the living room windows, the fireplace roaring. All the things she'd never had when she lived here. All the things she had always wanted. Hugging her arms to herself as if to keep warm, Brenda glanced toward the ceiling and shuddered. She could almost hear the house cry out. And something dawned on her. The house had been as much a victim as she. "Some day," she whispered. "Some day." There was a noise at the back door in the kitchen, a scratching sound. Brenda turned away from the table and walked over to the door. She looked out one of the grimy window panes. On the stoop was a yellow tom, shivering in the cold, snow swirling around it, one paw stretched out toward the door. "Oh, my goodness," she said. "You poor thing." She tried to open the back door, but it was stuck. She gave it another good tug, but the door didn't budge. Probably hadn't been used for years, she thought. But then she noticed that the door had been nailed shut at the top. Her mother's idea of a back door lock. Brenda went through the kitchen to the living room, where Robert and her mother still sat, but silent now. "Mother," she said, "there's a cat at the back door." She started to say, "Can it come in?" but she already knew the answer. "Leave it be," the old woman said sharply. "It's been hanging around here for a week, and it can either freeze or scat." Upset, Brenda turned on her heels and went back to the kitchen. Maybe she could hide the cat in the basement overnight, then put it out in the morning after the storm had passed through. She peered through the back door window again, but the cat was gone, and she didn't see it anywhere. "That witch," Brenda muttered as she went back to the table and began emptying the contents of the picnic basket, each with an angry clunk onto the table. Candied sweet potato casserole, cranberry sauce, dinner rolls, pumpkin pie. The cranberry sauce was for her mother. No one else in the family liked it. She'd gotten the recipe from Mrs. Jensen and went to a lot of trouble to make it. Spiced cranberries. 4 cups cranberries, 5 cloves, 3 cups sugar, 5 allspice, 2 sticks cinnamon, 2 blades mace. Pick over and wash the berries. Place in a saucepan and cover with cold water. Tie spices in a cheesecloth bag and drop in with the berries. Cook until the berries burst. Remove spices, add sugar, and cook until the mixture is clear. Chill. Just before serving, add 1 bottle of sumatriptan tablets. and Brenda plucked the pills from the pocket of her cardigan, crushed them up with 2 spoons, and stirred the white drug into the red cranberry sauce. At the table, as if in a dream, Brenda watched calmly as her mother dished the red cranberry sauce onto her plate next to slices of turkey. The meat actually was quite juicy, not tough at all. Brenda knew what would happen if someone took too many pills. She'd read the insert that came with the tablet's warning of an overdose. Cardiac arrest. Her mother took a big bite of the cranberry sauce and chewed. Brenda watched, as detached as the whipped cream sitting on the pumpkin pie. Suddenly, the old woman gagged and spat the food onto her plate, startling both Robert and Lydia. "That tastes terrible," her mother said, giving Brenda a mean look, wiping her mouth with the back of one hand. "Must be the sumatriptan," Brenda said sweetly. "Well, next time use a different spice," her mother snapped, and stabbed a piece of turkey with her fork. "Yes, Mother." Brenda looked over at her daughter, who'd gone back to eating her food, unperturbed. But her husband, a forkful of sweet potato casserole held frozen in the air, was anything but. His eyes were wide and frightened. Robert lay awake in bed next to his wife in an upstairs room of the farmhouse. Outside, the howling snowstorm, which had hit around midnight, rattled the window panes, shaking them with icy hands. He looked over at his wife, who was sleeping deeply though fitfully, her lovely face a twisted mask of subconscious pain. It wasn't fair, he thought, that she should go through life tortured by her mother. Wasn't the physical abuse his wife had endured as a child enough? The horror stories she'd told him, waking shivering from nightmares, were enough to fill a season of daytime talk shows. Did the abuse now have to turn psychological? And what about him? As much as he loved Brenda, which was a lot, he had to admit he was growing weary of the effect that horrible woman was having on Brenda. The moodiness and migraines were casting a pall on their lives that extended even to their bedroom. He tried to be supportive, understanding, but after all, he was only human. He reached over with one hand, gently smoothing out the furrows on Brenda's brow. She moaned and turned her head away from him. No, it just wasn't fair. He wished that old witch were dead. A meaner person, man or woman, he had never encountered. Even the villains in his books weren't this vile. Take the treatment of that poor Kitty, for instance. The stray Brenda's mother wouldn't let her bring into the house. What the hell harm would that have done? And later, after supper, when Lydia tried to sneak a bowl of milk and a towel onto the ice-covered front porch for the pathetic little creature, the old biddy knocked the bowl from his daughter's hands, making the little girl cry, and chased the cat away with a broom. He could have killed that wretched old woman. Which brought him around to what was really bothering him, what he'd been avoiding thinking about as he lay in bed. That Brenda really had tried to kill her mother. At the table, he knew Brenda hadn't been kidding about putting her migraine drug in the cranberry sauce. After all, his wife wasn't much of a kidder. And the look on Brenda's face. He couldn't quite describe it. He'd never seen it before. A kind of madness, like she'd lost her mind. And that really scared the hell out of him. Later, after Brenda had gone to sleep, he had slipped out of bed and checked the pill bottle she'd left in the pocket of her sweater. It was empty, all right. Earlier in the car he had seen it full. Robert put his hands behind his head and stared up at the cracked ceiling in the dark. No, he could never leave Brenda. He loved her too much. And he could never hurt his daughter, whom he loved even more. Where did that leave him? Robert sat up in bed, But something had to be done, he thought, before Brenda got another chance to really harm her mother. He got out of bed and slipped into his robe, cinching the belt. God, it was cold in there. In woolen socks, he tiptoed out of the bedroom. He could see light shining under the closed bedroom door across the hall where his mother-in-law slept. There were only 2 bedrooms upstairs. Their daughter was sleeping on the couch down in the living room. Good, he thought. The old woman was awake. Maybe they could have a nice heart-to-heart talk. He would be sincere for once. Lightly, he rapped on the door. No answer. Slowly, he opened the bedroom door and peeked in. The woman was asleep on the sagging bed, under the covers, snoring. Even in slumber, her face had an unpleasant look. Folded across her rising stomach lay a supermarket tabloid, and in one limp hand dangled a cigarette, smoke spiraling lazily upward, just inches from the paper. Robert was startled at what he saw. Didn't the crazy woman even know better than to smoke in bed? That smoldering cigarette could catch fire, and... Just a minute, he thought. Exhilarated, terrified. This was almost too perfect. All he had to do was back out of the room and wait. Wait until the paper caught fire, and then the blanket, and then the woman herself. But what if the whole house burned down? What if it did? He'd seen the tormented look on his wife's face every time she approached the farmhouse, steeling herself to go in. Having the house gone would put an end to her tormented memories. And he'd have plenty of time to steer Brenda and Lydia safely to their car. Of course, it would be too late to help her mother. Tragically too late, that is. He crept toward the bed. Seized with excitement, heart racing. What if his plan took too long to happen? What if he went back to bed waiting for the inevitable and, damn, fell asleep? No, that was impossible. As excited as he felt, he could never fall asleep. And yet, perhaps he should help things along. With a finger, he ever so gently scooted the corner of the tabloid to the butt of the smoldering cigarette. With a crackle, the tabloid ignited, then the tattered blanket beneath it, the flames dancing quickly, and the old woman woke up, eyes popping open like a vampire in its coffin. And with him still standing there. So he swatted at the flames on the blanket with the old lady beneath it, and she yelped and started hitting him on the head. "What the hell are you doing?" she snarled. "I'm putting out the fire. What do you think?" he snarled back. The fire was out. Smoke hung heavy in the air. But instead of appreciation, the old woman pointed to the blackened bedspread and snapped, "Now see what you've done." Robert stared speechless at the tattered blanket that even prior to the fire had had too many holes in it to count. His mother-in-law threw back the bedspread, showing bony legs beneath a faded flannel nightgown, and slid out of bed. "Now I'll have to go get another." Robert's face was burning, but his fire wouldn't be as easily put out, even if his spur-of-the-moment plan had been doused. "You shouldn't smoke in bed," he said, wagging a finger at her. "It's my house," she responded defiantly. "I'll do as I damn well please." She paused, then added, "And I never had any trouble before." He snorted in disgust and turned, retreating to his room across the hall, where his wife slept unaware of the commotion because of the squalling storm. He was disgusted, all right. Disgusted with the stubborn old woman, and disgusted with himself for even considering such a foolish plan, and for failing to carry it out. From the yawning darkness of the upstairs, the grandmother descended to the living room, both her knees and the stairs creaking with every step. She had given her granddaughter 2 blankets to sleep with on the couch, and she would take one back. She thought about her son-in-law and frowned. Was she supposed to be happy that he had disturbed her sleep, which probably caused the paper to catch fire in the first place? She hadn't even finished reading the story about the clone of Son of Sam framing O.J. Now she'd have to buy another Galaxy Star. Did he think they grew on trees? And what was he doing in her bedroom anyway? Sick, perverted creep. Even that disappointment of a daughter of hers deserved better. Not to mention that his thoughtless action in putting out the flames had ruined her favorite blanket. She had never liked that man. He thought he was so superior. Once she tried to read one of his books he sent her, but she ended up using it as a doorstop. It had too many characters to keep track of, and who did he think he was impressing with all those big words? And the swearing. Christ almighty. She wouldn't keep filth like that in the house. Her frown deepened into familiar grooves. She was quite aware that man made fun of her, but she never let on. He thought he was so smart, but not as smart as her. The old woman smiled. Now Brenda, she wasn't smart at all. She could get that girl to jump through a hoop any old time she wanted. The brief smile settled back into the frown. She had to admit, though, her daughter seemed almost defiant this trip. But the old woman would take care of that. In the morning she'd ask her to go to the cellar for something, then lock her down there for a minute or two, just like when her daughter was little, but only then it was a lot longer. That ought to bring back a nostalgic memory or two. Lydia could use some discipline, too. That little girl was so spoiled and coddled. She didn't show the proper respect for her elders. But if the grandmother could have just a few days alone with the child, she could turn that around all right. She'd have to manage that, and soon. She moved slowly toward her granddaughter through the chilly, shadowy living room. She liked the house that way, cold and dark and dreary. She wanted the happy little family to know, when they came for a visit, just what her life was like, just how hard she had it. Sometimes, when they arrived, they'd look around for something they had sent, like a new dress or curtains. Try the trash, why don't you? She didn't need them to tell her what it was that she needed, or how to live either. She stood over the small figure of Lydia, curled up on the couch, covered up to her chin with the blankets. The girl was awake, her eyes big and round. "What is it, Grandma?" she asked. "Got to have one of those blankets." "Grandma?" The girl started to protest, but her grandmother had already pulled back the top cover, exposing the yellow Tom curled up underneath. "Why, you little," the old woman said through clenched teeth, not sure herself which insolent creature she was cursing at. Then she grabbed the cat by the scruff of its neck. Lydia began to cry. "Please, Grandmother, it's so cold outside. I'll put it out in the morning." "I'll put it out now." And the grandmother marched to the front door with the terrified cat, opened it, and threw the animal out on the front porch into the blizzard. "Now scat!" she hissed. But the cat didn't scat or even move, half lying where it had landed. "Won't go, will you?" the old woman said. She retreated a few steps to the fireplace and snatched up an old poker. Her granddaughter, sobbing, ran past her, probably going to summon her parents, the old woman thought. But she didn't care. This was her house, and everyone had damn well better abide by her rules. The old woman went out onto the porch, into the storm, and threw the poker at the cat, missing her target by a mere inch, the steel rod flying over the animal's head, disappearing into the drifting snow. The cat screeched and fled, but not out into the yard. The animal ran past the woman back into the house, and the wind blew, slamming the front door shut, locking the old woman out. She banged at the front door, but no one saw her. She screamed, but no one heard her. She sank to her knees in the cold, cold snow, fingernails scratching at the front door. But no one came to rescue her. And no one was there to provide her with a blanket, except the snow. The Ford Thunderbird turned off the two-lane highway and down a winding lane lined with pine trees, their snow-covered boughs shimmering in the late morning sun. Lydia leaned forward anxiously in the back seat, peering through the front windshield. Would they ever get there, she wondered. Then around the next bend in the lane, there was the farmhouse, just like in the card, but even prettier, with a fresh coat of white paint, the railing on the grand porch repaired, and new lace curtains hanging in the windows. Lydia's father parked the car in front of the house, next to a trio of birch trees. "I'll get the suitcases," he said. "Mother, you take in the picnic basket, and Lydia, you're in charge of the cat." But when he opened the car door, Fluffy leapt from the back seat, over the front, and scampered out before Lydia could even move. "Fluffy!" Lydia called, afraid that the cat might run away because she'd never been there before. But the feline headed toward the front door of the farmhouse. She knew where she was going. Then, out of the screen door came a plump old woman, in an apron covering a navy dress, her arms outstretched, a look of joy on her grandmotherly face. Staying close by her feet was the yellow Tom. "Hello, Mrs. Jensen," Lydia's father said, coming up the front porch steps, a suitcase in each hand. "Now," the woman scolded, "I thought we all agreed to call me grandmother." He smiled and put the suitcases down and gave the woman a hug. "Hello, grandmother," he smiled. "Happy Thanksgiving, grandmother," said Lydia's mother. "It's so nice to see you." "Grandmother," called Lydia, and bounded up the steps and into the woman's arms. She smelled of roasted turkey, her bosom soft and warm. "Come, let's all go inside," grandmother said. "We'll have some hot punch in the living room before dinner. I've gotten the fireplace working, you know." "How wonderful," Lydia's mother exclaimed. "The house looks so beautiful, just like I imagined it could." Lydia started to follow the group inside, but remembered the card she'd left in the back seat of the car. She turned and hurried back to the Ford, her patent leather shoes crunching on the snow, and retrieved the card. As the little girl stood next to the car, she looked toward the farmhouse. Through the big front picture window she could see the crackling fire in the living room fireplace, and her parents laughing as grandmother served them punch off the big bronze tray of the Egyptian lady. Her mother had bought all the things back, and a smile appeared on Lydia's pretty pink lips. She wasn't at all sorry about what happened last Thanksgiving, about the front door blowing shut, locking her real grandmother out. Nor was she sorry that the wind stung the old woman's toes and bit her nose, and worse. Nor was she even sorry she ignored the old woman's cries, staying huddled on the living room steps, which blended with the storm before growing faint, then silent. Because that grandmother wasn't the kind of grandmother a grandmother should have been. The little girl skipped toward the house, card in hand, singing as she went. "Spring over the ground like a hunting hound, for this is Thanksgiving Day." Him. Gone? Good. Jeremiah Healy. Dara Galvin walked down the corridor toward her apartment door, juggling the grocery bag and notebook computer as she fumbled with her key case. Door. She? Food. From the corridor side of the wooden six-panel, Dara could hear squeaky mewling mixed with mad scratching just above the saddle of the threshold. "Pookie, it's me. Leave some of the paint on there, huh?" Dara said basically the same thing every day when she arrived home from work, but that had never stopped him yet, and she didn't expect tonight would be any different. The key finally turned in the lock. As the apartment door swung open, Pookie dashed out, the long-haired brown and yellow calico doing a lightning-speed figure-8 around the corridor. What Dara called his dance of welcome. As soon as she was inside the apartment, Pookie came dashing back, rubbing his face against her calf nearly hard enough to knock his mom off balance. "God, you'd have made a good football player, Pook." Dropping the computer into a living-room chair, Dara moved to the kitchen. Just a little galley, really. The grocery bag containing her Valentine's Day fixings went onto the counter by the microwave. Then Dara bent over the stacked plastic trays under the counter, taking out a small can. She. Food? Me. Minced turkey, one of your favorites. Reaching down with her free hand, Dara felt Pookie rise up on his hind legs, pushing his head into her palm. "Glad to see me, right?" She opened the can. "Even with an extra claw on those front footsies, you'd have some trouble doing this for yourself." Pookie rubbed his face against Dara's calf again, as she used a dessert fork from the utensils drawer to mush the soft food into the dry cereal left over from the morning meal. When the blend looked right, Dara set the dish on the linoleum next to the refrigerator. Watching him tear into his dinner, she thought, "God, I love you, Pookmeister. Almost as much as—"
Dara moved into the living room, stopping at the framed photo of a smiling, dimpled, and clefted male face on the mantel over the fireplace. Tom, with an H, he'd said to her, the first time they'd met in a bar near the theater district. From across the room, he was good-looking enough to be an actor. Dara was wondering about that when she noticed him noticing her, then wending his way toward her stool. But Dara knew she was attractive, too. The red hair, the green eyes. And Tom's opening line to her, "Are you in a play around here?" showed just the right combination of awareness and compliment. In fact, Tom was the right combination in a lot of ways. Stockbroker, 6 feet tall, medium build, but great legs and buns from his tennis days. Other than being a little fixated on money, there was really only one problem with the man. He was still married, but separated, as he'd told her, up front with it that first night. The problem was, the divorce could be messy, since his wife, Emily, never did like that name, Emily, had an invalid mother and infantile attitudes about a lot of things, like investing for retirement through buying 7 lottery tickets a week. Put simply, Tom had to keep their affair under wraps until his lawyer could drive a rational deal that would free him to plan a rational future. A future that, rationally, would include Dara, if she didn't botch the relationship by pushing too hard. Dara didn't count her gentle hints about when the divorce was going to become final. Besides, it was often more convenient entertaining Tom at her apartment rather than insisting on visiting his. "Emily might have hired a private investigator to stake out my place, love. I never know what that woman will do next." And in this age of sexually transmitted plague, there certainly were obvious advantages to seeing a married man. Which reminded her of what would happen after dinner. Feeling a delicious shiver, Dara moved back into the kitchen and the grocery bag on the counter, carefully lifting out the veal chops and fresh broccoli, and especially the chocolate amaretto torte in the shape of 2 joined hearts. Tom Wexford sat in his office, spending what he expected would be his last Monday behind the desk. Computer terminal for stock quotes and trades, television screen for CNN, even a VCR for those dead times. Dead times? A snorted laugh. Did I actually just think that? Then, focusing with his right eye, Tom looked at the tennis trophies in the glass case against one wall. Quite a few of them, too. High school through college, and on to the club. Nice little display to serve as an icebreaker with new clients. Even impressed them some with what a Renaissance man he was. Most never noticed that the last trophy was dated 5 years earlier. Oh, Tom still played tennis, but he never won trophies anymore. Not since the injury to his left eye. A fluke, that. Volleying at the net, the ball caromed crazily off the frame of his opponent's racket and hit him. Result? 80% loss of vision by the time he was tested at the hospital. That injury soured Tom on the sport for a while. On everything for a while, including hucking the stocks. Drifted from one brokerage house to another, never regaining the touch he'd had with the stocks, like the touch he'd had with the racket. Depth perception. Damned important factor in tennis. Nothing wrong with his other perceptions, though, like spotting Dara across the bar that night 6 months ago, her falling for him like a ton of bricks. He sensed that lying to the girl right away about his being separated would prove one of those strokes of genius he had from time to time. Stroke? Tennis pun, that. And Dara was a red-headed tiger in the sack. Nice change of pace from the ever-duller Emily's rather weak service. There's another. They did creep into one's vocabulary, eh? Emily. Obsessed with her wheelchaired mother and her absurd lottery tickets, and her dovetailed belief that good people, daughters who looked after their parents, for example, would be rewarded with hitting the jackpot, for example. And damned if she didn't. Last Wednesday, the $4 million bonanza. Pre-tax, a couple $100,000 a year for the next 2 decades. Rationally invested, that would throw off. Then Tom frowned. One problem with the rosy financial forecast. Emily's definition of good people didn't include husbands who were getting a little something on the side. And Dara wasn't exactly the first. No, Emily hadn't found out about all of them. But the one last year who'd actually telephoned her, can you imagine the gall, was enough. Or too much, really. Ultimatum time, Emily called it. One more, Tom, and I'm kicking you out. Which wouldn't have mattered much to him, honestly. Until last Wednesday, that is. Yes, the lottery jackpot changed everything. Now Emily was a bit too good to let go, or continue to betray, or risk being betrayed too. As, for example, by a certain redhead scorned. And Dara would feel just that way, no matter how he might try to let her down easy. She was more cloying every day he saw her, dropping broader and broader hints, read prods, about when his divorce would finally go through, not to mention her escalating demands about their spending more time together. Like Valentine's Day, for example. Fortunately, Emily's mother happened to have been born on February 14th, and throughout their marriage Tom understood that his wife just had to spend that evening sitting next to the wheelchair, which was just fine when your affairee believes you're already separated, and therefore free to spend that most romantic of calendar days with her. No, any risk of Dara contacting Emily out of pique or revenge or whatever was simply too much given the stakes. And like any good stockbroker, Tom had learned how to deal with risk and its management. Smiling now, Tom Wexford leaned forward, going over the checklist on his desk one more time. She. Smell? Meat. Dara Galvin went over the recipe one more time. I have everything in there, Pookie. What do you think? The cat rubbed his face against her calf, but Dara was pretty sure he was reacting more to the veal than the marinade mixed in the casserole dish. Covering the dish with some aluminum foil, she placed it carefully in the refrigerator. Fire's next, Pookster. Want to help? Just a squeaky meow. Dara was always amazed, a cat as big and strong as her calico with such a little voice, probably because she had him fixed. Walking to the mantel in the living room, Dara looked at Tom's photo again, feeling her heart skip. It was the only thing of his she had in the apartment, given his constant warnings of the dire consequences to the divorce proceedings should Emily find out about their relationship. But that was tolerable, so long as it was only temporary, and even though Pookie could leap like a gazelle onto furniture, the kitchen counter, even this mantel, he never wrecked anything, so the photo was safe here and easily remembered for hiding should somebody other than Tom come visiting. Dara picked up the brass rack holding the fireplace tools and carried it around the corner into her bedroom. One of the real advantages of an apartment in the city's older buildings, a fireplace in both the living room and the bedroom, the latter just right for romantic evenings. There were disadvantages, too, however, like cranky heat from rattling radiators, a fire escape looming outside the bedroom window, and rent higher than the Himalayas. When the landlord told her what the apartment would cost, Dara decided she'd have to economize on furnishings, like having a single set of tools, since only one fire would be going at any given time. Wall. Hole. Fire. Edging Pookie to the side with her foot, Dara set the tool rack on the hardwood floor next to her bureau. She removed the spark screen and began laying the crumpled newspaper, fat wood sticks, and split logs for the fire that would accompany the one she hoped to kindle in the four-poster behind her. A pen in his right hand, Tom Wexford made a little tick mark next to each item on the checklist. Fingerprints? All over the apartment, but since he'd never served in the military or been arrested, etc., his weren't on file anywhere. Tick. Telephone records? Inconclusive, since he'd always used payphones or someone else's extension at work to call Dara. Tick. Alibi? Shouldn't need one, but just in case, stop by the Civic Center, buy a standing-room-only ticket for tonight's Agassi-Sampras match. Then set the office VCR to tape the program, allowing him to see all the details tomorrow morning as though he'd been there. Tick. Flowers? Dara would expect something. After all, it is Valentine's Day. Easily bought anonymously from a sidewalk vendor. Tick. Witnesses? Shouldn't be a problem. Old building, no doorman. 7 other apartment doors along her corridor, but the tenants kept to themselves, and going up to Dara's place, he'd never so much as seen one of them. Or been seen by them, which was more to the point. Tick. Photo? Just remember to take the whole frame from the mantel and put it in his briefcase. No other trace of him there. Tick. Murder weapon? Nicely provided by the occupant. Smile. Tick. Window? Easy enough, with a face cloth from the bathroom linen cabinet. Tick. Cat? Tom Wexford thought about the little wretch. Dara had named it Pookie, but Tom would have preferred Pukey. And the disgusting hairballs weren't the worst transgression the thing committed. No, the absolute nadir was the way Pukey hid around the corner of the living room against the fireplace. Its mutant 6-clawed front paw raised in the air, it somehow sensed in its feline way that Tom's reduced vision limited his ability to spot the ambush coming, tearing open his ankle every time he walked from Dara's bathroom toward the kitchen after taking a shower. Slashed with that paw the way he'd take a tennis ball on the rise, come to think of it. Sweep the ball cross-court for a winner in a 3-count movement. Cock the arm, sweep the ball, follow through. Except tonight, perhaps a backhand was called for. Returning to the checklist, Tom Wexford spoke softly to himself. Cat? Broader smile. Tick. By the time Dara finished laying the fire, using the heavy brass poker to angle the unlit logs, she realized Pookie had left her for another go at the food dish. Just as well. She needed to take a bath before Tom arrived, and she hated to close any doors on the cat, because he always wanted to see what he was missing. Tom insisted on the bedroom door being shut when they made love, of course. And to be honest, she didn't think the guy was exactly nuts about cats, especially given Pookie's tendency to attack him after a shower. Dara suppressed a giggle. She had to admit it was kind of funny to see a grown man like Tom hopping around, holding his bleeding ankle, cursing. But she always found a way to make it up to him. Water. Him? Go. Hello, Emily. Yes, I'm still at the off. I remember that it's her birthday. That's why I'm calling. I certainly do. The tennis match at the Civic Center. Probably not before 11. Fine. You have a good time, too. Right. Bye. Wearing only her robe, Dara opened the bathroom door, a little surprised that Pookie hadn't been waiting outside it. She drew the sash tight around her waist and walked toward the kitchen, turning the corner by the living room fireplace. Leg. Him? No. Carnations, please. The scabrous man hunching over the large white containers of flowers looked like one of Snow White's dwarfs, as Tom Wexford called to him from the driver's window of his BMW. The man walked across the sidewalk to the curb, but carrying a bouquet of roses. It's Valentine's Day, buddy. How's about getting her these instead? Tom thought about it. How much more than the carnations? These here are 10, the others 6. Then just the carnations. Tom was quite certain the dwarf muttered something with the word bastard in the middle, but under the circumstances he didn't dare make a fuss over it. Oh, there you are. From his position next to the living room fireplace, Pookie blinked up at Dara, then began licking his raised right forepaw. Caught you in the act, didn't I? The calico blinked some more, the soul of innocence. Just you behave with Tom tonight. It's special. And Dara moved into the kitchen, clanging pots against pans to make the holiday even more so. Will this Chardonnay be all, sir? Yes. The clerk rang it up. A fine selection for Valentine's Day, if I may say. Thank you. And it was. A $15 varietal from the Alexander Valley. But no sense in stinting on something he'd be enjoying, whether shared or alone. Smell. Hot. Meat. You like this, huh, Pook? Well, maybe if you're real good, a couple of scraps will find their way into your food dish. Dara took the squeaky meow for agreement on the subject. Parking his car several blocks away, as usual, Tom Wexford walked with the Chardonnay in his briefcase and the carnations under his arm. Getting to Dara's apartment would be the tricky part. But good luck. No one at the main entrance or on the elevator or in the corridor of her floor. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Door. Him? Bad. Happy Valentine's Day, love. What Dara said was, Oh, thank you, Tom. What she thought was, just carnations? Well, that's probably all the florist had by the time Tom got out of work. He inclined his head toward the kitchen. What smells so good? She told him. Then he leaned into her, his lips barely brushing hers, then crushing them a little, his tongue slipping through here and there. Can dinner wait? He whispered. If you can't. Smiling, but not completely happy about the schedule reversal, Dara took the flowers to the kitchen, arranging them in a vase. Tom looked around the room. No sign of the cat. Probably have to chase the little wretch off a pillow and... No, there's Pukey, peering around the side of an armchair like one of the Marx Brothers in a movie. Over her shoulder, Dara said, "I think they'll look best up on the mantel to the doorway side of your photo, so long as they remind you of me, love." Tom watched her move his photo from the center to the left so that the frame and the vase balanced each other on the mantel. Have to remember the photo. Tick. Which was when he realized something. No fireplace tools. Almost said as much, too, until he realized something else. Only one other place in the apartment they could be. Tick. Grinning, he moved up behind Dara, pressing his pelvis into her rump. "Let's take the wine in with us." Up? Flowers? Taste. An hour later, her head resting on her lover's shoulder, Dara said, "I hate to hear Pookie scratching like that." Sipping his Chardonnay in the afterglow of love-making, Tom thought, "Better thy door than me." Then he looked around the room. The flaring, flickering light from the fireplace made the bedposts seem to dance against the multi-paned old windows, especially if he closed his right eye. Rather like a surreal scene from hell through the reduced vision in the left. When he opened his right eye again, the brass of the poker seemed to glint like gold, reminding him of Emily's jackpot. The gold he couldn't risk losing. "I have to leave you for a moment, love." "Oh, but it's so nice cuddling like this." "Sorry, but nature calls." "Water. Go?" "No." In the bathroom, Tom took a clean face-cloth from the linen cabinet and used the flushing of the toilet to mask his re-entry into the bedroom. At the tool rack, he wrapped the face-cloth around the handle of the poker to mimic a burglar's glove. Then, hiding the weapon as much as possible behind his bare right leg, Tom tiptoed to Dara's side of the bed, where one of the floorboards creaked just a bit. Without opening her eyes, she said, "I didn't hear you coming." Tom raised the poker over his head. "That was the idea, love." Hit. She? Bad. Very carefully, Tom Wexford leaned the poker against the side of the bed near Dara's body, slipping the face-cloth off the handle. She'd made only a low, grunting noise when he struck her, and for all the blood on the sheets and pillow, there was none on the face-cloth itself, though some had spattered up and onto his chest. Tom moved to the window, using the cloth first to open the lock and then to lift the window. Cold February air, but he'd be out in it for only moments. Climbing onto the fire escape, Tom wrapped the face-cloth around his fist before punching out the small pane above the window lock, so the glass would fall inward and break on the hardwood floor. Climbing back in and being careful to step past the glass shards, he lowered the window again. A last glance at his handiwork. Poor Dara Galvin. Another tragic victim of urban burglary gone violent. Grinning, Tom headed into the bathroom to shower off the drying drops of blood. Water? Door? Him. In his left hand, Tom Wexford carried the wine glass he'd used back toward the kitchen. Flexing his right forearm, he liked the way the face-cloth felt, now wrapped again around the handle of the poker. Rather like a racket's grip when he'd towel it off during a match, and the perfectly ironic way to avenge all those ambushes by the fireplace. Tom had considered going after the cat before showering, on the off chance that some of its blood also would spatter up on him. But showering first meant he wouldn't have to remain at the crime scene for a dangerously extended length of time to search out the little wretch. Because Tom knew just where Pukey would be. standing inside the doorway to the living room against that fireplace. Mutant forepaw, up to slash at him after his shower. Yes. Well, not this time, eh? Tom stopped for a moment as something he hadn't anticipated occurred to him. What kind of burglar would kill a cat, too? Then Tom grinned again. A very bad burglar. Him? Up. Wait. Quite simple, really. The lower creatures are supposedly quite sensitive to emotion, so walk naturally, as if he didn't have a care in the world. Left, right, left. Only instead of leading with his right ankle, he'd bend down a bit and lead with a nice firm backhand. The cross-court ground stroke with topspin. Rip the little wretch's head off its neck. A three-step movement. Cock, swing, follow through. Him. Ready? No. Damn! The poker made a slight crunching noise as it glanced off the wall at the base of the fireplace, chipping some of the plaster onto the floor. Not there, eh? Well, that's one life you've burned, Pukey. Knowing he couldn't risk more time in the apartment searching for the little wretch, Tom began to straighten up. Him. Soon? Now. Tom Wexford's peripheral vision began registering something, but far too slowly for even his honed reflexes to react to it in time. The pain. Oh, God! Searing, indescribable pain from his right eye. Screaming, he dropped the poker and the wine-glass, brought his right hand up to the socket, felt only wet mush there. Then, terrified, brought his hand over to his left eye. It could deliver only a blur, but a red blur, slippery against his fingers. Oh, God! No! No! Naked and screaming still, Tom headed toward the fuzzy mass of a front door he could barely make out with his left eye. Help! Doctor! Help me! Oh, God, help! Tom managed to undo the lock and burst into the corridor, his screams reverberating as though someone had loosed them inside an echo chamber. Doors were opening, blurs now of lights and bodies flooding into the hall. No! No! Tom stumbled against the tenants, grabbing at his arms. He pulled away, trying to find the elevator, even the stairs. Other voices yelling, his own mind seizing through the pain into just an internal mantra. God! Blind? No! Everyone seemed unaware of the creature watching it all from the threshold of Dara Galvin's open door, licking something from its right forepaw, and almost smiling. Him. Gone? Good. Non-Leathals. Marlys Millhiser. Tuxedo Green watched the flaps on his entrance vibrate. He'd waged a savage battle to persuade the females to install it, mostly by regurgitating indoor foliage and fancy feast on the sanctuary's furry areas. Now an intruder was about to invade. The enemy across the alley, perhaps, whose similar entry had given Tuxedo the idea for this one. He hunkered. His tail swept the cool hardness of the food room's floor, prickles exciting his every hair to attention. His ears laid themselves back. The warning moan came up his throat, slow and low. Or it could be a creature who had no sanctuary. There were many, and often sick and demented. His rear legs stationed themselves to pounce, his butt wiggling into the optimum position. But it was a people paw that penetrated the catway. It carried the odor of mail. It reached inside to the shoulder, grappling for the mechanism that held the people-way secure. Tuxedo leapt to the top of the cold food container to watch the intruder from above. Up close, it smelled of dried skin flakes and bad teeth, its breath like that of a crow. It stopped partway across the room to shine a light beam up and down and across. People were such kittens when it came to the dark. The blinding beam found Tuxedo. "Shush, cat!" The intruder moved off into the room where the fur began. Tuxedo remained quiet, adjusting his vision back to the darkness. Drops formed on the end of the water tube to splatter against the hole below when he jumped down to the next level. He paused for a drink and decided the male was interesting. When he reached the fur, his quarry was quietly ascending the steps on the far wall that led to the sleeping rooms. A rather nice arrangement when you thought about it. Placing bits of regurgitated plant life or dinner or occasional fur balls in a procession up those steps gave him acute gratification. You had to do something with them, and placing them outside alerted enemies to your presence, especially dangerous when you had a catway into your sanctuary. Tuxedo glided after the clumsy intruder, who turned at the top of the stairs and fumbled down the hall into the older female's sleeping room, the fur flooring keeping their steps quiet. Tuxedo headed for Libby. He'd had a real name once, but so long ago he'd forgotten. The females called him Tuxedo. The younger, Libby, sometimes called him Tux. The older female was called Charlie. He preferred the younger. He supposed Charlie was somehow their substitute mother and did his best to please her. But she was cranky and difficult. Still, if his food or water disappeared for long, it was the older female who saw to it that he didn't go without. Libby was his love. She was fun. He leapt onto her now, and slid along with her slippery covering up her to jam his nose into the warm spot of her throat. She made gurgling sounds. "Tux, go outside. You got your door now?" She stroked his back, and there was love in her voice even though it was thick with sleep. He needed her bare skin, his pleasure at the moment vibrating his being and almost erasing the memory of the cool night he'd planned in the alley, and the people intruder with the breath of a crow. That is, until Charlie made a horrendous sound from her sleeping room, and the male answered with, "Memorial Day." Charlie Green and her daughter sat taped to straight wooden chairs at the dining-room table, while the burglar ransacked their Long Beach condo. He threatened to hurt Libby if Charlie screamed again, so she sat silent, waiting for him to discover they didn't have anything worth stealing except the computers, Libby's CDs, and the TV, which all sat out in plain sight, so ransacking was hardly necessary. "No sterling silver?" "Needs polishing. Too much trouble." "What kind of woman are you? No family heirlooms, no cash, no drugs?" He looked at Libby. She looked back as if he were a slug in her soup. Both Charlie and her daughter slept in varying forms of the simple T-shirt, but Libby's was simpler than necessary and barely covered her parts. Charlie was no prude, but she was a mother. At the moment, a worried one. "My name's Bill," the burglar said, and sat down across from them, the detritus of a busy life and junk mail mounded on the table between them. Charlie couldn't remember them ever eating off it. "And tomorrow's Memorial Day." Bill the burglar slammed a fist on the detritus, and Charlie's accumulated prospects of winnings from every shyster organization with a celebrity frontman slid to the floor, along with the debt prospects of blank checks from credit card companies around the globe. Zillions of dollars in promises and debt, but nothing of value. "And what are you doing about it?" "Being robbed?" But Charlie tried. "I thought maybe we'd Go out and decorate a grave? Libby managed a duh look. With what? Wallpaper? Charlie heard the rubber flaps on the cat door. Pull app? Now there's something she'd have paid this geek to steal. Good old barf-on-everything tuxedo. Decorate a grave? You know about that? Most people think of it as a holiday to leave town or have a picnic. Bill lectured them on Decoration Day. If Bill was his real name, and if it was, his bulb was pretty dim to tell them so, unless he planned to leave no witnesses to repeat it and his description. Decoration Day, according to the burglar, was not a holiday at all, but a day of mourning, a national grieving day set aside to honor those who gave their lives for their country, and to decorate their graves. It had been going on since the Civil War. Or was it the Revolutionary War? Charlie had no idea, but if she got the chance to give Bill's description to the police, she'd tag him a long-haired Prince Charles with a perm, but younger and plumper, and with a bald spot reaching from his crown to his forehead. Tinsel? Libby ignored Charlie's warning look and went on with her exterior decorating. Colored lights, new carpet, drapes, and paint, right? Bill Palmer swallowed angst. What could these two know about reality and death? How could this shallow woman who held his soul, his future, his very life in her hands really know about Memorial Day? It's not fair. Don't whine. Nobody ever said life was fair. Libby, well, that's what you always tell me. Bill pounded the table again, and more mail fell to the floor. Did this Charlie Green have no sense of order and housekeeping? Of course not. Things were probably no better in her office, which he'd narrowly missed getting caught trying to break into. Hello, excuse me, I'm the burglar here. You two are the victims. Libby tried to shrug, but he had her taped too tightly. Silly me. Libby, that smart mouth is not appropriate, the disorganized literary agent said to her daughter. Are you keeping track of reality here? Like, what's he going to do, shoot us? With what? With this. Bill Palmer pulled out the needle and syringe. So, you're too young to be a nom-vet, too old to be the son of one. Libby's mom fished around with old Bill, disgusting Libby by even speaking to the turd. Am I right in assuming this isn't about the war thing? You didn't even have any screenplays in your house. What kind of an agent are you? Libby's mom was a Hollywood literary agent, and her daughter would never understand why. There had to be less annoying ways for her to support them. Libby's English teacher had handed over a box of novel manuscript right around grading time for Libby to insist her mom give an opinion on. The latest manager at their favorite diner had begged Charlie to take a peek at his screenplay. Libby Green just knew that if she ever walked into a bank, a robber would hold 2 city blocks hostage until she promised to make her mom read his stuff. If she ever went to college, the president of it would insist her admittance hinge on whether or not Charlie Green would sponsor his literary gift to the world. If Libby ever went to heaven, God would be holding a manuscript in front of the latch on the gates. If she ever got married, it would be the preacher, or worse yet, the groom. Crud. Libby had been ruined even before Bill the burglar entered her life, and it was all her mom's fault. Movies were cool, but this writing stuff was dragging half of California into the ocean. Didn't anybody have a life? Old Bill had Charlie driving an ancient station wagon instead of an SUV, sports utility vehicle. He sat up front, holding the needle to a major blood vessel in the side of her neck. Libby sat in back, wrists taped together behind her, and her smart mouth taped shut. She tried to display the taped mouth to every car that passed, but it was too early for most people to be out on a holiday, and those who were probably couldn't see her through the morning fog. The wagon was a 4-door, and she could squirm enough to reach the handle, but it had some kind of dorky kitty lock on it, controlled from up front. And Bill had her mother's blood vessel at his disposal. You had soulmates of blood for 2 years, while I rotted living with my parents, working grip for less than nothing. Gardening supplies filled the back of this heap. Libby, bored with the current conversation and the tiresome slang going around, like who wants to sound like a 20-something, was experimenting with her grandmother's expressions: crud, turd, heap. Her friends were beginning to pick it up. Since her mother and grandmother did not get along, Libby had fun rattling the former, none of which meant she wanted the creep to inject whatever was in that needle into Charlie Green. Actually, they had no proof it held anything but water, right? It was at this point that Libby heard the beginning moans of a cat fight in the back of the station wagon, and turned to see Tuxedo and Harry, who lived across the alley, squaring off between the tines of a rake and the blade of a shovel. How did they get in here? Then she registered the gap in the back door, tied together with rope to allow the long black box to hang out. She and Charlie had been allowed to put on shoes and sweatpants under their sleep shirts. Bill, the wannabe, had led them to the alley in the opening rays of day, barely seeping through fog, and past the houses of their normally nosy neighbors who hadn't bothered to notice their abduction. Libby hadn't taken the time to study the box then, but now she recognized it as a possible halfway house for Count Dracula. Not as fancy, but clearly coffin-shaped. She also recognized the smell of car exhaust, too intense for the relatively sparse traffic this early on a holiday. What, Bill the Turd was going to poison them before they got to the cemetery? Bury them together in the box? Wouldn't there be people around who might notice if, as he insisted, this Memorial Day was for decorating graves? Maybe he was going to kill them before anybody with half a brain got up. But wouldn't he get poisoned too? It looked like his eyes were watering already. Her mom was sniffing and blinking, but Harry and Tuxedo seemed immune to the sludgy air. The moans turned to cat screams, and the fur flew for a few seconds before they backed off to see if the other was properly intimidated. But the only way out was sudden death on 7th Street. Bill ordered Charlie to pull over and stop. "Told those critters to stay out of here." He aimed the needle at the cats. Libby giggled under her tape when he glanced down at it as if surprised to find it wasn't a gun. That's when Libby's mom hit him upside the head with both fists clenched together, and so hard she jumped in the seat to hit her own head on the roof. Way to go, Mom. The kitty latch was on the driver's side, and Charlie had the door open and the hypodermic out of Bill's hand before he recovered. She rolled away with it and hit the road on her belly. On a workday, even this early, she'd have been dead by car tire before she had the presence of mind and enough balance to slam the door in his face. Today she was alive, on her feet, and running around to free Libby before she realized she'd done something dangerous and had no clue as to how to continue the heroics. The fog was thinning and growing patchy, but the car's exhaust huffed ghastly breath in Charlie's face as she passed the wagon's back door, which looked like a mouth with a black tongue sticking out. And that's as far as she got before the vehicle shot off up 7th, Tuxedo and Libby staring back at her, and both, in a very short and smoky moment, managing to convey utter astonishment at Charlie's stupidity. Harry, from across the alley, sprang at his adversary, who was too busy being astonished to pay attention, just as the wagon turned onto Cherry and headed north. And Charlie stood in a lapsed T-shirt, white sweatpants meant for the garbage truck. One of her kids hadn't bothered to escape with her. She stood there unwashed, unshampooed, uncombed, sans makeup, a hypodermic needle poised in a hand that connected to her hip via an elbow, watching a madman drive off into the fog with her daughter. It was, of course, at this moment that a police car pulled up beside her. Still in a stunned trance, Charlie watched the officers' calmness as they took in the needle and her grooming, as if they saw people who looked this way every 3 minutes. The white guy got on the phone, the black one out of the car, but warily, she noticed with some relief. If they couldn't see the possibility of a surprise here, they wouldn't be a lot of help. "You want to give that to me?" the black officer said gently, one hand out, the other discreetly raising the flap on his holster. "Yes." Charlie handed over her weapon and threw herself at the poor guy. "Thank God you were so close." "We got a hostage situation. Young blonde, female, and a couple of cats, black and hairy," Officer Warren warned softly and oh so smoothly into a small cellular. Charlie was relieved they and several other police cars hadn't come screaming in with sirens like they do on live TV cop shows like Good Guys, Bad Guys. It was her kid out there among the white and black marble tombstones with a madman. She hadn't been able to tell them the license plate of Bill the abductor's car, but the description of the Black Tongue, a beat-up greenish station wagon with a man in front and a blonde in back, had soon brought a response from other cars converging on the area. "Let us not become heroic here. SWAT's on the way, but I need careful assessment and reasoned reporting. Who is seeing what without standing up? And don't nobody shout, okay?" He might be a uniform, but Charlie was getting the impression this was not your ordinary patrol cop. She huddled with him behind a plaster monument. Plaster? They'd found Libby's abductor and his car in a controversial cemetery on Signal Hill, just off Willow. The old pioneer cemetery that had been neglected long enough to raise the ire of local historians and fuel the local press for a minute. It looked spiffed up to Charlie, who hadn't paid much attention to the short-lived media brouhaha, but plaster seemed too temporary a fix, even for Long Beach. The fog here was definitely of the wispy variety, snaking around angels and obelisks, burning off in patches above, still thick over the city below. "Suspect has uncovered a strip of sod to reveal a sheet of plywood, which he removed to reveal a hole the size of a grave," Officer Warren repeated in a whisper what another officer was reporting to him. "He has backed the vehicle up to it and is pulling the alleged coffin out. Where's Libby?" Charlie had all she could do to not race over there and push the jerk into the grave and the coffin in on top of him. The more she thought about it, the angrier she was getting. The alleged blonde? Officer Warren repeated the question to his contact, but before he could get an answer, good old Tuxedo came sniffing around the plaster tombstone. "What a gorgeous kitty. Is it—" "Yeah, alleged Tuxedo. Want him?" But Tuxedo bit the guy's thumb and drew blood. "He had his shots?" The policeman sucked on the wound. Charlie assured him the animal was legally without preventable disease, as the cat licked a shoulder wound of his own, and somebody was talking to her cop again. She exchanged meaningful glances with the cat, who broke off the stare to segue to the inside base of his tail. "He is short-haired. I thought you said he was hairy." "That's the other cat. He's a long-hair named Harry." "What did he say? What about Libby?" "She's on the ground outside the vehicle." "Can't somebody pick him off with a rifle?" "Whoa, aren't we getting bloodthirsty?" "The guy's a lunatic, and that's my kid." Charlie made it to her knees, tensing to push herself up and run when he pulled her back onto her butt with enough force to jar her incisors. "Your kid's pulling her torso and legs through the circle her taped wrists made of her arms." He repeated the message relayed to his ear, "and now she's pulling the tape off her mouth and ankles. Between the two of you heroines, you're going to get her killed before SWAT even gets here." He went back to sucking his thumb, but grabbed Charlie again when she started to move. "Greg, what non-lethals you guys got going there?" "Non-lethals? What is this, a TV show?" "Well, it was supposed to be, before you, your kid, and your cat came along." "You're not a patrol-type cop?" I was when this big show went down, Mrs. Green, and finally I'm going to get my 15 glory minutes and tape an ultimate cops. But on my way, I meet you wearing prison underwear and carrying a deadly needle. And your cat, who's carrying God knows what. Teach me to stop for pedestrians on the way to a shoot. On the way to a shoot, Charlie repeated helplessly. Seemed like everybody in California talked like that now. I don't want Libby caught in any crossfire. And you were worrying about non-leathals? Besides a smooth talker, this guy was damned good-looking. Charlie noted now some of that had to do with special grooming. While she and her backsliding sweatpants were on their knees, he squatted so as not to mess his uniform. They're going to tape a show with plaster tombstones? Recreate a crime scene was the intent, I believe. Really big eyes, large head, intense expression, total control. He was talking to her and listening to somebody named Samuel. Every time Samuel came on the line, Officer Warren blinked once. Silly putty. Excuse me? Samuel is armed with a can that shoots silly putty. Sticky silly putty. In webs like a spider weaves, or adhesive pasta strands. Totally incapacitates the victim. Charlie tried to get up and running again. She came close to making it, too. Tuxedo took off like a cannon. Wait, Officer Stone has a whizzer. That's supposed to give me confidence? Charlie's struggles were so desperate, Officer Warren came to his knees in the damp grass. You're talking to a mother here. A whizzer is a sonic device that incapacitates the perp sonically, like a bat might take on a mosquito or a moth. Now tell me more about this Bill. You say he's a screenwriter? You know anybody around here who isn't? And Charlie happened to know more about bats and mosquitoes than that. Her mother was a batty biologist who went on about such things interminably. Yeah, apparently he submitted a treatment. Actually, I think he said a whole screenplay. And he hadn't heard from me, so he got desperate and went looking for it in your home. We've got pretty good security at the office. But according to him, it had been only about 2 years, and if it is there, it hasn't surfaced yet. So he decided to take matters in his own hands, and only 2 years? Officer Warren lost his control, and Charlie made it around the fake tombstone and out of reach. Bill tipped the coffin into the hole. It shuddered when its occupant hit the top end. It's not empty, the Hollywood agent's daughter said behind him. You thought I was going to bury you in it, and your mother? Bill Palmer was reminded, by some kind of birds singing in the huge old oak trees, of a similar morning when he had announced to his parents that he was moving back to the family home in order to eat, while he established himself as a successful screenwriter. He assured Dick and Jane Palmer that when he made it, they too would live in luxury beyond their wildest dreams. Dick and Jane looked at each other, bit their lips, and broke up with laughter anyway. That same kind of bird sang the same kind of song in the backyard in Huntington Beach, and you could smell the sea salt on the breeze. Actually, I'm going to bury you on top of him, wishing it were your mother. Jane's first words had been to her husband. He'll grow out of this, too. He's just slow. Be patient. Slow? The kid's 30, was Dick's reply. Well, the kindest part of his reply. Bad enough to have parents named Dick and Jane, but to have a dad who was a stand-up comic made life a one-liner misery. They'd given him 6 months, and then insisted he find a day job. So he ended up with Jerk Angelini. But maybe this will hurt her more. Why would you want to hurt Mom? She's nobody. Jerk Angelini had told Bill to get an agent. Jerk was the producer of the now-defunct I Love a Good Murder series. Bill, a lowly construction grip, had managed to get the great man's attention in a weak moment, for just a moment. And then, only because Jerk had been in Vietnam, and because the producer had fallen through a fake plaster rock on the set, and been forced to listen to a 3-minute pitch from the construction grip trying not too hard to free him. Bill didn't realize how much of his thoughts he'd spoken aloud until the beautiful brat with the braces on her teeth leaned around him and said, "You actually got the chance to leave home and you went back so you could write screenplays? What are you, crazy? Do you have a clue how many people out there are writing screenplays? Like you could have had a life. You can't believe how much I want to leave home." He refocused from the shocking depth of the grave and the coffin that sat tipped to bow still, its stern hung up somehow, to the brat, and registered that she was loose and talking and walking. "Well, kid, I'm going to make your dreams come true." But she grinned and pushed him off balance. Bill Palmer reached for her a nano-moment too late. He'd have pulled the slut in on top of him, but was thrown further off balance and out of reach when he tripped backwards over a screaming cat. Bill could see it clawing its way back up the crumbling embankment as he hit the coffin prop he'd made himself, finally adjusting its angle to perfection. The cat barely made good on its scramble to freedom, and Bill Palmer could barely breathe after the shock of his landing. The writer in him noted the rectangle of sky above, the two cats and the brat making shadowy bumps in its symmetry. 6 eyes blinked above him, all seeming eerily iridescent in the shadows, which couldn't be, because the girls were dark-colored. The short-haired black cat with white chest and toes moaned displeasure, or warning, or whatever. The long hair studied Bill as a curiosity, but the brat settled on her stomach between them at the edge of the grave she would soon occupy instead of him, all long platinum hair, huge eyes, and scorn. "Right. So who's in that box under you?" "Jerk Angelini. And it's all because of your mother." "You know Jerk Angelini?" The kid looked impressed. "My mother knows Jerk Angelini?" She asked the cats for backup. They did not look impressed. "The producer-director of Ultimate Cops?" Bill Palmer was halfway up the slippery earthen wall to the daughter of the woman who had ruined his chances to become a billionaire and showed Dick and Jane some real reality, when a new face appeared above him. Charlie Green herself. Jerk had pointed her out as a new agent in the field who wouldn't be loaded down with clients yet. "Just in from New York," Jerk had said. "Send your stuff to her at Congdon and Morse fast. She's not going to be hungry long in this town." Bill did, and waited patiently, politely. For 2 years he waited, and heard nothing. Yesterday morning, Dick and Jane threw him out of the house. Yesterday afternoon, he found a way to corner Jerk Angelini, now producing Ultimate Cops, and for whom Bill still worked. Angelini didn't remember Bill existed and had never heard of Charlie Green, Hollywood literary agent. No more Mr. Nice Guy, son of Dick and Jane. Still, he tried to give Charlie Green one more chance. She might have his manuscript on her bedside table. Bill was holding on to the edge of the grave and about to pull himself to freedom when the same Charlie Green pushed him back in, and her daughter said in disgust, "Mom, we were talking about Jerk Angelini. Will you stop with the hero stuff? You always ruin everything." When both cats screamed and disappeared from the edge of the grave, Bill was in the process of falling back into it and landing upon the coffin on his aching back again, when amorphous strands of spaghetti swirled down on him and almost hid the cop heads ringing Angelini's grave. Trust a damn cop to be early for a shoot. The All-American. Peter Crowther and Stewart von Allmen. God only knew where he was, and God wasn't telling. D.P. Daniels had chased the animal out of the pet room, along the White House's labyrinthine first-floor corridors, and up an endless grand-paneled staircase before scampering, the full length of a second corridor, a curved affair of polished marble flooring upon which his shoes clacked like a drummer's rim shots, and the slippery surface of which threatened to send him his full length. He rounded the corner and stopped as carefully as he could, a singularly simple procedure under any other circumstances, but which here, because of the ice-like conditions underfoot, necessitated a ridiculous pinwheeling arm movement which made Daniels feel for all the world like an ancient aviator negotiating the air currents. The corridor ahead stretched to a 2-over-2 panel sash window, which sent strange angles of shadow across the marble and up the wooden wainscoting of the wall opposite. More importantly, it was empty. Socks was nowhere to be seen. "And now I lay me down to die," Daniels muttered. The train-like wheeze of George Bearson and the guttural grunting of Izzy Mennix rounded the corner behind him and grew steadily louder. Without taking his eyes from the corridor, Daniels, now somewhat more confident at having retained his balance, waved an arm to silence them. They drew up alongside him and waited, listening, Izzy leaning against the wall as though he were being frisked, and George Bearson suffering from the cumulative effects of several years' intake of a daily pack and a half of Herbert Tarryton. "Where'd he go?" The question's delivery, puffed and panted out by the 240-pound assistant deputy security manager, confirmed the aptness of his name. He was indeed every inch a bear's son. He was also several other members of its family, all rolled into one. Daniel shook his head and took a single step forward, his head cocked to one side as he strained to hear the faintest sound, like a convenient meow or an indistinct mewling. But there was nothing. Bearson shrugged his jacket and hiked up his pants, pushed more closely toward the floor by his ample belly than mere gravity could ever achieve. "What the hell were you doing?" he snapped across at Mennix, now regaining his wind. Israel Mennix turned around and slumped back onto the corridor's wall. I just don't know what the hell happened," he said, shrugging to amplify the accuracy of the statement. "One minute he's there, and I'm putting down the bowl with the gunge in it, and the next thing I know is he takes a powder. Whoosh! Gone!" Mennix slapped his hands together like cymbals. Daniels turned and glowered at his colleague. "Oh, sorry," he whispered, grimacing. "He has to be here somewhere," Daniels said softly, taking another step and cutting in alongside the right-hand wall. "It's a dead end down here," Mennix pointed out. "Hey, good thing we brought you along, Cochise," Bearson muttered. They stood again in silence and hoped Socks would reveal himself. After a moment, Mennix muttered, "Are you sure he came this way?" "If I was sure," Daniels whispered sourly over his shoulder, "I wouldn't be standing here like a motion detector waiting for the pity-pat of cat feet." Then Daniels sniffed his fingers. "Least he could have done is bolted before I got this stuff all over my hands. I'd run too if I had eat this crap twice a day." Impatient now, Bearson said, "Okay, then, let's start checking the rooms." Then he added brightly, "They say the cat's pretty smart, you know. A good American cat. Maybe he can open doors." At that precise second, one door did indeed open, along on the left, but instead of a cat, a woman in a tight-fitting blue suit strode out into the hallway. She pulled the door closed behind her, and seeing the three men, all of them staring fixedly down at her legs, stopped, frowned, and cleared her throat.
"Ma'am," Bearson said, mopping his brow with a gaudily colored handkerchief that would have made a neat cloth for an average-sized picnic table.
The woman nodded once, curtly, and shifted her eyes across them in turn. Daniel studied her. She was a little too old for a cheerleader, and a little too young for a debutante, but she had equal measures of tease and confidence vying for control of her face. A thick batch of papers nestled under her right arm and pushed her jacket and emphasized her bosom. If he'd have had his druthers right then and there, D.P. Daniels would have reincarnated as that sheaf of paperwork. No question. In her left hand, she carried a faded brown leather valise, that looked serious enough to contain the Armageddon remote button. "Can I help you, gentlemen?" She made the question sound like, "Take a hike, guys," but it would probably have turned out as, "Why don't you chaps run off and play in the traffic?" The accent was unmistakably English, and her expression told Daniel she was used to getting results. We're... Daniels pulled his jacket aside and said, "Daniels, ma'am. Security." She didn't seem impressed. He let the jacket fall back over the pass clipped to his shirt pocket. Mannix stepped away from the wall and smiled winningly. "We're looking for socks." The woman nodded, eyes checking them out again. Around a thin smile, she said, "You've checked your underwear drawer, I presume?" Pearson hung his head and sniggered around a meaty hand. "He's a cat, ma'am," Daniel said, knowing the information was superfluous. "The president's cat, you know?" The woman's face beamed now in contrived understanding, and then a frown started on those magnificently controlled eyebrows. "You've lost the president's cat? My, whatever will the president say when he finds out?" "It's not lost exactly, ma'am," Mannix started. "Oh, you know where he is, then?" Mannix cleared his throat and checked his shoes. "You mind if I ask you what you're doing here, ma'am?" Daniel said. For a second the woman looked genuinely hurt. "Me?" the expression said. "Little old me?" But the voice told a different story. "I am taking some papers for urgent completion," she said in a measured tone, "and while I cannot elaborate on that statement, I would be happy for you and your colleagues to accompany me." She smiled, and for a moment Daniels expected a warming of the Ice Maiden, but he was disappointed. "Then you will be able to address your inquiries to my superiors." She smiled and nodded as she moved to pass the three men, and then stopped. After all, who knows what other creatures have been allowed to roam freely? Izzy Mannix bit into the inside of his cheek to stop the smile he felt forming. Pearson looked at Daniels, and then at the woman, then back at Daniels. Daniels shrugged his shoulders and smiled, waving a hand. "Hey, I'm sorry if we got off on the wrong foot here, Miss—" The woman simply watched him and waited, giving no indication of providing her name unless she were specifically requested to do so. Even then, Mannix thought it would be a close-run thing. "No, you go on about your business," Daniel continued after a reasonable pause. We'll just—" The sad truth was that he had no idea of what they would do now. Instead of finishing the sentence, Daniels waved his arm towards the far end of the corridor and nodded. The woman smiled again, sharp and thin, turned her back, and strode purposefully along the corridor the way the men had come. Daniels watched her sashay, and as she turned out of sight, looked at Mannix and Pearson. Izzy Mannix waved his right hand in front of his mouth and blew on it as though it had been severely burned. "Wow, quite a cool customer." "Just rude," Daniels said. Pearson smacked his lips. "Know what she needs?" He asked nobody in particular. "Yeah," Daniels snarled as he walked to the door of the room the woman had been in. "Etiquette lessons." "I thought the British were supposed to be polite," Mannix said. Daniels tried the door. It was locked. He should have guessed. "Good and bad, Izzy, like everywhere else." Pearson frowned. Turning from the door, Daniels saw him. "What's up?" The big man shook his head. "Oh, nothing, probably." "Go ahead, George. You got something to say, then spit it out." "Well," Pearson said slowly, "she made out like she didn't know about the cat, yeah?" Izzy nodded. "So?" Daniel shrugged. "She was just playing with us, George. We knew it, and she knew we knew it. Nothing in that." Pearson nodded and mopped his brow again, still recovering from the exertions of the past few minutes. "Yeah, that's fine. I know that." He put the gingham cloth back into his pants pocket and smiled. "But then why do I suddenly have a tuft of short white hair on my sleeve?" he said, "right where she brushed past me." Now it was Mannix's turn to frown. He grabbed Bearson's arm and, like an impatient tailor, spun him around. Sure enough, it was cat hair. Mannix squinted his eyes, cocked his head, and looked up at Bearson. Clearly having some trouble in believing it, he said, "How do you know this isn't from some time before?" Daniels was having no such trouble, and he fumbled in his pocket. Bearson smiled. "You know me, Izzy. I always keep my uniform real clean." And it was true. George had a huge appetite and was a messy eater, but his uniform always seemed to remain spotless. If, on the off chance a stain did result, a half-hour later Bearson would appear in the course of his rounds in freshly pressed and clean clothing. Daniels had once asked to see inside Bearson's locker, to count how many ready uniforms waited George's need, but the big man had adamantly refused. "It's private in there," he had explained, and though his face had betrayed a hint of amusement, there had been no mistaking the resolve in his voice. No way was the message coming through. But Bearson had no such qualms of privacy as he solidly planted himself in front of the door the woman had closed moments before. Daniels quickly looked along the corridor as he wrestled his intercom from his pocket. Pursuit at this stage was pointless. The woman would have reached the elevators by now. He pressed the red button and stepped away from the door. "Break it down, George," he said. "You calling it in? You think you should?" Daniels turned to Izzy Mannix and frowned. It was a good point. What did they have to go on? He glanced at Bearson's sleeve as the big man prepared himself to charge the door. A few white hairs. That was all, just a few white hairs. If he was wrong, what had the woman said? "You will be able to address your inquiries to my superiors." Unless those superiors included either Saddam Hussein or Boris Yeltsin, he would be on car park duty for the next 30 years. A hazy voice sounded from the two-way. Daniels lifted it to his mouth and told the security officer to forget it. He dropped the intercom back into his jacket pocket. First, they would check the room. Maybe the cat was in there. He nodded to the waiting Bearson and cringed as the man ran at the door. Izzy Mannix marveled at the sight. The door flew open and crashed against something behind it, knocking out one of the inset panels, while the entire lock section of the jamb pulled away from the wall and snapped cleanly in the center. Bearson stumbled on for a few feet and pulled up short at a large filing cabinet. Daniels stepped over the door panel and wood shards into the room. It was dark until Mannix flash-rubbed a hand along the wall and popped the light switch. Then the three men could plainly make out the nondescript contents. It was a small office that seemed to be in current use as a halfway house for a number of different items like lamps, rolling file cabinets, a teepee of rolled projection screens, a couple of abused bookshelves, and an easel among some other less obvious items. Mannix slipped by Daniels and into the room where he examined one of the filing cabinets on wheels. "This must be where the woman must have gotten her files." He leaned against the frame of the cabinet and prepared to riffle. "What are you doing?" Daniels hissed. "You can't go grubbing your way through that. There might be top-secret material in there." Mannix sheepishly backed away from the cabinet, pushing the drawer closed. "We did break in here, after all." Daniels had suddenly become aware of what they had done, where they were, and what they were about to do. Did the U.S. government have a posting equivalent of Siberia? Alaska sounded likely. "But we're looking for socks," Bearson reminded Daniels. "In a goddamn filing cabinet?" Mannix, too, cringed at the thought of violating top-secret information simply because they were chasing a cat. Okay, maybe it was the president's cat, but even that would still sound pretty silly on the front page of the Washington Post. He pictured the headline. No comment, say feline gate intruders, and the tagline beneath the inevitable line-up photograph. Come on, boys. Cat got your tongues? Yes, a smiling D.P. Daniels announced, breaking Menix's train of thought. We started out looking for socks, but maybe now there's more to the outfit. Ouch, said Izzy Menix. Yeah, now we're unraveling a mystery, George Bearson added. And again, said Izzy. Daniels chuckled. Once we tie all the shut up. She had walked the first 40 paces as normally as she could. The second 40, when she could be sure she was out of sight of the Three Stooges, she had taken a little faster, with considerably less restraint. Reaching the elevators, she had pressed the call button and switched the valise to her right hand. It was suddenly heavy. Damned heavy. Adrenaline flow, she thought. She glanced back the way she had come and listened. There were no sounds of pursuit. She was out of trouble, and now she was feeling the pressure, like those stories of people lifting cars to free their children. She felt as though she had lifted a Greyhound bus. She allowed herself the luxury of a couple of deep gasps, low-down, emptying gasps, rejuvenating gasps. It had been close. She could hear his voice. You mind if I ask you what you're doing here, ma'am? The tall one. Not bad looking either, she thought, for a jock. She smiled. Kevin Costner in The Bodyguard, but without the flair. Where did they find these people? Finally, her slender body shuddered in a way that would have made any of the 3 security guards forget socks, and perhaps all cats in general. If not that, then surely the long, cool sigh that trickled from her throat as her fingers unknotted and the valise slipped to the ground and she slumped against the wall. That would have done the job. In a display of energy that surprised her, particularly considering her drained condition, the woman readied a high-heel-fitted foot to kick the brown leather bag. But then she thought better of it. Or perhaps weariness overcame her again, and she melted toward the wall and relaxed. Bastard, she whispered. She glanced back down the hall the way she'd come, as though the word were aimed at one of the guards she'd just spoken with. But then she leveled her gaze at the valise. That was the problem right there. That was the cause of her dilemma. This fact would have become abundantly clear to even the most disinterested passer-by as she squatted most unladylike beside her cargo, absently set the sheaf of papers in her hands to one side, twisted the triple-numbered lock recessed under the hard brown handle of the bag, and popped it open. A new sound, mewling and feline, and not so unlike the lady's gasps after all, trembled from inside the bag. When a furry paw slipped out and stroked at the woman's hand, a look of concern washed quickly across her eyes, though a hint of irritation and fatigue was still settled around her mouth. She opened her valise wider and deftly flicked hands inside to grasp socks under his armpits and his butt, the only way to lift a full-grown cat safely. She rocked the cat until he rolled onto his back, looking just like a baby in her cradled arms. Brushing at a few loose cat hairs on her blouse, the woman realized she had actually risked implicating herself by holding this glorious all-American animal. Usually she didn't worry about the hairs, but that was during playtime. Playtime with socks was well coordinated and meticulously planned. She did not like being interrupted. Fortunately, she had actually brought in a recipient cat, something she did not usually do, relying instead on administering a mild mixture of concentrated testosterone and sedative, and then manually extracting the semen for later use. And so she had her cat bag with her. "It's a dirty job," she had once told a friend of hers, "but someone's got to do it." She smiled to herself as she thought of Socks making his own way to the room before she had even had the chance to go and get him. Thank God she had heard him scratching at the door when she did. Otherwise he might have given the game away completely. More thankfully still, those oafs had been noisy, grouching among themselves long enough outside the room for her to restrain Socks and administer a little shot of downer in his leg so he wouldn't give them away or ruin their rendezvous. Socks was perhaps less aware of the implications of this, but the woman was not. That little used office was her breeding ground, and like any good mother, she intended to protect it. Good mother. She smiled at the phrase. The last thing she had ever wanted was children. Who could think of bringing children into a world like this? She shook her head to the empty corridor. "Not me," she whispered, tickling Socks under his chin. He purred affectionately. This was, after all, his den mother. This was the woman who scored for him. "Sure," he purred. "Who wouldn't?" Right now, however, he was licking his leg where she had jabbed him. There had also been time to administer a larger dose of sedative to the other cat. A weakling breed cat like that female would be out for hours, perhaps even until morning, as a result of such a dose. She set Socks down and let him accept his own weight. After a slight push to get him moving, the cat balanced himself and trotted, albeit a little shakily, down the hallway in the direction in which the woman was recently heading, and, thankfully, away from the rendezvous room. With a contented smile, the woman watched Socks as he visibly regained both his strength and his confidence. With a quick backward look that might have been his way of saying, "Thanks, catch you later," the cat bounded away from her. Maybe she didn't charge enough for those jeans. On the other hand, she hated to soil a cat like Socks with contact with the likes of the Persian blue, knocked out but not yet up, unfortunately, in the bottom of the valise. But that cat would now mother a cleansed litter, with not a single moggy in sight. She lifted the folder and checked the sleeping cat. It was out for the count. There was enough imperfection in the world without adding to it. The work she was doing would make it just a little better. She closed her eyes and rolled her head back, savoring the way she had handled a potentially difficult situation. Maybe it was just one small step, she thought as she got to her feet and smoothed out her skirt. But then every great journey started this way. As the elevator doors opened, she heard a loud crash from up along the corridor. She lifted the valise, stepped inside, and hit the down button quickly. Minutes later, she walked by the front desk and out into the watery winter sunshine. It was Friday. The third Monday in February was now 4 days away. Between now and then, Donald Penrose Daniels, his mother was one of the Concord Penroses, had a weekend to contend with, a weekend comprised of 2 luncheons, an informal brunch for one of Hillary Clinton's charity concerns, and a full-blown dinner for visiting dignitaries from some distant corner of the globe, the name of which ended in Istan. God only knows Istan, maybe, or even who the hell cares Istan? Daniels could not remember and could care even less. He had never been able to figure why America needed to get involved in these far-flung regimes. But then he didn't need to know. All he needed to know right now was what was happening with the room on the second floor. Socks had been found a little after they had discovered the panel. That was yesterday afternoon. The news had been announced by Izzy Mennix, who had intercepted the call to Daniels on his own intercom. "The aliens have returned the cat," is what he had said. At that point, Daniels had been jammed into a neatly cut hole behind an exotic-looking fire screen, rummaging about amidst trays of bottles and what looked like specimen jars, each neatly labeled. Carefully backing out of the hole, Daniels had dragged one of the trays with him, balancing it on one hand while he pushed himself backwards with the other, swaying side to side as he went. "You ever thought of becoming an exotic dancer?" Mannix had asked. Daniels had grunted. "It could be an option, particularly Hawaiian," he had muttered, his voice sounding strangely distant and hollow. "'Cause if anything happens to screw up the weekend's arrangements, my ass is grass." Then he had emerged with his treasure. That was yesterday. Now the three men were sitting in Daniels's office, with an array of bottles and jars covering the conference desk. Israel Mannix was leafing through a printout containing the names of all personnel on the premises the previous day, each one accompanied by a computer-generated photograph. Quality-wise, the pictures were not exactly Ansel Adams, but they did at least contain sufficient detail to enable Mannix to satisfy himself that the woman they had encountered was not among them. It was the fourth time he had gone through the sheets. Meanwhile, Daniels and George Bearson had produced a list of names — he assumed that was what the labels were — from the 4 trays of bottles and jars. They had got just about as far as they could get, and still none of it made any sense. Bearson lit a cigarette and scanned the list again. "Okay, George, give me it so far." Daniels leaned back in his chair, kicked off his shoes, and plopped his feet on the window ledge. Bearson sucked on the cigarette and blew out a thin plume of smoke that looked set to carry on for hours. "Okay, the story so far. We have 37 bottles, phials, flasks, and specimen jars, some with contents, some without. The jars are numbered and labeled, the labels containing what appear to be names, probably animal names. Cats?" Bearson shrugged. "Cats, dogs, pythons, who the hell knows? I mean," he flicked down the list, "Bubbles? Nobody I know ever called their kid Bubbles, but—" He scanned the list some more. "Abigail, Gina. There are names here that could relate to humans." "All female, though," Daniels observed. Bearson nodded. "All female names, yes." "And the contents?" Mannix walked over to the water cooler, pulled a conical cardboard cup from the dispenser, and filled it. "Jism," he said. "Lots of it. Well, 22 containers, anyway. Good, grade A quality sperm." "But not human," Daniels said. "We're waiting on the lab report," Mannix said, "but no, we don't expect it to be human. If it is, then most of the male employees in this wing must be spending too much time in the John with Gurley books." "Or boy-y books," Bearson muttered. Daniels ignored the remark. "How long does it keep fresh? And how old is it, anyway? Will they be able to tell us that?" "They'll be able to tell us everything, barring what the donor was thinking about at the time." "Probably sardines," said Bearson. Daniels sighed. "George, why do I feel you're not taking this as seriously as I'd like? You working up to a 1-week slot in Las Vegas or something? Or is it just your long-winded way of handing in your resignation?" Izzy Mannix snickered as Bearson's smile faded. "Sorry," they both said in unison. Daniels picked up the telephone as soon as it rang and snapped into the mouthpiece. "Daniels." "Sure, go ahead." He sat up in his chair, reached for a pen, and started scribbling. "Yes? Okay. Yes? Only one? Jeez. Yeah, I got it. Yes, thanks. Say hi to Carol for me." "Sure. Talk to you later." He replaced the receiver on the cradle and looked at the other 2 men. "What I want you to do, George, is run down that list of names again and see if any of them could be surnames." "Surnames?" Daniels frowned. "Like Bearson?" Bearson nodded, cringing, and wrote himself a note. "Some folks often give their pets their own surname," Daniels explained to a puzzled-looking Izzy Mannix. "Then check the directory and see how many of that name you can find. Then make some calls, see if they have a cat. Daniels nodded. He turned to Mannix. Izzy, can you find out if there's some kind of institution? Like a cat protection league, something like that? There must be something, for Christ's sakes. Then find out if they have any members whose animals' names tie up with our labels, okay? I'm on it. Mannix crushed his cup and tossed it into the waste. What did Ed say? Pearson asked, nodding at the telephone. He said it is cat sperm. And get this, it all comes from just one animal. George Pearson whistled. That must be one tired papa cat. Picture it, Izzy said as he opened the door. A regular feline sperm bank and only one donor. Yeah, but 5 will get you 10, and he ain't complaining. Some hours later, the 3 men reconvened in Daniels's office. All 3 looked tired and ready for the week to be over. Unfortunately, with all the functions at the White House, as well as preparation for President's Day on Monday, there was still a lot to be done. At least with this mystery, they were up against something new. Far better, they all thought, than to have to battle another pigeon that had slipped inside and was making, at least in the minds of some of the staffers, a beeline for the Oval Office. Daniels asked, So, what do we have? His feet were propped up on the desk, and his hands cradled his head. George Pearson cleared his throat, obviously proud of something and wishing to draw attention to it. I may have something. Shoot, Daniels said, around a big smile. Pearson rarely had something, though Daniels would be the first to admit that, despite the man's size, his larger-than-life colleague was the one who always seemed to grab the pigeon. Well, none of the labels seem to relate to surnames. He paused for effect and frowned thoughtfully. I did some thinking, though, and figured that the names might be coded with something other than the person's real name. That's when I remembered one of the night security men talking about his kid brother shacking up with a woman called Bubbles. Bubbles? Pearson shrugged. I know. Maybe she has that kind of a personality. Who knows? Could be a coincidence, Mannix suggested. Could be, Daniels agreed. But maybe George is on to something. Either that or we think seriously about making this whole thing into an X-file.
I am, Pearson said. On to something, I mean, because there's more. Oh, by all means, Mannix chuckled sarcastically. Do tell.
Pearson glared at Mannix and then puffed himself up again. I called John Hendrickson, the night guard, and he was in bed, but it was his brother that answered the phone. So you asked the brother how we can reach Bubbles. Pearson nodded. It also happens that Bubbles owns a cat. I bet everyone named Bubbles has a cat, Mannix said, the sarcasm still plain. This time Daniels, too, shot a withering glance at Mannix. Maybe there's something in this, George. What else? Nothing much. Turns out that Hendrickson's brother has already moved on from the Bubbles woman because, his words, she's a little flaky. Flaky? Yeah. Seems she's a real weirdo when it comes to her cat. He wouldn't say any more. That's it. We don't know how weird? Hendrickson wouldn't say. Okay. We know where we can reach this woman, Bubbles? Sure. Pearson flicked the pages of his notebook. She works over in the big photocopying store. Quick Print. It's on 3rd Street. I know that, Mannix said. It's across from the Jewish Museum. Pearson nodded. Her name is Bevins. Sandra Bevins. Daniels frowned as he took in all that he had heard, and then turned his attention to Israel Mannix. Is he? Mannix smiled coolly. As Holmes said when Watson discovered him painting his porch yellow, lemon and tree, my dear Watson. Pearson and Daniels laughed as Izzy Mannix continued. Turns out there are several cat groups, everything from the Humane Society to some group in Harrogate called... Daniels frowned. Harrogate? Where the hell's Harrogate? England. The group is called Ninth Life. They say they can tell you who your cat was in a former life if you spend 3 to 5 nights in their hotel while they do some tests on your animal. I didn't check any of the names with any of the groups, though there are a couple here in D.C. that could stand a little more investigation, I suppose. You didn't ask them if Bubbles was a member? Bearson feigned shock. Like I said, wise guy, they probably all have a Bubbles, both cats and people. Daniels nodded. We could at least check these groups in D.C. for a Sandra Bevins, though, huh? Yeah, sure, Menox said. He glanced at his watch. I better get right on it. Just give me 10 minutes. He climbed to his feet and left for the phone in the next-door office. When Menox returned, he found Bearson asleep with his chin on his huge chest, and Daniels flipping cards into an old top hat on the floor that he kept just for this purpose. It certainly wasn't a hat to be worn. You won't believe this. Try me, said Daniels, as he flipped the Queen of Spades into the hat. When the card bounced back out, he looked up. Bevins is a member of a group called... He paused to glance at a small slip of paper. Cleaner Cats. At least I guess she is, since she's running for secretary this year. There was no one at the office, or no one answering anyway, but the voice gave me a whole load of information. Sound bites, not much more, and then numbers to press for more details. He shook his head. You stay on the line long enough, I figure you could get the weather in Des Moines and Dr. Ruth's recipe for gefilte fish. Anyway, I punched some number, then the machine rolled me over some message listing everyone running for office. He shrugged, hands outstretched and palms up, and voila! Sandra Bubbles Bevins, young hopeful of the year. Cleaner cats? Daniel asked. Menox shrugged some more. Beats me. Maybe they all have get-togethers, wash their cats at the same time.
Bearson was waking up just then.
You figure maybe that's why they call her Bubbles? Daniels and Menox both looked at him and shook their heads slowly. Right, said Menox. Daniels stood up, stretched, and yawned, his suit more crease than cloth. So, let's pay her a visit. I already checked about that, said Menox. She left today, around noon. Seems a bit suspicious, I guess, Daniels conceded. Izzy Menox waved his hand. No, she's just gone for the weekend. She went north somewhere to ski. No one in the store knew exactly where. Daniel shrugged his shoulders. I guess we wait until Monday, then. Bearson wondered out loud. Isn't that a holiday, though? President's Day? Maybe she's gone for 3 days. Not according to the guy I spoke with. The store is open as normal on Monday morning. Seems they have a lot of copying work on, and Bevins will be in then. Gefilte fish.
George Bearson said around another yawn. Sounds good to me.
Sandra Bevins was indeed back at Quickprint on Monday morning, though she acted as though she thought she should have had that day off, too. The snow had been really good, she told them, adjusting the bridge of her spectacles every other word and occasionally chuckling, though at what the 3 men had no idea. Aside from the lengthy weather report, Daniels, Menox, and Bearson learned little from her, other than the name and address of the current president of the organization, and the fact that she, Bubbles, was running for secretary because this group is really worthwhile, because without them, my baby's kittens would be as sick as their mother is when they turn 3. None of them really knew what she meant, and she seemed just a little too far out there to expect much more from anyway. She insisted that if they wanted to know more, they go and talk to the president. Well, not the president, she corrected herself, chuckling, her left index finger spearing the bridge of her glasses with such vigor that George Bearson feared she was about to give herself an impromptu lobotomy. I mean, our president, Samantha Morris. Izzy Menox nodded on behalf of them all and smiled. Delightful lady, Bubbles Bevins added. But then the British have such class about them. Do you know what I mean? Daniels gave a broad grin that widened in line with the woman's puzzled expression. Indeed we do, he said. glancing down at the address on his notepad. "Indeed we do." Pennsylvania Avenue is a bad place to be hungry and broke. They drove slowly, checking the numbers, while George Bearson stared out of the window at the passing eateries, all of them exclusive, all of them expensive. They were on the west side of Washington Circle, home to Marshall's West End, the Bristol Grill, where Bearson had once fallen so in love with a plate of mesquite grilled chicken he'd ordered seconds while he was still a couple of forkfuls away from the end. The guy he was with swore up and down that George had actually had tears in his eyes. Brazil Tropical, Donatello, and one step down, Daniels's favorite, but more because of the music, very accessible jazz. Not this just blow and see what happens shit, he delighted in telling people, than the food. Samantha Morris's house was a sand-cleaned six-step walk-up, complete with brass plaque. "Cleaner cats for our feline future," it read, and mahogany balustrades leading up to the door. They parked the car and strolled up the steps. Pulling the old-fashioned bell pull, Izzy Mennick said, "If a tall guy with a pasty face and neck bolts answers, I'm out of here." As the door opened, Daniels beamed a wide smile. "Ma'am, you have no idea how pleased I am to see you again," he said, flashing his ID. Samantha Morris's face drained white on the spot, and she tried to slam the door. But George Bearson's right foot was in the way, and the door bounced back into her arm. "I wonder, might we come inside, ma'am?" George asked softly. "We can talk better off the street." As stories went, Samantha's was neither of the sob variety nor the inspirational kind. It was just a way to make money off gullible people who spent more time trying to cure the country's ills by responding to wacky newspaper advertisements than in actually getting up off their backsides and rolling up their sleeves. The elitist mentality of cleaner cats was just one step away from old man Schicklgruber's kids' plan for a new order for the Third Reich some 60 years earlier. No matter how the dainty and admittedly classily spoken Miss Morris dressed up the facts, it all came down to the same thing in the end. In addition to making a lot of money out of a lot of misguided people, cleaner cats aim to restore purity of breed to the feline species. The advertisement in the organization's newsletter, the ad had also appeared in several local journals and papers up and down the country, said it all. In a hysterical display of hollow promises, veiled threats, prophecies of doom, split infinitives, and misplaced exclamation marks, the ailing syntax of the fanatical and the deranged, the copy offered true blue salvation. The true identity of the lone donor was not disclosed for the feline members of the American race. "It's kind of like the ads in the old comic books," George Bearson observed, as he handed the copy back to a pleasingly red-faced Sandra Bevins. "Things like growing your own monkeys, and glasses that enabled you to see through clothing." Mennick nodded. "No, those things never worked," he said sadly. The single-handed, though Bearson suggested another part of the anatomy might be more appropriate, effort of socks, frequent visitor to the knee of our much-venerated President and the First Lady, was considered by cleaner cats to be an inspired means of raising the standards of the cat population, though all of the men wondered how long Bevins had expected it to take. But inspired it had been. Samantha Morris went on to show the intrepid, if incredulous trio, documentary evidence, and letters by the fileful, some articulate, some angry, some avowed, but all bigoted. They found the letter from Sandra Bevins, who wrote passionately and at some considerable length about saving the cat world from the inferior classes. John Hendrickson's brother had clearly understated the case when he had accused the woman of being flaky. One or two of the other correspondents appeared to have learned to write just the morning of the day on which they posted the letter, and for all of these further lessons were clearly needed. Vitriol and stupidity, the ingredients of the most lethal cocktail of all, oozed from every page in almost equal measure. The system went this way. A phial of Sox's sperm, treated with a special preservative to ensure sufficient longevity for it to be utilized, was sent to anyone writing in and enclosing two things: a check for $99.95 and a return address. Daniels had to admire, albeit reluctantly, the fact that cleaner cats could have sent just any old cat sperm, but instead chose to do the honorable thing and supply only the real McCoy. Further proof, if any were needed, that there was nothing more dangerous than the fanatic. They took the files with them, along with Samantha Morris, and Daniels called in for White House security staff to give the Cleaner Cats headquarters a complete going-over. He also asked for the chief security officer, the guy in charge of organizing visitors' passes, to be at his office at 8 a.m. the next morning. Daniels expected one of the team would also have some connection to Cleaner Cats. He would know for sure when they had had the chance to go through the organization's files. After dropping the woman off at police headquarters, the three men sat silently in Daniels's car as they returned to the White House. "You know, just when it looks like we're moving forwards, something rotten always turns up," Izzy Mannix announced to nobody in particular as he leafed through one of the files. "It scares me that there are still people out there who can think like this." George Bearson grunted his agreement. "You know what scares me more?" Daniels asked. Mannix shook his head. Daniels nodded to the file. "All of those people get to vote." The three returned just in time to help with final preparations for the President's President's Day address. Before long, Clinton was in full swing, his voice trying to make the words sound improvised, but not quite making it. The speech was obviously and hopelessly read. After some nonsense about how he shared many characteristics with Washington, who was president before political parties even existed, and Lincoln, who was a Republican, Clinton was on to the heart of the matter: Bosnia. "You all know about it," the president concluded. "The rapes of the women, the murders of the children, all these things you have read about. We've got to try to contain it. I can tell you folks, we're not going to make peace over there in a way that's fair to the minorities that are being abused unless we get involved. If the United States now takes a leadership role, there's a real chance we can stop some of the killing, stop the ethnic cleansing." Daniels and Mannix and Bearson all added to the applause. As the president hurried out the back of the press room, the three men regrouped and shuffled back to Daniels's office. "Can we call it a day?" Bearson wondered. Mannix looked hopefully at Daniels. "Probably," he said. "Just hang around long enough for me to finish the report on this last case. You both need to sign it, and I want to get it out of the way." Bearson and Mannix nodded and wandered away when Daniels turned to enter his office. It didn't take long. D.P. Daniels slipped his summary report into a folder for the case he'd code-named Little Serbia. He was about to call it a day when he received the call. 1 minute later, he had buzzed his colleagues. "Come on, guys," he shouted into the intercom on his desk. "Another pigeon is terrorizing the White House. It's time for all good men and true to come to the aid of the party." "Tell Sox," quipped Mannix. "Shouldn't this be his job?" The Old Man Who Saw Newgrange. J.N. Williamson. On the afternoon before St. Patrick's Day, it was only natural for Mara McShaney, sole proprietor of the bar called Derry's, to count her blessings. St. Pat's had been a very special holiday for her, Derry's, and Mara's husband Mike as recently as last March 17th, when droll and sweet-tempered Mike had still been tending bar. Now, red-haired and 36-year-old Mara sighed as she counted her blessings, and got as high as 2. Her bar, and the one other meaningfully connecting link she had to the days that were good and golden, her striped cat Aloysius. Sad-faced Aloysius. her fellow helpless spectator at the fatal shooting of Mike when Derry's was held up. Watchful Allie, as Mara occasionally called the animal, who hated it, her beloved companion who sometimes scanned the faces of patrons as if searching for Michael Kelly McShaney. Poor Mikey, doomed to be 38 years old forever. Maybe the blessings list stood at 3, if Mara wished to add Timmy Corbett, the big-shouldered, soft-spoken bartender she'd hired and found a reliable employee and loyal chum in the year since Mikey had departed. On occasion, Mara even imagined Corbett, whose hair was a curlier and more carroty version of her own, had a yen to be more than an employee and chum. But he was a romantic fellow in the old-fashioned, idealistic way, a constant book reader who believed everything he read. And she was years older. At least 2. Best to keep things on the business plane, Mara told herself, dropping Aloysius behind the little gate through which she and Timmy Corbett entered and exited the bar area. Of course, there were regulations against having a pet on the premises, and of course Allie could clear the gate whenever he felt like it. But Mike McShaney had been a widely liked cop before buying Derry's. No one had ever registered an objection, and Aloysius had never felt like jumping the gate. Instead, he preferred to keep close to Mara, and Timmy Corbett, whom he tolerated, and to make sure there would never be a mouse or crawling insect with wanderlust that showed itself to a customer, and to pop his beautiful little head above the bar gate from time to time in his apparent quest for another glimpse of Mike. Mara had arrived early, and she managed to complete most of the setup work before Corbett or the waitresses Tia and Shauna came in for the evening shift. It was the eve of St. Patrick's Day, and while it was not a large tavern, some of the regulars liked getting a bit of a head start on the holiday. Business was brisk on March 16th, and tomorrow, as always, would justify Derry's opening earlier at 11 a.m. After greeting Timmy Corbett, Mara found herself staring at his broad back, reminded of poor Mike and what he had believed about St. Pat's. Things may get boisterous, but basically everybody's in fine spirits, so things don't get out of hand. But they had, when a man at the cash register produced a gun, and suddenly Mike McShaney was basically dead. Dead and unavenged, for the authorities had never even turned up a suspect. Mara shuddered and went back behind the bar with Allie and Timmy Corbett, who was resplendent in green shirt, green tie, and green pants. "I should have worn more green than a blouse and shamrock," she said. "Nonsense," Corbett said with a snort, glancing up fleetingly from an order he was filling. "You wear those emerald eyes of yours 365 days a year, Mara. Now how does a person get more Irish than that?" Mara laughed. One hand pushed back a straying lock of red hair, but she was aware only that her bartender was as charming as ever, and that a difficult night and busier next day were off to a relaxed beginning. In fact, the evening stayed like that, customers steady but amiable, until 8:30 or so. She'd taken time to show her pet some attention, and was seated on a chair, scratching Aloysius's ears, when his body tensed and his head came up, his fascinating eyes clearly on alert. A familiar but seldom heard rumbling sound rolled around inside, but of most concern to Mara, he made no effort to reach his vantage point for an inspection of what was alarming him. Mara stood and turned, peered out from a location a couple of yards down the long bar from where Timmy Corbett was filling pitchers with green beer. She was trying to take in the tavern's newer arrivals. Almost no time was needed to discover the source of Aloysius's agitation. First was the man, settling himself down onto a bar stool midway between Corbett and her. Although Allie had not seen him, anyone doing so would find herself or himself looking back at him, because he was a study in contradictions. Towering several unguessable inches above 6 feet, He also appeared to be nearly 4 feet wide, and none of it resembled fat. He was the fortunate man who could carry upwards of 300 pounds and be that much more masculine of demeanor for it. His legs were smokestacks, his torso, thanks to a black leather pea-coat, a great belch of dark and suffocating smoke. The rest of the contradiction was that his enormous head was encased in a bristling white mane and beard. In short, the customer was very old, perhaps in his 80s. The primary cause of Aloysius's anxiety, however, was certainly the big cat clambering onto the lap of the master he resembled. Mara gaped almost open-mouthed at the feline. Nearly the size of a bobcat, it had a dark brown, muscular body, with legs that rippled with power, and its huge head and stiletto-like whiskers were the color of newly fallen snow. Mara, who adored all cats, wasn't ready to make an exception, but she would have hesitated to stroke this beast's pate. Behind her, a scrambling noise startled Mara into a swift glance. All she saw of Aloysius was the tip of his striped tail, which he hadn't yet managed to tuck in with him beneath her desk. What he was doing astonished her. She felt twinges of dismay and angry shame as well. Allie was her co-spectator at a murder. He was her dearest friend and a source of confidence during the life without Mike. Even, however unreasonable and human it was, a provider of courage to go on. She would have demanded that he come out from under the table, except that Derry's newest customer was calling to her. "Irish whiskey, madam, if you please." The bearded old man eyed her appraisingly from beneath white brows, bushier than all the hair on the heads of most men his age. "If it's genuine, you may leave the bottle." "Sir," Mara said immediately, "local ordinances forbid us to serve patrons with pets." She had to take a breath, surprising herself by a rise of apprehension. "If you'll put your cat in your automobile for your visit at Derry's, we'll be happy to welcome you." Only one eye was in view, as a brow descended, creating a ferocious squint. "I might be in error," he said, rumbling deeper than Aloysius had been able to produce. "But I dare say you were patting your own cat as Brownie and I approached. Before the poor creature," he pronounced the word creature, "bolted in fright." He massaged Brownie's Alp-like dome with an immense palm. "Madam, I assure you that neither of us means you, your pet, or your establishment the slightest harm." The two tiny eyes widened, twinkled. "Surely true citizens of the Emerald Isle shall not be turned away on the eve of St. Patrick's, because each of us is large?" Mara rumpled her long red hair with a hand, indignant on behalf of Aloysius, but also wondering how the ancient giant had seen her stroking the cat's ears. Then she realized the answer lay in the very word giant, that he had merely been tall enough to notice them on the other side of the bar. "Timmy Corbett," she called, falling into an Irish idiom that was quite natural to her, "will ye be kindly serving this gentleman our best Irish whiskey?" But she also gave him a wink, their signal to track a customer's behavior closely while he was at Derry's. When the old fellow had his bottle and a glass, he seemed content enough, and Mara decided the only problem was her cats. Aloysius had simply never seen one of his own kind 3 times his own size. Except, she thought while refilling several table bowls with a variety of free snacks, he never saw that cat Brownie. Did he actually sense its size, or was it the old man who frightened him when he peeked at us? All seemed well, then, except that the bearded old man hummed incessantly, as if listening to some irresistible music no one else could hear. Eventually Mara realized that his enormous cat Brownie raised his snowy head and cocked it at certain points in the humming serenade, listening attentively and purring a feline reply. The appearance of elderly man and trusted pet sharing a strange conversation made Mara smile. But she wondered about the charm of the peculiar duet when, not long before closing, Timmy Corbett and the old giant raised their voices in what certainly wasn't song.
"What do you mean, sir?" the latter demanded. "I can have nothing more to drink."
His bass voice ascended in volume.
"Have I not paid the establishment with the proper coin of the realm, and in the correct amount? Is a man to go thirsty?"
Corbett's carroty hair color seemed to wash into his face. Mara knew he had yet to encounter a visitor to Derry's whom he couldn't hush or hustle out if necessary.
But this customer was old enough to be Timmy Corbett's granda.
Worse, she thought with a pang, the big old man might be too much even for her bartender to handle.
"What I mean is that you've exceeded your limit, Pop. If you're thirsty, we can give you all the water or coffee you want, maybe even a glass of milk."
An expression of scorn and insult at the reference to water became one of benign hope at the end of Corbett's sentence.
"Why, milk would be fine," he said with raised brows, pronouncing the word fine. "If you have it."
He read Corbett's own expression, and added, beaming at the younger man,
"Especially if you won't put a limit on the blessed stuff."
Mara spoke up with a grin. "What kind of woman would I be, as Aloysius's stepma, if I didn't keep milk on the premises?" A tilt of her head sent Timmy Corbett back to the walk-in refrigerator.
"I could not answer that, madam," the customer murmured, rising slightly from his bar stool to acknowledge his gratitude. "But you do have the blessed stuff, and that makes you a considerate as well as lovely hostess in my book."
The minutes slipped away, and at closing time their interesting customer also departed. Mara and Corbett found generous tips for them on the bar. "He and his cat are eccentric," she said, pleased, too, by what the place had taken in the night before St. Patrick's Day. "But he seems to be a good-hearted enough soul."
"I wouldn't be too sure,"
Timmy Corbett said, as he tugged on his full-length coat. It was still March, and no sign of spring had presented itself.
"To tell the truth, Mara, I'm suspicious about that one."
"Why, for goodness sakes?" He clapped a cap on his head, set his jaw firmly.
"I could never trust a man whose belly lets him switch from Irish whiskey to milk," he retorted, shuddering.
He took 3 paces towards the front door, hesitated.
"And there's more. I'm going to check something out in a book I read. When I come in for work tomorrow, it being St. Pat's and all, I mean to be prepared, just in case that old boy and his cat come back."
And he was out the door, a whisper of winter slipping inside before he had closed it. All the while, Mara was busy locking up the day's receipts, collecting Aloysius, going upstairs to the flat over the bar, and changing into a nightgown for bed. She felt somewhat uneasy about what her well-meaning bartender had told her. Except, of course, he hadn't pinpointed anything whatever that was sinister about a man 80 years of age or older. Her late husband, Mikey, had also been known to have his hunches, but he was a policeman. Timmy Corbett, just as eager to defend her and Derry's, was merely superstitious. This time he'd gone too far, about an old gent with the good sense to switch from booze to milk instead of making a quarrel. Mara sat in the kitchen with humiliated Allie, deriving comfort from her little friend as usual, smiling as she coaxed the cat onto her lap. She tried to imagine John Walsh or Robert Stack on TV, grim-faced as they showed photos of a white-bearded ancient law enforcement's quarry from coast to coast.
"I think we've seen the last of him and his monster tabby baby," she told Aloysius to cheer him up. "There are plenty of bars where he can go on downing 'em till he's too polluted to attend Mass."
Tired from so much time on her feet, she slept like a child, except for a few baffling dreams she didn't remember when she awakened. She roused herself on St. Pat's and made it downstairs to the bar by 11. Depositing a similarly sleepy Aloysius over the entry gate, she read for the umpteenth time the plaque Mike had mounted above the bar the day before they opened dairies under their ownership. St. Francis and St. Benedict, bless this house from wicked wight, from the nightmare and the goblin that is hight good fellow Robin. Keep it from all evil spirits, fairies, weasels, bats, and ferrets, from curfew time to the next prime. William Cartwright. Mara didn't know who Cartwright was. Neither had she or Mike known what most of the creatures whose presence was not desired happened to be, but the prayer had worked just fine for them. Every prime to curfew, except for the one when she had been widowed, a year ago. Surely it was a suitable plaque to have posted on a day that honored a man who drove the serpents from Ireland and killed Pishta Moor, the monster of the lake. Then, after a wonderful lunch hour and early afternoon, Mara was filling orders for the barmaids Bernadette and Aaron when, sensing something, she glanced up from behind the bar and saw the enormous old man from last night making a path toward her. And Timmy Corbett isn't due in for almost an hour, she thought automatically. He found a stool a yard or so away from her, with a table of two loud-talking younger men at his back. Mara turned her head to catch a glimpse of Aloysius. Although it was obvious the cat's demeanor was changed, he no longer looked drowsy, but on full alert. He held his ground and didn't try to run and hide. That was when the red-haired human recognized what Aloysius had realized without his having craned his neck to see the bar-room. The old fellow's immense cat wasn't with him today. "Where's Brownie?" she inquired after taking his order for Irish whiskey. "I hope I didn't really chase him away, and I had no business suggesting you leave the poor guy in your car."
"I understood perfectly."
The white-bearded man fairly purred. His broad face reflected his concern.
"But as for Brownie, I have no idea where he's gone. When I arose this morning, he had simply left."
He brightened.
"Knowing Brownie, I'm confident he shall return."
His brows rose as he looked past Mara.
"Hello, what have we here?"
Aloysius's sleek striped head was visible above the gate as he stood on tiptoe to peer at the powerfully built old man, then at Mara, and, deeply curious, back to the customer. "He almost never shows any real interest in anyone but our bartender and me," Mara marveled. Further surprising her, Aloysius lightly vaulted the entry gate into her lap. He nuzzled his head against her, but kept his gaze on the old man. Chuckling, the latter made coaxing noises in his throat and with his lips. To Mara's astonishment, Allie listened for a moment, then jumped over to the aged customer's lap. "I'm sorry, sir," Mara said. "Get back here, Aloysius." She put out her arms to retrieve her pet, but a massive arm circled Aloysius, almost tenderly.
"If you wouldn't object, madam," he said, "it would ease my anxiety about Brownie to hold your darling friend a while."
He tilted his huge head, began to hum as he had to his cat.
"Don't fret. I shall not let him venture into the rest of your establishment."
Mara shook back her lovely red hair in a motion of smiling acquiescence, and went back to preparing drinks for the growing number of other customers. So much for Timmy Corbett's old country superstitions, she thought. This old man is a pussy-cat. Then Corbett himself arrived for his shift 20 minutes later, and his gaze was on Mara all the way from the front door through the room to the bar. She noticed it, but ignored him until he was standing beside her, glancing disapprovingly at the sight of Aloysius in the company of the big snowy-haired man with his Irish whiskey. "I copied something out of that book I mentioned," he told Mara under his breath. "For you." He slipped a note to her along the bar, wouldn't release it until her hand was covering it. "What I thought about old Santa Claus's father there? Well, don't get too close to him. Maybe he'll just leave after a bit." "I'm too busy to read this right now, Timmy Corbett," Mara said, and so are you. Besides, I think he's a nice gentleman who loves cats and milk, so—" But the carrot-topped bartender had promptly headed for his end of the bar after hearing her admonition. She carried the page with the quote he had copied out by the microwave oven, and trying to put both her friend and the aged customer from her mind, resumed her own duties. Two youngish men at the table to the Whitebeard's back sounded as if they were at the stage in their drinking when they were trying to show off their knowledge of obscure facts. Mara attempted to tune them out, but they were both speaking too loudly for that. One said, "A skunk works is not a think tank. It's a place to develop things to blueprint, build, and put to work fast." "I know that, Ned," said the other. "A fellow named Kelly Johnson created them and made the first American fighter plane to top 500 miles per hour in 40 days. "Well," said the first man, "did you know the University of Chicago took the same chemical compounds that light up fireflies and some fish and made a terrific explosion?" "Everyone knows that, Ned." A sloshing sound, as if draft beer filling glasses, drifted to Mara. "It's little-known facts we're supposed to be discussing." "Such as, Will?" Ned demanded, taking a noisy slurp. It sounded challenging. "Cold viruses stay alive in introverts' noses longer than extroverts. Like that one?" Will chortled. "How about the safest hours to sleep? Midnight to 6 a.m., that's when, and most folks die when it's time to get up. Now who buys the next round, Nettie?" Mara was startled when Aloysius was suddenly deposited in her arms with a hurried but gracious, "Thank you, madam." She whirled around in time to see her immense customer hauling up a chair at the young loudmouth's table. "Let me in on the bet, boys, and I'll tell you a really impressin' Irish tale in keeping with the day." Ned and Will clearly couldn't think of a way to leave him out, and despite herself, Mara leaned her elbows on the bar, shamelessly eavesdropping. "Ye ever hear tell of a marvel 30 miles from Dublin called Newgrange?" asked the oldster. It was obvious they hadn't. "It's a tomb built 1,000 years before Stonehenge was completed. Maybe that long before the Egyptian pyramids." He crouched forward conspiratorially, but without lowering his voice. "Yet Newgrange is more than a tomb, lads." He caught a suspenseful breath. "It's also a cathedral to the life force of the sun." "Mara, you read the stuff I gave you yet?" Corbett asked. She shushed him with a wave. "Imagine a mound of earth 260 feet in diameter, more than 30 feet above the ground." The old man's eyes grew big beneath his bushy white brows. "Imagine a wall of shining white quartz, an entrance marked by stones weighing upwards of 12 tons. You walk inside the passageway toward a cruciform chamber, and at the end you find a vertical opening. Then, through it, you see—" The increasingly curious younger men saw their uninvited guest pause to slug down more Irish whiskey. "Yes, yes," Ned cued him, bent forward from the waist. "You see, sunlight," said the aged one, "but only for a week or so, before the winter solstice and about a week after. In fact, a chap named Tom Ray from the Dublin Institute for Advanced Studies proved the sunlight would have been perfectly aligned with a midwinter sunrise 5,150 years ago." He sat straight, beaming. "Now, boys, was that great tomb built to celebrate Christmas before Christ was born, in the hope of reawakening the dead? Or to provide them with light to see where they were going as the Irish of old went on their way to the afterlife? Or why did a people more than 5,000 years ago work so long and so hard to arrange for the only light in Newgrange tomb to fall upon the dead once each year, perhaps for eternity?" "You win the round," Will assured him. "But what's the answer? And how can you be so sure that light gets through the way you say it does?" The bearded ancient smiled. "I know it does, for I have been there, lads," he murmured. "My home is Ireland.
As for the answer to your question, the only ones who know it may be our eldest ancestors.
He pushed back his chair.
Save your money. Just pay for my round by keeping it a mite less noisy. This bar is run by a lady.
He began ambling back to the bar, bottle and glass in hand.
Your story was great, young Ned called to him, but we were swapping facts, not guesses. Where's the reality to that Newgrange place?
The white-bedecked giant paused as he sat on his stool, but just briefly.
I gave you boys the reality of an ancient mystery, a chance to solve a puzzle no one else has solved. The longer I live, the more I prefer mystery to facts any day of the year, especially St. Patrick's Day.
Mara, hearing the entire conversation, was utterly fascinated with the old fellow's story, and his gallant way of persuading the other customers to hold it down for her. She thought for an instant of going to read Timmy Corbett's presumably sinister quotation in the note he'd given her, just to enjoy a laugh. But she realized she shouldn't tease him just now, when his feelings were doubtlessly hurt by the way she'd told him to hush. The evening dwindled slowly but steadily. People came and left, or stayed put, a testimony to her late husband's plan for dairies and to her employees, she felt. And what had happened to Mike a year ago slipped into the recesses of her mind. But surprises were still coming. A man bundled up enough for the far colder nights of 6 weeks ago entered the front door, and in his wake the enormous cat belonging to her oldest customer was trotting in the direction of the bar. Brownie had returned to his kind-hearted master, and Mara was delighted to see the cat leap straight into the old fellow's lap. The latter hugged him, and immediately there was an exchange of humming and strange feline sounds, almost as if Brownie was being asked to explain his whereabouts. In an odd way, though, Mara reflected, it nearly sounds like music. While Timmy Corbett was greeting the newest customer, she turned to soothe Aloysius, thinking he'd be just as upset, and perhaps hiding, as he had been yesterday. Instead, Allie had propped himself up on the entry gate, and appeared to be engrossed in the activities of Timmy Corbett and his bundled-up patron, as well as Brownie and the old man. The four of them, standing or seated, were grouped within a few feet of one another, and Aloysius's attentive striped head was shifting minutely from left to right and left again.
"You can go to hell," Corbett said loudly,
and Mara saw the veins in his muscular neck standing out. Why did his words sound so familiar?
"It's not going to happen."
Startled by the bartender's resistance, the stranger put his hand into a pocket of his heavy coat. In the process, his coat collar flipped down, and Mara gasped. This man, as tall and well-built as Timmy Corbett, was no stranger.
"What are you doing with my cat?" the old man asked incongruously, pawing in a motion that seemed drunken at the younger customer's arm. "Did you kidnap him?"
Mara saw a handgun the angry man reached for halfway out of his pocket, as if showing Timmy Corbett he was armed, and in her mind she heard Mikey say once more,
"Go to hell, you're not stealing our hard-won profits."
This was the same hold-up man, the one in all her nightmares. But now he was telling the bearded giant,
"Leave me alone, you old lush. That's my cat."
Shaking, wanting nothing to happen either to her friend Timmy or to the aged customer, Mara walked toward them. A year before, she had simply frozen. Now she saw the uncharacteristically angry expression on the old man's face as he crooned to Brownie, saw Timmy Corbett pull from under the bar the shillelagh he kept for just such emergencies, and saw her husband's murderer free his weapon from the coat pocket and begin to aim it at Corbett. Aloysius cleared the gate, flashing past Mara at a speed he'd never achieved before. He was scurrying toward the killer of his master, Mike, at precisely the instant the heavier cat, Brownie, hurled himself, claws raised, at the gunman's wrist. His yowl of pain might have awakened the dead when Aloysius clawed at his face. The handgun was jarred loose and skimmed along the surface of the bar directly into Mara's hand. Snatching it up, she heard the sickening sound of something very solid against human flesh and bone. Unharmed, but in the pose of a baseball slugger completing his swing, Timmy Corbett seemed for a moment to have connected with nothing whatever, for nothing and no one was standing before him. Then Mara saw the hold-up man and murderer sprawled on the other side of the bar, clearly unconscious. She scooped up her valorous friend Aloysius, handed Timmy Corbett the gun, and said she would go call the police. But when she was sitting at her small desk in the privacy of the area well behind the bar, she said a brief prayer of thanks first, and then promised Aloysius enough treats to make him as big as Brownie. "Does that old man really talk with old Brownie? And did Brownie tell you what the two of you were going to do? And how did your new friend just happen to return at the same time as that terrible man? Or did he and the old man sense last night who he was and get him in here so we could catch him from Mike?" Aloysius, peering at her with his head charmingly cocked, said something that sounded considerably like a purr of contentment and pride. Mara placed the call to the police from her desk, being assured of prompt assistance when she mentioned the name Mike McShaney. Hanging up, she started to go back to the bar to help Timmy with their prisoner. Then she saw the sheet of paper he had given her at the start of the St. Patrick's Day shift. Unfolding it, Mara read the quotation from a book of Irish mythology. The nobility of both the Irish and Scottish fairies, the Sidhe is the largest, the oldest, and the most powerful of all fairies. They prefer their pets, sometimes brownies in animal form, and making music to dwelling in palatial mansions. All they consume is milk and Irish whiskey. Mara paused with her mouth open, and new respect for her friend Timmy's imagination filling her heart. The Sidhe feels obliged to avenge any insult, and a single touch of one, if he wishes, can drive a mortal man mad, or cause severe illnesses or wounds. On the other hand, his touch can create courage and unity. Mara jumped up from the desk, hurried back to the bar. Everything was the way she had left it. The hold-up man, who had once more tried to kill in order to steal their money, remained unconscious, except that many customers had already departed, obviously not eager for a chat with the authorities. The frost-bearded giant of an Irishman, whose name they had not even known, had also left, along with his huge and helpful cat. "No, I didn't even see him go," Timmy offered, reading Mara's expression. "But he left us each another tip." Mara found hers. It was twice as much as the day before, and a shamrock lay atop it, and also found tears in her eyes. "I should have listened to you, Timmy Corbett," she said, and went to give him a hug. "Funny," he answered, keeping the gun trained on the unconscious killer. "I was about to say the same thing to you. Remember? I think he's a nice gentleman who loves cats and milk. That's what you said." "Maybe his mystery is like that," Timmy admitted, pointing. 2 glasses were set on the bar before the oldster's bar stool, Mara saw, one with a few drops of amber liquid in the bottom, the other glass stained as white inside as their aged customer's hair and beard. "You're a deep one, Timmy Corbett," Mara said, her arms around his waist. "I think it will take quite a while to figure out your mystery, too." She laughed merrily. "But maybe it's time I started trying to do just that." The Easter Cat. Bill Crider. "Let me give you a little piece of advice. Never stop to help the Easter Bunny change a flat tire. I would never have done it myself, except that it was obvious that he was totally incompetent, and no one else was even giving him a second glance. Besides, I thought I recognized him.
So I drove on by and coasted to a stop by the curb about half a block in front of the Bunny's pre-war Chevy. It was the same model as mine, in fact, a 1940 model, but mine was in better shape. The Bunny obviously wasn't a very good driver. I got out of my car, stretched, and took a deep breath. It was a beautiful California day, all blue skies and sunshine, low humidity, and the smell of oranges drifting in from one of the groves that still remained nearby. If I'd had any sense at all, I would have kept right on driving. But then no one ever accused me of having any sense at all. I walked back to the Bunny's Chevy. The passing cars ignored both of us. We were out near the studios, and you don't have to live in Hollywood for very long to get used to some pretty strange sights out there, or anywhere else for that matter. The Bunny was trying to loosen a lug nut. He was down on his knees, straining so hard that his long pink ears were quivering. As I watched him strain, his hands slipped off the lug wrench. He keeled over on his side and hit the pavement. "God damn it," he said, which I thought was pretty strong language for the Easter Bunny, and I told him so. "Yeah? And who the hell asked you?" He didn't bother to get up. He just lay there on his side with his puffy white tail sticking out toward the traffic. Nobody asked me. Nobody asked me to stop and help a bunny in distress, either. He sat up then and turned to look at me through eyes narrowed against the sunlight. He was who I'd thought he was, all right. Ernie Wiggins, dressed out in a bunny suit. Rabbits' noses were supposed to be pink, I think, but his was a bright, shiny red. "Farrell?" he said. He put a hand up to shade his eyes. His eyes were a little red, too. "Bill Farrell, Private Dick?" "It's me, all right," I said. "And better a dick than a bunny rabbit. You got a part in something?" It was a natural question. Ernie Wiggins was a has-been comic who'd started out with a couple of bits in Leon Errol shorts and then done one with the Three Stooges. Someone at Gober Studios spotted him in that one and gave him a try as the comic sidekick in a Rick Torrance jungle epic, Johnson of Java, I think. But it might have been Benson of Borneo. I can never remember which one came first. Torrance and Wiggins hit it off, and Ernie had been funny enough to get a couple of good mentions in the trades. Not only that, but the box office take was a little better than Torrance's last picture. So naturally they put Ernie in another movie with Torrance, Johnson or Benson, whichever, and it looked like Ernie was on his way. He was on his way, all right, on his way out. As it happened, he was a lush. Now, that's no big thing in Hollywood, of course. If they fired all the lushes tomorrow, every studio in town would close down. But Ernie was the wrong kind of lush. He started showing up drunk on the set, forgetting his lines and missing his marks. Even that might not have been so bad on some pictures, but Rick Torrance's directors weren't exactly top of the line.
They preferred the methods of William One-Shot Bodine.
So after one more picture, Andrews of the Amazon, Ernie was out on the streets. And not only that, now he was dressed like the Easter Bunny. Ernie stood up, none too steadily, and brushed haphazardly at the knees of his bunny suit. He didn't say anything about having a part. What he said was, "Can you give me a hand with the tire?" Even the exhaust fumes from the passing cars couldn't disguise the fact that he'd been sipping on the old Overholt, or whatever he favored. Did I say sipping? He'd probably slugged down a fifth of the stuff by now, and it was only a little after noon. He'd never get the tire changed by himself. So, fool that I was, I said, "Sure." I took off my hat and jacket and laid them on the hood of Wiggins's Chevy. Then I picked up the lug wrench and got to work. Ernie stared vacantly off into space and leaned his back against the car as if he needed a brace to help him stand up. While I worked at getting the wheel off, he slid slowly down the side of the car, an inch at a time. I got the wheel off, put on the spare that Ernie had left lying in the street behind his car, and tossed the flat into the trunk. By that time, Ernie had slid all the way down the side of the car. He was sitting in the street, his back to the Chevy, snoring heavily. I jacked down the car, tightened the lug nuts, and threw the wrench and jack into the trunk with the flat tire.
I slammed down the trunk lid as hard as I could, hoping the noise would wake Ernie up. It didn't. I wiped my hands off on my handkerchief, then put on my hat and jacket and looked down at Ernie, who was still snoring. He'd drawn a bunch of little black lines straight out from the sides of his nose. Whiskers, I guess. I kicked one of his feet. Gently. I'm not some tough peeper like Bogart and the Maltese Falcon. "Wake up, Ernie," I said. He opened one eye. Wakey shaky. Got a job." If he had a job, it wasn't at Gober's studios. I'm on retainer to Gober, the big cheese himself, and I know the casts of every picture on the lot, which is how I got to know Ernie in the first place. Wayward starlets, oversexed leading men, pregnant ingenues. I'm the one who tries to keep them out of trouble. And when that fails, to keep their names out of the papers. In fact, I was on my way to do a little job for the studio at the moment, or I was supposed to be. I didn't think Mr. Gober would appreciate my helping out the Easter Bunny. "Where are you working?" I asked Ernie. "Rick's place. Kids' party. All I can get these days." He shut his eye and began snoring again. I hunkered down beside him and slapped him on both cheeks gently. That didn't work, so I shook him. Gently, of course. "Stop," he said. "Stop, stop, stop, stop. Not until you wake up." "Can't wake up." He slumped forward into my arms, and I shoved him back against the car. He opened one eye again. "Gotta get to Rick's. Gotta be bunny at party." I couldn't just leave him there, so I dragged him around to the passenger side of the car and held his head up by the ears to keep it off the street while I opened the door. Then I tried to get him inside. It was like working with a very heavy dummy filled with flour dough, but I finally managed it. Of course, his feet were in the seat and his upper body was on the floor, but at least he was in the car. His head was practically up under the dash. I shut the door and looked down the street at my own car. It would be all right where it was for a while. I could drive Ernie to Rick's house. Maybe he would sober up on the way. Sure he would. And maybe MGM would call me to replace Robert Taylor in some big-budget foreign intrigue film because I was so much better looking than he was. My nose has been broken twice. I'm going bald on top, I'm a little overweight, and my eyes are too close together. You figure the odds. I sighed, walked around to the driver's side of the Chevy, and slid in. As it happened, the little job I was supposed to do was at Rick Torrance's house. It seemed that there was some kind of dispute going on, and Mr. Gober wanted me to settle it. He hadn't said what it was, which is why I wasn't in much of a hurry. It apparently wasn't an emergency, and I didn't like settling arguments. That wasn't my idea of what my job was all about. But I was going to do it. That's what I got paid for. Rick Torrance lived not far off Sunset in Beverly Hills. I'd been to his place once before, when some starlet had nearly drowned in his pool, where she'd fallen after being goosed by a chimpanzee that had wandered in from Rick's private jungle. The house was a big 3-story stucco job, painted pink and set back from the street behind a pink stucco wall on a couple of acres of ground, only a little of which was given over to a well-manicured lawn and a drive lined with bougainvillea bushes. The rest was covered with jungle. 3 or 4 kinds of palm trees, banana trees, creeping vines, climbing vines, and a few varieties of exotic flowers. God knows what the water bill was, but it didn't matter to Rick. The studio paid it. The jungle was good publicity, giving the place the semblance of the kind of terrain Rick Torrance was supposed to prefer. Anyone familiar with Rick knew that he actually preferred the terrain of a nice shady bar to a jungle any time. But most of the ticket-buying public didn't know Rick at all. Instead, they read about his private jungle in the fan magazines and had fantasies about his running around among the palm trees with his shirt off. Most of his pictures didn't require big wardrobe. He never wore a shirt if he didn't have to, and I didn't blame him. If I had pecs like his, I'd go shirtless too. I stopped Ernie's Chevy at the gate in the pink wall. The gatekeeper, an old geezer with bifocals and white hair growing out of his ears, recognized me from the last time I'd been there. He was willing to let me inside, but he wanted to know who was on the floor. "The Easter Bunny," I said. The geezer wasn't surprised.
"Oh, yeah, him. He's late. Mr. Torrance and Mr. Gober are having a fit."
"He's a little under the weather," I said. "You say that Mr. Gober's here?" I hadn't realized that Gober was calling from Rick's place.
"In the flesh," the gatekeeper said. "He's the kid's godfather or something. He's fit to be tied because the bunny hasn't showed up. If I was you, I'd do something about your buddy there and get him ready. Mr. Torrance and Mr. Gober, they don't want the kid to be disappointed."
I didn't want the kid to be disappointed either, and I didn't want Ernie to get into any trouble, but I didn't know what to do about it. The gatekeeper had a suggestion, however, which is how I wound up in the bunny suit, walking up the drive with a basket of colored eggs in each hand. The eggs and baskets had been in the Chevy's back seat, and now and then I stopped along the drive to hide an egg or two in a bougainvillea bush. I was careful not to wander off into the jungle. There was no telling what was in there. I thought I could hear spider monkeys calling to one another, and then there was that chimp. So I stuck to the drive. The gatekeeper and I'd had a hell of a time getting Ernie out of the bunny suit, and I was having a hell of a time wearing it. It was hot, it was too tight, and it smelled a lot like Ernie. I wasn't a happy bunny when I hammered the brass knocker against the front door of Torrance's house. Ernie, lying asleep in the gatehouse in his underwear, was considerably happier than I was. No one answered my knock on the door, so I tried the knob. It was open, and it swung back into the house. I looked inside just in time to see a familiar-looking man hurtling down the hallway toward me. He had a cat in his arms, a huge tabby that was dark and light gray on top, with a lot of orangey gold mixed in, and a solid white stomach. It was colored almost like an egg, sort of an Easter cat. I thought maybe it had something to do with the party, and I was trying to get a better look when there was a thunderous explosion, and the door frame shattered above my head. Maybe the little dispute Mr. Gober had called me about was more serious than I'd thought. I looked around for a place to run, but before I could move, the man from the hallway crashed into me. I'm pretty sturdy, but I don't think I slowed him down much. It was hard to tell. I couldn't see very well because I was lying flat on the tiles in front of the door. There were colorful hard-boiled eggs all around me. There was another explosion, and I raised my head cautiously. I could see Rick Torrance back in the hallway. He had an elephant gun to his shoulder. At least it looked like an elephant gun. Maybe it was only a 30-30. Pistols I know a little bit about. Rifles are something I don't generally have to deal with. I squirmed out of the way before he could run over me, too. He ran past me and headed down the drive. Then Mr. Gober, who must have been behind him, came outside. He stopped and looked at me. "You're not Wiggins?" he said. Studio heads have to be perceptive. "No, sir, I'm not." He recognized me then. "God damn it, Farrell, what are you doing in that outfit?" He always says that. God damn it, Farrell, I mean. I'm thinking of having my first name changed, since he can't seem to call me anything else. "I'm taking Ernie's place," I said, standing up. I started gathering up the eggs. Most of them were cracked, but I put them in the baskets anyway. "God damn it, Farrell," Gober said. "You're not supposed to be playing with Easter eggs. You've got to stop Rick. He's going to kill somebody if you don't." "What about the party?" I asked. I didn't want to disappoint the kids, not after I'd gone to the trouble of getting dressed like a bunny. Gober, however, didn't care about the kids. He was more interested in his star. "Forget the party. The kids have waited this long. They can wait a little longer." "Where are they?" "They're in the backyard. Peggy's with them. They're fine. Now get going." "I need to know what's going on here first," I said. Mr. Gober took a deep breath and tried to control himself. Patience wasn't his strong suit. "The guy that ran you over is Lawrence Berry. Rick's going to kill him. I didn't think so. It was widely known that Rick was a terrible shot. But I was curious. Why? He got Felicia pregnant, that's why. Now, I interrupted him. Felicia? I thought Rick's wife was Penny Turnage. Gober's face was turning a truly amazing shade of red. It was almost the same color as Ernie's nose. I wondered if Gober had been drinking. He took another deep breath. Felicia's the cat, he said. Rick's cat. And Larry Berry got her pregnant? Illicit pregnancy is one thing, but bestiality and cross-species breeding? Wow! Wait till the fan mags get a hold of this one, not to mention Scientific American. Berry was a well-known womanizer who generally played the villain's role in films. He'd been in a couple of Rick's pictures, playing an evil white hunter in Kent of Kilimanjaro and a murderous guide in Clive of the Congo. Or maybe he was a guide in Kent and a hunter in Clive. As I said, it's easy to get confused. The pictures are a lot alike, plenty of shots of Rick with his muscles showing, and lots of stock footage of crocodiles sliding off sandbanks into rivers, things like that. Not Berry, you idiot, Gober yelled. He didn't get Felicia pregnant. His cat got her pregnant. Berry lives next door, and the cat comes sneaking over the wall to assault Felicia. Was that his cat Larry was holding? I asked. A rifle boomed. Yes. Now, are you going to do something to earn your retainer, or do I have to turn things over to the Continental Agency? I handed him the Easter baskets. Hold these, I said. As an Easter bunny, I was more of an urban type of animal. I didn't really belong in the jungle. For one thing, my ears kept getting caught on the vines that dangled from the palm trees. It wasn't so bad once I realized what was happening in time to extricate myself, but once or twice I'd nearly jerked my own head off. For another thing, the ground was squishy and wet underfoot. Rick had some kind of irrigation system for all the plants, even an overhead mister, and it was doing a very efficient job. Water dripped down out of the palms and soaked into my fur. And for still another thing, I didn't like the noises, especially since I didn't really know what kind of wildlife Rick Torrance had stocked the place with. There were rumors in the fan magazines that monkeys weren't the only things in there. Pythons had been mentioned more than once, and boa constrictors. Of course, snakes don't make noises. That's one of the things I don't like about them. They're very sneaky, snakes are. But lions make noise, and one article had hinted that Rick had a lion on the property. I wondered if lions like to eat rabbits. Even though I wasn't exactly an old jungle hand, it was easy to follow along behind Rick and Larry. They were crashing along like a couple of rhinos in rut, and now and then Rick would let off another volley with his cannon. When he did, a screeching like nothing I'd ever heard in real life would arise, and the trees above me would come alive with terrified monkeys. They weren't any more terrified than I was. I was afraid that if Rick saw me, he'd shoot me. He probably didn't have any rabbit heads mounted on his trophy wall. Larry was probably even more frightened than I was. Rick was actually trying to kill him, which he'd done often enough in the movies, but never before in real life. It was pretty stupid considering the circumstances, but then Rick probably hadn't taken the time to think about that. Maybe it wouldn't have made any difference even if he had. There was a sudden, frenzied fluttering off to my right, and I jumped about 5 feet straight up. That was a credit to the Bunny clan. It wasn't a lion, however. It was only a bunch of colorful birds that were no doubt as scared as I was. They were cockatoos, which reminded me of my last case for Gober. That one had involved a cat, too. I was beginning to think that everyone at Gober's studio was nuts, though even that wouldn't be big news in Hollywood. I looked down at my shoes, which I'd managed to force onto my feet over the bunny costume. They were ruined, naturally. I'd put them on the expense account, but I was still upset. What with the noise and my shoes, I momentarily lost track of Rick and Larry, but then I heard something that sounded the way Tarzan might yell if he'd pulled a hernia. When I looked up, Larry was swinging toward me on a thick vine that he had gripped in his right hand. He had his multicolored cat cradled in his left arm. This time I was able to get out of his way, but I didn't really have to. From somewhere in the jungle, a rifle roared, the vine parted, and Larry splatted on the wet ground flat on his back. He didn't fall far, but he was stunned. He lay there in the dappled shade, with his eyes rolled back into his head. His cat, demonstrating the loyalty for which cats are renowned, took off for the tall timber. Rick Torrance came crashing through the undergrowth, his rifle at the ready. "All right, you son of a bitch," he said when he spotted Larry. "Say your prayers." "That's more like a monogram western than a jungle epic," I said. Maybe Torrance had seen me on his stoop, or maybe not. At any rate, he seemed pretty surprised to see a 6-foot bunny in his jungle. "Jesus Christ," he said, and I didn't bother to reprimand him for it. It seemed appropriate enough considering the season. What didn't seem appropriate was the barrel of the rifle that he had leveled at me. It might not have been an elephant gun, but the bore looked big enough to stuff a python into. "Who the hell are you?" Rick asked. "Bill Farrell, Private Bunny." He didn't laugh. "What are you doing in that outfit? I thought Ernie was supposed to be here." "It's a long story. Why don't you give me that rifle and we'll talk about it?" "Forget it." He aimed the rifle at Larry's head. "I'm going to plug this varmint." "Monogram again," I said. "Or maybe Republic. Have you ever starred in a Western?" "No, but I like to watch 'em. Now, why don't you just get out of here and let me do what I have to do?" Larry's eyes were no longer rolled up in his head. They were wide and bulging as he stared into the rifle barrel. I think he was holding his breath. He'd looked into plenty of rifle barrels in his movies, being a villain most of the time, but he wasn't used to them when he wasn't acting. "Killing Larry would be bad publicity for the studio," I said. There was no need to bring morality into it. Stars don't understand morality. So I was appealing to his practical side. "And bad publicity for you, too. What about that picture you're working on now? Manfred of Madagascar? What about it?" He moved the rifle, pointing it at the wet ground, and Larry let out a slow hiss of air. "Think how it would look to the fans if you murdered your co-star," I said. "Larry's in the picture, isn't he?" "Yeah, he's in it, but I wouldn't call him a co-star. He's just the bad guy. I don't have co-stars." "Right. But it still wouldn't be a good idea to kill him, not over something as silly as a pregnant cat." The rifle barrel came up. Now it was pointing at me again, right at my pink bunny stomach. "There's nothing silly about a pregnant cat," Rick said, "especially not about Felicia. She's a pedigreed Siamese, really expensive, very classy. I've got all the papers on her, and now she's been polluted by alley trash." "You should have kept her locked up. That's what people usually do." "She was in the backyard. She likes to get out a little in the daytime, get some exercise. There's a fence, so she should have been safe. Besides, Barry's the one who should have taken precautions." Torrance turned the rifle barrel back toward Larry. I have to admit to feeling a guilty twinge of relief. But I can never resist asking questions when I shouldn't. So I said, "What precautions?" "He could have had his alley cat fixed." "I thought about that," Larry said. His voice, always firm in his movie roles, quavered just a little. Not that I blamed him. "But I just couldn't do it," he continued. "If I had a wife, she could probably have had it done, but I just couldn't." It was clear that Larry had certain psychological problems that we weren't going to be able to resolve for him. Or it was clear to me. Rick seemed to think he could resolve them easily enough. He pointed the rifle in the general direction of Larry's reproductive organs and said, "I could fix you right here and take care of the cat later." While Rick was focused on Larry, I made my move. I'm not generally a very quick guy, but maybe the bunny suit inspired me. I jumped to Rick's side and grabbed the rifle, trying to twist it out of his grasp. He didn't want to give it up, and he twisted back, which caused both of us to fall to the squishy ground. Luckily, I landed on top. We thrashed around for a while, but neither of us could get the advantage. Rick's muscular chest wasn't just a movie illusion, though. He managed a powerful roll that turned the two of us over and put him on top. Then he began slowly wresting the rifle from my grip. I thought that if I could hold out long enough, Larry would get up and help me out. But I was wrong about that. You can never trust a villain. I heard the frantic rustling of palm fronds, and I knew that Larry was leaving the area. Possibly he was extremely worried about his cat and wanted to find him as soon as possible. More than likely, however, he didn't really care what happened to me, just as long as it didn't happen to him. I could tell it was going to be up to me to rescue myself, so I resorted to low, bunny cunning. "Rick!" I gasped. He didn't stop trying to get the rifle, but he said, "What? Are there any tarantulas in this jungle?" "No." He sounded a little nervous, which was good. "Why?" "Well, there's a couple of big hairy black spiders on your back. I thought maybe—" "Spiders? Spiders?" Rick let go of the rifle and jumped to his feet, brushing wildly at his back with both arms. "Did I get them? Where are they? Step on them! Step on them!" I stood up, holding the rifle. My formerly fluffy white tail was soaking wet, and it dragged down the seat of my suit. I was willing to bet it wasn't white anymore either. "The spiders are gone," I said. "They probably weren't tarantulas anyway." He seemed happy to hear that, but he kept looking around anxiously until he noticed who was holding the rifle. "You son of a bitch," he said. "You're going to let Larry get away." "He probably won't leave without his cat," I said. "Let's see if we can find them." It didn't take long. We found Larry at the base of a tall palm tree, trying to coax the cat down with a toy mouse. I didn't bother to ask where the mouse had come from. Larry probably carried it around in his pocket. Rick and I stood quietly behind a banana tree until Larry had the cat safely in hand. Then I took over. We marched back to the house with Rick in front, Larry and his cat behind him, and me bringing up the rear, a guy wearing a bedraggled bunny costume and carrying a rifle. I felt like an escapee from an Abbott and Costello set. To add to the fun, Rick and Larry yapped at each other all the way to the house. "You'll regret this, Barry," Rick said. "I'm going to get you and that cat if it's the last thing I do. Fat chance. As soon as I leave here, I'm calling my lawyer. I'm going to sue you for every cent you've got. You'll be living in a jungle, all right, a hobo jungle." Stuff like that. I didn't try to keep them quiet. I knew someone who could do that for me when we got to the house. And he did. 4 or 5 words from Gober, and they were sitting in a pair of leather-covered chairs, as quiet as a couple of rocks. Larry's cat was spread out all over his owner's lap, sleeping calmly. "That's better," Gober said. Then he looked at me. "God damn it, Farrell, you've got to settle this. I can't have 2 of my stars running around trying to kill each other." "I didn't try to kill anyone," Larry said. "It was Rick. He—" "Shut up," Gober roared. Larry shut up. "Larry's no star," Rick said. "I'm the star. You too," Gober thundered. And Rick was quiet. Gober turned to me. "What about it, Farrell? You're a fixer. Fix it." One of my ears kept flopping over my eye. Probably got broken by one of those stupid vines. I pushed it out of my face and said, "Well, Mr. Gober, I think we can take care of things. The way I see it, there's been no crime committed here. Rick got a little excited, but that can happen. He didn't hurt anyone, after all, and I'm pretty sure Larry's cat isn't guilty of anything." Rick jumped to his feet. "The hell he's not! He raped Felicia! Shut up and sit down," Gober shouted. Rick shut up and sat. "I can't swear that Larry's cat— By the way, what's his name?" "Slim," Larry said with a straight face. I didn't smile either. "I can't swear that Slim didn't have his way with Felicia, but I'd be willing to bet my month's retainer from Gober Studios that he didn't get her pregnant." Rick jumped up again. "That's a lie! This time, Mr. Gober didn't say a word. He just looked at Rick, who sat back down. I wished I could look at people like that. I went on as if I hadn't been interrupted. "I'd be willing to bet that Slim didn't get anyone pregnant because I don't think he's capable of it." Larry was incredulous. "Not capable? Are you kidding? Look at the size of his ball—" Gober glared. Larry shut up. "It's not the size that matters," I said. "The truth is that cats with as many colors as Slim are usually females, and when they're male, they usually can't reproduce. They're sterile." "Is that really true?" Larry asked. I guess he had a suspicious nature. "Of course it's true," Gober said. "Farrell knows his cats. Isn't that right, Farrell?" I didn't really know all that much about cats, but I nodded. I'd heard something like that once, and it might even have been true. Rick looked as if he believed me, or if not, he believed Gober.
So who knocked up Felicia, then? He asked. I don't have any idea, but if you think a fence is going to keep male cats away when a female's in heat, you're crazy. You may have caught Slim with her, but you missed the others, and I'd bet there were plenty of them. I did hear some howling out in the backyard earlier, Rick admitted. So there you are, I said. If you want pedigreed kittens, you'll have to make the proper arrangements. And if you want no kittens at all, you'll have to keep Felicia locked up or get her spayed. It took a little more persuasion, but Rick eventually admitted that everything was mostly his fault. Not that he ever came right out and said so. He even apologized to Larry, sort of, for trying to kill him. And then he asked him if his cat could stay for the party. With Felicia safely put away in the house, of course. The party was a success. I looked pretty crummy, even for a fake Easter bunny, but the kids didn't care. I'd hidden the eggs, and that was all they really wanted. They ran down the drive looking for eggs in the bougainvillea bushes, yelling happily every time they found one. But the real hit of the party was Slim, who was billed by Rick as the Easter cat, the Easter bunny's special guest and helper. Slim had the coloring for it all right, and he wasn't the nervous type. Even after all the excitement he'd had, he let the kids rub him and scratch behind his ears and under his chin. I could hear him purring from 10 feet away. When the party was over, I went back to the gatehouse. I took a couple of hard-boiled eggs with me, a blue one and a pink one. I figured on having them for dinner. I might as well get something out of my day's work. Ernie was awake but still in his underwear. He was drinking coffee with the gatekeeper and looking right at home. "Damn," Ernie said when he saw me. "What did you do to the bunny suit? It's rented, you know. You're going to have to pay for having it cleaned." I gave him a look. It wasn't as good as one of Gober's, but it was a pretty good one. "Ernie," I said, "I've never killed a man before, but I've never worn a bunny suit before either. There's a first time for everything." Ernie smiled weakly. "Oh, yeah, right, I see what you mean. I'll take care of the suit. Did you get my check?" I reached inside the suit, pulled it out, and handed it to him. He gave it the once-over, started to stick it in his boxer shorts, then thought better of it and just held it in his hand. "Great," he said. "Thanks, Farrell. I mean it." "Sure," I said, and I started peeling myself out of the bunny suit. "You're welcome." "You know," he said, giving the gatekeeper the elbow, "you look pretty cute in that outfit, Farrell. You ever think of getting into the movies yourself?" They had a good laugh at that one, and while they were guffawing, I reached down and got the pink egg from the basket. It would have made a nice dinner with a little salt and pepper, but I had a better use for it now. Holding the egg behind my back, I walked over to Ernie and said, "Open up and say, ah." For some reason, he did it, and I shoved the egg into his mouth, slapping away his hands when he reached for it. "Mm-mm," he mumbled. "Happy Easter, Ernie," I said. About the authors. Gary A. Braunbeck has sold more than 60 short stories to various mystery, suspense, science fiction, fantasy, and horror markets, including Careless Whispers and White House Horrors. His first collection, Things Left Behind, is scheduled for hardcover release this year. He has been a full-time writer since 1992 and lives in Columbus, Ohio. John L. Breen has written 6 mystery novels, most recently Hot Air, 1991, and more than 70 short stories. He contributes review columns to Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine and The Armchair Detective. Was shortlisted for the Dagger Awards for his novel Touch of the Past, 1988. And has won 2 Edgars, 2 Anthonys, a Macavity, and an American Mystery Award for his critical writings. Richard T. Chismar is the author of more than 40 published short stories and is the World Fantasy Award-winning editor of Cemetery Dance magazine and numerous anthologies, including Cold Blood, Thrillers, The Earth Strikes Back, and Scream Plays. His first single-author collection, Midnight Promises, was published in hardcover earlier this year. Barbara Collins's last appearance in the Cat Crimes series was Cat Got Your Tongue in Cat Crimes 3.
She has made appearances in numerous anthologies, including the year's 25 finest crime and mystery stories and celebrity vampires.
She lives in Muscatine, Iowa, with her husband, author Max Allen Collins, and their son Nathan.
Bill Crider won the Anthony Award for his first novel in the Sheriff Dan Rhodes series. His first novel in the Truman Smith series was nominated for a Shamus Award, and a third series features college English professor Carl Burns. His short stories have appeared in numerous anthologies, including Cat Crimes 2 and 3, Celebrity Vampires, and Werewolves. Since the World and British Fantasy Award-nominated Narrow Houses, 1992, Peter Crowther has edited or co-edited 8 anthologies, continued to produce reviews and interviews for a variety of publications on both sides of the Atlantic, sold 50 of his own short stories, and has published Escarty Gap, a collaborative novel with James Lovegrove. A solo novel, a short story collection, more anthologies, and Escarty Gap 2 are all currently underway. Carol Nelson Douglas is the author of more than 30 novels in such diverse genres as mainstream, historical, mystery, and science fiction. Her rise in the field began with her quartet of historical mysteries featuring Irene Adler, the female counterpoint to Sherlock Holmes and the only character to outwit him. Recently, her novel series involving the detective Midnight Louis has monopolized her time, and the feline sleuth makes an appearance here. Jan Grape is no stranger to the Cat Crimes series, having appeared in Cat Crimes 3, Feline and Famous, and Cat Crimes Takes a Vacation. She also writes excellent short fiction that doesn't involve cats, as can be found in Santa Clues and several other anthologies. She lives in Austin, Texas. Nick Hassam divides his writing between the dark fantasy and crime genres. He lives in Yorkshire, England, with a cat who indirectly provided the idea for this story. Jeremiah Healy's mystery fiction has been translated into 5 languages and nominated for the Shamus Award 11 times, winning in 1986 with The Staked Goat. He has served as a judge for both the Shamus and Edgar Award committees, and was elected vice president and president of the Private Eye Writers of America. He accomplished all of this while working as a professor at the New England School of Law. Morris Hershman lives in New York City and has published a wide variety of fiction in several genres. Other work by him appears in Murder Most Irish, Santa Clues, and Crimes of Passion. Tracy Knight is a psychologist who writes with grace and style about some of the darker aspects of the human psyche. When combined with an American small-town setting, as in this piece, the result is unsettlingly effective. More of his short fiction can be found in Murder Most Delicious and Cat Crimes Takes a Vacation. John Lutz writes 2 fine mystery series, one about a powerless deadbeat named Nudger, the other about a cop-turned-private detective named Carver. Before that, he wrote short fiction for the first 10 years of his career, winning an Edgar Award for the story Ride the Lightning. Other short fiction by him can be found in Careless Whispers, Murder is My Business, and Mistletoe Mysteries. Graham Masterton is the author of more than 50 best-selling horror novels and thrillers, as well as dozens of short stories. His first book, The Manitou, was made into a movie starring Tony Curtis, Burgess Meredith, and Stella Stevens, and a later novel, Walkers, is currently in production in Los Angeles. He has won a special Edgar from the Mystery Writers of America and 2 silver medals from the West Coast Review of Books. He lives with his wife, Yeshka, near the famous Derby racecourse at Epsom in Surrey, England. Christine Matthews is the pseudonym author Marthane Pellegrimus uses when writing mysteries. Her work has appeared in Deadly Allies 2, Ellery Queen Mystery Magazine, Lethal Ladies, and For Crime Out Loud 1 and 2. She is currently co-editing Lethal Ladies 2 and writing Murder is the Deal of the Day with her collaborator Robert J. Randisi. Marlys Millhiser is quickly becoming a name in the humorous mystery genre. Other fiction by her appears in Funny Bones and Murder, She Wrote, and she has written non-fiction articles about the mystery field for numerous publications. Her series character is Charlie Green, a Hollywood literary agent. Barbara Paul uses her experience as a former drama and English teacher to good advantage as a novelist. Her two series are as different as night and day, one featuring the singer Enrico Caruso as an amateur sleuth, the other a New York City policewoman named Marion Larch. Other notable novels include He Huffed and He Puffed, a wicked mix of larcenous characters whose only desire is to protect themselves at any cost. Her short fiction can be found in the anthologies Future Net, Murder Most Delicious, and Santa Clues, among many others. Nancy Pickard is a McCavity, Agatha, Seamus, and Anthony award-winning author who just seems to get better with every story she writes. Her long-running novel series features Jenny Kane, director of a philanthropic organization in a small New England town caught up in a recession. She is a past president of Sisters in Crime, and her short fiction also appears in Careless Whispers, Murder, She Wrote, and past year's 25 finest crime and mystery stories. Robert J. Randisi has had more than 275 books published since 1982, having written in the mystery, western, men's adventure, fantasy, historical, and spy genres. He is the author of the Nick Del Vecchio series and the Miles Jacoby series, and he is the creator and writer of the Gunsmith series, which he writes as J.R. Roberts, and which presently numbers 185 books. His newest novel, Alone with the Dead, 1995, received a starred review from Publishers Weekly and is currently in its second printing. He is the founder and executive director of the Private Eye Writers of America. Stewart von Allmen is the author of a 70,000-word novel, Conspicuous Consumption, 1995, which he wrote in 3 weeks, and a second project published for a Bosnian relief charity in 1996, St. Vitus Dances Eternity, a Sarajevo ghost story, which is a 15,000-word novelette that consumed a year of his time. He is now working on a science fiction project he hopes will combine the length of the former and the quality of the latter. J.N. Williamson has had over 150 short stories published in a variety of genres and anthologies. Recent work by him appears in White House Horrors, Murder Most Delicious, and Homes for the Holidays. His most recent novels are Bloodline, 1994, and The Hunt, 1997. End of Cat Crimes for the Holidays. Edited by Martin H. Greenberg, Ed Gorman, and Larry Segriff. Read by John Polk in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, October 1998.
Donald I. Fine Books, published by the Penguin Group, Penguin Putnam Incorporated, 375 Hudson Street, New York, New York, 10014, USA. Further reproduction or distribution in other than a specialized format is prohibited.
End of book.